Chapter 11:21. Ning Lang grinned when he saw that they were all looking at him. He rubbed his belly and said, "Look, although their family's clothes are very low-key, the material is excellent. Ordinary families can't afford to wear this, so I think this family must be very rich." "And then?" they asked. "And then? Since we've met them, of course we'll make money." He said matter-of-factly and excitedly said to them, "Look, if we don't do anything, these people will definitely die. The men will die, and the women will fall into the hands of those heretic cultivators. They'll definitely suffer a fate worse than death. So I think we could do a good deed and make some money while we're at it. What do you think? This business is good, right? I think we can do it." He looked at them and said, hoping that they would agree. After all, if they really wanted to do it, their help would be indispensable. Hearing this, they looked at each other and finally looked at Fengjiu. Seeing that they were all looking at him, Fengjiu smiled and said, "You guys decide. I'll just watch. Don't expect me to do anything. If your lives aren't in danger, I won't do anything. Everything depends on you guys." Seeing this, they gathered together and discussed. "Then what should we do? They have more people and we have fewer people. We can't rush out like this. I have an idea. We'll give them a taste of their own medicine," Song Ming said in a low voice. He lowered his voice and said, "They're using medicine, so we'll use medicine too. We'll increase the dosage and knock them out, right? How can it be that easy?" Luo Fei shook his head. "This method might work against other people, but it definitely won't work against these heretic cultivators. There must be someone who's good at medicine among them. Otherwise, it's impossible that the nascent soul cultivator from that family would also be affected. Moreover, a medicine that even a nascent soul cultivator can't resist must be very powerful. No matter how powerful it is, can it be more powerful than the ghost doctor's medicine?" Duan Yi pursed his lips and said. Ning Lang looked at Luo Fei and asked, "Then what good idea do you have?" "Hey, I do have an idea. Come closer, I'll tell you." Like this. Fengjiu sat on a nearby tree branch with Tanya in her arms. She watched as they discussed. Before long, they seemed to be arguing again. In the end, they seemed to have reached an agreement. Ning Lang and Song Ming retreated a little further back and actually disguised themselves. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she saw them change into women's clothes. However, it was obvious that the two of them did not know how to comb a woman's hair. In the end, Song Ming directly braided her hair into 2 braids in front of her body. Ning Lang, on the other hand, made her hair into a bun, stuffed 2 fruits in front of her chest, and even put some powder on her face. She could not help but laugh at the sight. However, after the two of them were done, they winked at her and even pulled their skirts to twirl around, as if to say, "Look, do we look good?" She couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, she also realized that the two of them were unusually good-looking after dressing up as girls. Ning Lang was round and adorable to begin with. Now that he had 2 buns on his head and his rosy cheeks, he looked adorable no matter how one looked at him. Chapter 11:22. She could not help but be curious as she looked at the two of them who were dressed like girls. Where did they get these women's clothes from? She sat on the tree and watched. After the two of them disguised themselves as women, Song Ming actually tore his clothes apart, revealing his skin faintly. Ning Lang, who was beside him, followed suit and tore his clothes as well. He accidentally tore his clothes too hard, and the dress he was wearing was too small. With a tearing sound, it tore, revealing his white tummy. Seeing this, she placed her hand on her forehead. She felt that they were too reckless. However, in the next moment, she saw them running forward in a panic. Duan Yi and Luo Fei chased after them with swords in their hands. Help!" The two of them screamed for help as they ran forward. As the two of them ran, the other 2 chased after them. When the sorcerers saw the people who had suddenly barged in, they instantly became alert. However, when they saw that it was only 2 young girls who were about 15 or 16 years old and a young man who was chasing after them, they sneered and stared at the 2 little girls who were dressed in disheveled clothes playfully. In their opinion, these people were not afraid of killing. However, they were thinking about the people who had suddenly barged in. No matter who they were, since they were in front of them, they naturally could not let them go. They had already made up their minds. As for the people from that family, when they saw the few of them, they initially thought that they were their saviors. However, when they saw their age and clothes, they knew that they were thinking too much. However, the next scene made them widen their eyes in astonishment. They saw that the chubby little girl who was running and calling for help, with a slightly plump figure and a snow-white tummy, actually threw out a large, shining silver net. The large net covered half of the sorcerers who had retreated to the side when they saw the few of them appear. "Retract!" the chubby little girl shouted clearly. After the large silver net caught the sorcerers, it quickly retracted. At the same time, amidst the sorcerers' cries of surprise, the other girl grabbed something and threw it at the sorcerers who were caught in the net. Hiss. It was unknown what kind of powder it was. When it was thrown out, sparks flew out. When it landed on the sorcerers' bodies, they screamed in pain. The sparks burned their eyes so much that they could not open them. At that moment, Duan Yi and Luo Fei, who had caught up from behind, quickly attacked. A flame shot out and ignited the evil cultivators in the giant net. The flames burned on their bodies. They struggled to escape, but they couldn't cut the giant silver net. Soon after, they were engulfed in flames. They didn't have time to think about escaping. Instead, they were all trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies. Damn it! Among the cultivators who avoided him, 2 were in the early Aurus Core stage, 1 was in the late Aurus Core stage, and 2 were in the Foundation Establishment stage. At this moment, when they saw the miserable screams coming from within the silver net, they angrily rushed forward with their swords, wanting to pry open the silver net. Unexpectedly, the net seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and they were unable to pry it open. Duan Yi and Luo Fei turned around and attacked the sorcerers. Killing intent shot out from their hands. Their fierce moves and methods were frightening. They had learned the fastest way to kill people. In addition, they had trained for 2 months. Naturally, they were not afraid of those sorcerers. Chapter 1123. Fortunately, they had caught them off guard and used the giant net to trap some of them. When they attacked those people again, they sprinkled medicine in their hands. In this way, no matter how strong they would not be able to hold on for long. They were giving them a taste of their own medicine. They would return the favor the way they treated those people. They were the weak against the strong and caught them off guard. When the people from those families saw this scene, they could not help but be astonished. When they saw the ruthless way those people killed those evil cultivators in an instant, their eyes could not help but move. What a fierce technique! What a beautiful movement technique! Their attacks were merciless and neat, as if they were veterans who had been training outside for a long time. They did not have the slightest bit of fear in the face of the evil cultivators of the Gold Core stage. Such courage could not help but make people secretly praise them. What an outstanding young man. One of the baby-faced young men put away the sword in his hand and took out an 8-star flywheel to attack. A fierce aura burst out with a terrifying killing intent. The flywheel swept through the air, and with a whoosh, it cut through the air and directly cut the throat of one of the Gold Core stage cultivators. That Gold Core stage cultivator dodged and was suddenly hit by a young man behind him. With a bang, he could not avoid the sharp blade of the flywheel. In an instant, the force of the flywheel and the force of the collision of the Gold Core stage cultivator and cut his head off. Gasps were accompanied by cries of surprise. Those cries came from the people of that family and the evil cultivators. Some of the cries of surprise came from the women. Even though they had come out to train, they were still somewhat unable to accept the bloody scene where the head was cut off by the blade. The scene was so bloody that they couldn't help but cry out in horror and hide behind their families. Damn it! The few Gold Core evil cultivators clenched their teeth tightly, and gloomy killing intent burst out from their bodies. They clenched their swords tightly, and with a swoosh, they attacked Duan Yi. The sharp sword energy slashed down from above, and with a force that could destroy heaven and earth, they slashed towards Duan Yi. Be careful, Luo Fei shouted to remind Duan Yi. As he turned around, he condensed a visible spiritual aura in his hands and suddenly struck out. Twin dragons emerged from the sea, The pressure of the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage, accompanied by the sharp airflow, turned into two streams of spiritual aura that rushed out. The two streams of spiritual aura that could be seen with the naked eye whistled and leaped out of the sea like angry dragons from the deep sea. With a rumble, they pounced towards the evil cultivators of the gold core stage. Oof. You overestimate yourself. The peak gold core cultivator let out a cold snort. This cold snort carried the pressure of a peak gold core cultivator. It easily destroyed the two streams of chi that Luo Fei had sent out and dissipated in an instant. The two streams of air spread out in the forest, and the fallen leaves on the ground were swept away by the air currents. They flew a few meters away, and then calmed down as the air currents disappeared without a trace. Die! The gold core evil cultivator shouted in a gloomy voice as he clawed at Luo Fei's throat. Kid, I'll send you to hell myself. Chapter 1124. Flaming Lion, come out. Duan Yi shouted loudly. An ray of light shot out from his body with a whoosh. As soon as it came out, it roared angrily and pounced towards the evil cultivator at the peak of the golden core stage. Roar! The sudden roar caused everyone's eardrums to hurt. At the same time, a majestic figure pounced out, and a cluster of flames spewed out. When the evil cultivator at the golden core stage saw this, he was shocked. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. This attack contained a sure kill move, and its strength was so fierce that it was too late for him to withdraw it. Seeing that he was about to pounce towards the flames, he could only turn his body sideways and roll on the ground, tried to avoid the flames and the sacred beast that had suddenly appeared. However, just as he was about to roll on the ground, the sharp sound of a blade of chi brushed past his ears. He focused his eyes, but he only had time to see the young man who had pounced towards him pull out a dagger and pounce on him, stabbing the dagger deeply into his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, his body stiffened, and he could not believe that he had been killed by a young man. You want to kill me? Humph. I'll send you on your way first. Luo Fei snorted coldly. The dagger that had pierced into the evil cultivator's chest dug with all its strength and pierced deeper into his body. His ruthless methods and bloodthirsty expression made people's hearts tremble. Ah! There was a shrill scream from the other side. It turned out that Ning Lang had grabbed the leg of an evil cultivator, lifted him up, and smashed him heavily onto the ground. Even though there was sand on the ground, the force was so great that it made people's hearts tremble. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. It was so clear that it was hard for people to ignore it. Seeing the ruthless methods of the youths and their extraordinary combat skills and combat prowess, the members of the clan had different expressions on their faces, especially when they saw that the youths had quite a few magical treasures on them. They were even more astonished. Not far away, Feng Jiu watched with Tun Yun in his arms. He watched as Song Ming was sent flying by a mid-golden core cultivator's punch and spat out a mouthful of blood. He watched as Song Ming was stabbed in the shoulder. He watched as Ning Lang's face was also slashed by sword chi. His skin was broken and blood seeped out. He watched as Ning Lang screamed like a pig being slaughtered. My face. You're trying to disfigure me. Stab me if you have the guts. Why did you hurt my face? I'll fight it out with you. Yes. With a muffled groan, Duan Yi was pincered by two evil cultivators in the middle stage of the Aurus core realm. His abdomen was stabbed, and although it didn't seem to be a vital point, it was enough to make him choke. His battle prowess rapidly decreased, and he retreated slightly. Watch your back. His warning was still too late. Luo Fei's arm was also slashed. The wound was so deep that bone could be seen, and blood gushed out. Tun Yun lay in Feng Jiu's arms when it saw that they were all injured, and that their injuries weren't light. It raised its head slightly to glance at her, then lay back down again. It saw that they were injured, and its master naturally saw it too. Since its master didn't intend to do anything, then it would continue to watch. Kill. Kill. Chapter 1125. Whoosh. Boom. The fireball technique whizzed past and suddenly attacked the evil gold core cultivator in front of them. In that instant, It smashed into the evil gold core cultivator's body and exploded again, making a rumbling sound. At the same time as the sparks suddenly burst out, a shrill scream came from the flames and echoed in the forest for a long time. When the people of that family saw this scene, they were slightly surprised and somewhat shocked. Their hearts were undulating. However, they still wanted to continue watching and see how these people fought and killed these evil cultivators. However, in the end, they could not resist the invasion of the medicinal effect. They only felt their eyelids become heavier and heavier. In the end, one by one, they fell down and lost consciousness. Windblade, kill. Song Ming's expression turned cold. At this moment, a rare cold and hard expression appeared on his handsome face. He threw the sword in his hand and formed a complicated seal with both hands. A stream of air flew out from his body, and he used his mind to control the sharp sword in midair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sword instantly split into 8 and formed a sword formation with a whoosh, piercing towards another evil gold core cultivator. The 8 swords attacked at the same time. No matter how capable the evil gold core cultivator was, he could not resist and was pierced into a hornet's nest at this moment. Hiss! Ah! Ning Lang and Luo Fei saw that the two of them killed the remaining evil cultivators in a short while and could not help but let out a sigh of relief. They were still thinking that if the two of them could not handle it, they also had their family's secret technique and their own attributes to fight. However, it seemed that they would not be of any use. No matter what, it was good that the danger was gone. After the two of them let out a sigh of relief and retracted their spiritual aura, Ning Lang hurriedly ran forward to support Duan Yi, whose abdomen was injured, because his injuries were the lightest. How are you? Come, sit down first. After helping him sit down, Ning Lang hurriedly took out medicine and bandaged him. Looking at the amount of blood flowing out of his abdomen, he could not help but be shocked. How did you get injured so badly? Just as he was about to apply medicine, he heard a voice. Let me do it. Feng Jiu walked over with Tan Yun beside him. He came to Duan Ye's side and squatted down to check his wounds. He said to Ning Lang, go take a look at their injuries and help bandage them. All right. When Ning Lang saw that it was him, he felt relieved and walked away. He helped Song Ming and Luo Fei over and helped them bandage their wounds first. At the same time, he chattered endlessly. Look, this is the consequence of not choosing a good treasure. Your clan isn't small and you're rich. Why don't you know how to get a few protective treasured clothes like mine? At least this way, I won't be injured too badly when I fight with others. Hearing him say that, the others rolled their eyes. How could something like that be obtained just because one wanted it? A life-saving Dharma treasure like his was usually something that could only be encountered by chance. If one could spend money casually, they would be everywhere on the streets. On the other side, Feng Jiu checked the wound on Duan Ye's abdomen and said, the wound is quite deep, but fortunately, it didn't injure any vital parts. After applying medicine on you, don't fight with others before the wound recovers, lest the wound on your abdomen split open and become infected. As she spoke, she cleaned his wounds and sprinkled some medicine for treating external injuries. After bandaging his wounds, she saw that his face was pale and his forehead was covered in beads of sweat. She couldn't help but sigh and shake her head. She took out a pill and handed it to him. Chapter 1126. Seeing this, Duan Yi took the medicine and swallowed it. Thank you. Feng Jiu, what's that good stuff? I want it too. After Ning Lang helped the two of them over, he leaned forward and blinked his eyes at the leisurely red-clothed Feng Jiu. They were all injured and bleeding, but he was the only one who looked the same since he came in. There were no injuries on his body at all, and even his clothes were as clean as before. Comparisons were odious. When they heard Ning Lang's words and saw him looking at Feng Jiu like a puppy trying to please him, the corners of their mouths twitched. Feng Jiu glanced at him and asked, You want it? Yes, I do. Ning Lang grinned and nodded. Sure, stab yourself in the stomach, and I'll give you one pill. Hearing this, Ning Lang scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Forget it then. I don't like to get hurt. How painful would it be to stab yourself with a knife? All right, Hurry up and clean up the mess. She gestured and walked to the side, leaning against a tree trunk without saying anything. All right, you guys rest for a while. As he spoke, he quickly cleaned up the mess. After making sure that those evil cultivators were dead, he collected their chinquin bags and other things. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, he returned to the group. These sorcerers must have taken a lot of things. I took a look, and there are many things in the chinquin bags. As he spoke, he divided the things into several portions and handed them to them. Even Fengjiu had a portion. Nobody knew when it started, but this had become an unspoken rule. Fengjiu did not refuse and kept the items. Those people seem to have been drugged and are still unconscious. Ninglang looked at Fengjiu and said, I just tried, but I can't wake them up. Pinching their philtrum doesn't work either. How should we wake them up? Fengjiu should know how to use drugs. Seeing this, Fengjiu waved his sleeve and handed him a bottle. Put under their noses and smell it. They'll wake up naturally. All right. Ninglang took it and jogged over. First, he placed the bottle under the nose of one of them. Not long after, that person slowly woke up. Awake? Come, pass it to them and let them smell it. They'll wake up too. He held out the bottle in his hand. That person was none other than the nascent soul cultivator. He looked at the young man who was dressed like a girl but had a man's voice and nodded. He took the pill and placed it under the nose of the person beside him. Not long after, that person also regained consciousness. Let everyone smell this. It can cure the poison in your body. The nascent soul cultivator said and gestured for the person to take the bottle. Yes, the middle-aged man responded. After receiving the items, he placed them under the noses of those people for a while and watched them wake up one by one. Many thanks for your help, young masters. The nascent soul stage cultivator cupped his hands and bowed slightly to the few of them before nodding his head. As he expressed his gratitude, his sharp eyes swept past the few youths in front of him. He saw that the few people who had fought with the heretic cultivators earlier were all injured. At this moment, some of them were leaning against the trees to rest, while others were standing. When his gaze landed on Fengjiu, who was dressed in red, he paused for a moment. This red-clothed young man did not appear earlier, but from the looks of it, he was with these youths. Chapter 11:27. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to cast such a powerful fireball technique. Moreover, this young man was able to cast such an elemental attack at such a young age. It was obvious that he wasn't an ordinary person. Moreover, these young men were only in the Foundation establishment realm. They actually dared to fight against those evil cultivators. Their temperament was something that even the younger generation of their clan couldn't compare to. Among the few of them, judging from their previous battle prowess, this baby-faced youth had the strongest battle prowess. He was actually able to kill a golden core evil cultivator with his Foundation establishment cultivation. In the future, he would be even more extraordinary. Hee, you're welcome. We didn't save you for nothing, Ninglang said with a smile. Ninglang's eyes narrowed into slits as he spoke. He patted his round belly with both hands and said to the nascent soul cultivator, So, it's like this. I just counted. There are 29 of you here. Each of you only needs to give us 100,000 to save your life. Of course, this is only the price for those in the Foundation establishment realm. As for the 8 Golden Core Realm cultivators, you'll have to give us 200,000. As for this nascent soul realm cultivator, you'll have to give us 300,000 in addition to 4 magic weapons. He looked at the people whose faces had darkened and said with a smile, We saved your lives. You won't deny that, right? We won't rob you because we're not bandits. Otherwise, we would have killed you one by one while you were unconscious and robbed you of your belongings, right? So, we saved so many of your people and were injured. It's normal for us to ask for some money to save our lives. Don't you think so? It was as if he didn't see that the clan members' faces had darkened in shock. He still had a smile on his face. His narrowed eyes couldn't see the light in his eyes. What's the difference between this and looting a burning house? A cultivator in his 30s clenched his fists and shouted angrily. He obviously didn't expect that these young men would dare to ask for such a price. Their great elder had personally expressed his gratitude to them, yet they still dared to ask for money and artifacts from them? Huh? How can you say that? We're the ones who saved you. Ning Lang looked at him with displeasure. Didn't you hear? Those evil cultivators said to kill the men and capture the women. If we didn't save you, you would have been dead. What's wrong with asking for some money to save your lives? You don't want to pay? You. Enough. The nascent soul realm cultivator shouted in a deep voice. He glanced sharply at the man who spoke. Who told you to be so unruly? Back off. The man gritted his teeth angrily. He could only respond and retreat. That's right, look, we save your lives. If it wasn't for us, to be. The nascent soul cultivator relaxed his expression and smiled. Ha ha ha, young master, please don't lower yourself to his level. This old man will apologize to all of you. In Chapter 1128, unexpectedly, Ning Lang raised his chin and flicked his sleeves. Names are just code names. There's no need to mention them. Seeing this, some of the clan members frowned and looked displeased. Some of their faces darkened, thinking that these youths didn't know what was good for them. A nascent soul cultivator asked for the other party's name after introducing himself, and he didn't say anything. If this wasn't pretentious, then what was? Only a few people were expressionless and watched quietly. Even the nascent soul cultivator only paused for a moment after hearing Ning Lang's words. He smiled and said, "All right then, please rest for a moment. I'll have someone bring out the gold coins and magic tools." As he spoke, he turned around and whispered a few words to the others. Not long after, a Chinquan bag was handed to the nascent soul cultivator, who handed it to Ning Lang. "Sir, here are 5 million gold coins and 5 magic tools for self-defense. Please accept them." 5 million gold coins and 5 magic tools for self-defense? That's a lot. Ning Lang looked at him and said, "Ha ha ha, this Lin hopes to make friends with you all. Please don't stand on ceremony and accept this extra gift. Actually, compared to how you risked your lives to save me, this amount of money is really nothing. If you come to the Lin residence in the imperial city of a first-class country, I will treat you as my distinguished guests." When the clan members saw that their great elder was speaking so politely to them and even took out so many gold coins and magic tools as gifts, they couldn't help but be surprised. However, they didn't ask much and just looked at the 5 people. Apart from being a little young, having outstanding looks, and a little more courage than others, they didn't see anything special about them. Why did the great elder treat them differently? When the rest heard the nascent soul cultivator's words, they also glanced over and didn't say anything. Instead, they took out their water bags and drank a few mouthfuls of water to quench their thirst while waiting for Ning Lang to finish dealing with the matter. When Ning Lang heard the nascent soul cultivator's words, he gently patted his stomach with his fingers and tilted his head in thought. Then, he reached out and took it. "All right then, since Senior Lin is so polite, we won't refuse. I don't like other things, but when it comes to money, I can't resist." He took the Chinquan bag and examined it before putting it into his space. Then, he said to them, "Then we'll take our leave. We'll meet again if we have a chance." As he spoke, he left with Feng Jiao and the others. Not long after, they disappeared from those people's sight. "First Elder, this brat is too presumptuous. He actually opened the Cosmos sack to check in front of us. He is already so rude. Why does First Elder still treat him with such respect?" That's right. There are only 5 of them, and they're only at the Foundation establishment stage. If we attack, they won't be able to survive. These people are really too impudent. The Great Elder has already reported his surname and asked for their names, yet they still ignored him. That's enough. A low and majestic voice came out of the head elder's mouth. It contained the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator, which made them all shut their mouths. None of them dared to speak. Chapter 1129. Hearing his words, everyone was stunned. They hurriedly circulated the spiritual energy in their bodies, only to realize that the spiritual energy in their bodies was circulating very slowly. If they wanted to fight, it would not be enough. Seeing everyone's stunned expression, the nascent soul cultivator continued. Moreover, they were able to deal with those evil cultivators, so they are naturally not ordinary people. I saw that they had many magic treasures on them, so they are definitely not the disciples of ordinary families. Since that is the case, and they saved us, why should we make an enemy for ourselves? Hearing this, everyone's originally angry mentality calmed down. Thinking about it from another perspective, if they had not saved them, they might have already fallen into the hands of those heretic cultivators and lost their lives. Speaking of which, these few youths are really bold. They actually dared to come in with only 5 people, and they even managed to come here. That's right. The elders said that it is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. I think that makes sense too. Those people were discussing. On the other side, Fengjiu and the others had already gone a distance away. They did not rest until they came to a place that they felt was safe. Ning Lang took out the things and distributed them. At the same time, he grinned and squinted his eyes at the few of them. Although I'm injured, it is easy to get these things. Moreover, it increases my combat power in actual combat, and my reaction speed is faster. Don't you think so? Duan Yi glanced at him. You're not the one who was injured. Of course he would say that. He was injured in his stomach. Although it was not fatal, it was extremely painful when he moved. That's right. Next time, we should not come here. Who knows, we might be killed by those people in the end after we save them. In this world, there is no lack of ungrateful people. Luo Fei also said. He could see that those people were not grateful, but were unhappy. If it were not for the suppression of the nascent soul cultivator, they would have already attacked. Don't worry, they won't dare to attack. The effect of a medicine in their bodies will not recover in a short time, so we are safe. Ning Lang said and looked at Fengjiu. Fengjiu, we are all injured. Should we find a place to rest for a few days? Duan Ye's abdominal injury is not light. It is not good for him to keep walking like this. It is easy to pull the wound. All right, let's rest here. Duan Yi, rest here. Tun Yin, watch over him. The 3 of you come with me. I'll help you set up the formation today. Then, I'll help the 3 of you set up a barrier here. Try not to fight for the next few days. Let your injuries heal first. Formations and barriers? We only know the basics. It's precisely because you only know the basics that you want to learn. Can you guarantee that you won't be trapped in arrays or barriers in the future? She raised her eyebrows and looked at them as she spoke. Hearing his words, the few of them had no choice but to follow him around and learn how to set up formations and barriers 3 days later in the morning. Remove the cloth. Let me see your wound. Fengjiu came to Duan Ye's side and sat down, indicating for him to remove the cloth on his abdomen. I feel that the wound is a little itchy. It doesn't hurt anymore. I think it's going to be better. As Duan Yi spoke, he took off his coat and untied the cloth that was tied to the wound. Let's go get some water and pick some wild fruits, Song Ming and Ning Lang said as they walked out together. Chapter 1130. I know. The 2 of them replied without turning back. Not long after, they walked out of the barrier and out of the array, heading towards the water source. This wound has formed a scar, Fengjiu said as he applied ointment on his wound and bandaged it again. This ointment can make your wound as smooth as before without leaving any scars. Hearing the words smooth as before, Duan Yi was speechless. He rolled his eyes and said, I'm a man. Even if I have many scars on my body, it's no big deal. Smooth as before? I'm not a sissy. As he spoke, he stared at Fengjiu in front of him and muttered softly, Do you think everyone is like you? You're a man, yet you make yourself look like a pretty boy. Your skin is better than a woman's. Although his voice was soft, Fengjiu still heard it. He couldn't help but chuckle. Are you jealous of my good skin? However, I suggest you don't mention the word pretty boy in front of me. In the past, there were people who said I was a pretty boy. Do you know what happened after that? Hearing this, his face tensed up. Seeing his expression, he knew it wasn't anything good. Thus, he didn't ask and instead said, I know. I won't say it next time, okay? All right, your wound is almost healed. If you have nothing to do, get up and move around. Don't be slow after resting for 2 or 3 days. Fengjiu stood up and flicked his robes. At this moment, Luo Fei came forward and asked, Fengjiu, are we still in the outer region of the Hell Mountain Range? We haven't entered the inner region yet? Of course not. This is only the outer region. Hearing this, Luo Fei was a little speechless. This place is too big. We've been here for a few months, and we're still in the outer region. Some of the journey is by flying on swords. If we walk, we won't be able to walk out of the outer region in a year, right? That's for sure. This place is connected to the 8 great empires. We're the 8 great empires called. That's the Sky City. Even if we fly on swords, it's impossible to walk out of here in a short time. Speaking of this, she smiled and looked at the two. Perhaps we can give it a try. How long will it take to cross this place to the Sky City of the 8 great empires? I'm not that bored. Luo Fei curled his lips and said, every once in a while, the Nebulous sect will come down to recruit people. In addition to taking the teleportation array to go there, there is also their flying ship. With their protection, there is no need to worry about encountering danger. Only a fool would think of crossing the Death Mountain range to go to Sky City. As he spoke, he suddenly thought of something. He looked at Feng Jiao with wide eyes and said, don't tell me that you have such a plan. No matter how strong you are, I advise you not to act recklessly. Even a nascent soul cultivator would not have the confidence to traverse the depths. Feng Jiao smiled. How is that possible? It would take too long to cross this place. I won't do it. The few of them chatted for a while. Seeing that Ning Lang and Song Ming still hadn't returned after some time, they couldn't help but be slightly startled. They said somewhat worriedly, why have the two of them been gone for so long? The water source is not far from here. Just as they were talking, they heard a cry of alarm from outside. The familiar voice was mixed with panic, making the hearts of the few people in the barriers sink. They instantly rushed out. Chapter 11:31. Save me, save me. In midair, Ning Lang was caught by the huge eagle and couldn't move. His 4 feet were suspended in the air as he looked down and called for help. Until now, he still didn't know how he was caught by the eagle that suddenly swooped down from midair. He saw Song Ming's shocked and panicked expression below. He saw Song Ming crying for help. He saw Song Ming trying to fly up on his sword to save him, but he was slapped by the eagle's wings. A strong wind accompanied by a strong pressure attacked him, and he fell from midair. Ning Lang, Feng Jiao, who came out of the barrier, only saw a huge eagle holding a person in its claws above the trees and in midair. When he looked closely, the figure that was flying further and further away and calling for help in panic was the chubby and fair Ning Lang. On the ground not far away, Song Ming, with blood at the corner of his mouth, was standing up with the help of a tree. Tun Yun, I'll leave their safety to you. In a hurry, Feng Jiao only had time to say this before he threw out the feather and chased after the eagle. Song Ming, how are you? How did Ning Lang get caught by the eagle? Duan Yi and Luo Fei hurried to his side to support him. They saw that his face was slightly pale and his breathing was slightly chaotic. It seemed that he was seriously injured. Cough, cough. He coughed and held his aching chest. He said, we were filling water at the water source. The eagle might have noticed us in midair and flew down from above. It grabbed Ning Lang with its claws and flew up. I tried to save him, but I was slapped down by the eagle's wings with a hidden force. That's a divine beast. You're lucky that you didn't die. Tun Yun, who was squatting next to him, said, divine beast? The few of them were stunned. That eagle was a divine beast? Yes, that's already a divine beast. It should be a ferocious beast in the inner circle. No divine beasts have appeared in the outer circle. At most, they're at the peak of holy beast. But don't worry, my master has already gone after it. She will definitely be able to save that little fatty. Hearing its words, the few of them felt a little solemn. Ning Lang was taken to the inner area by a divine beast. Would Feng Jiao be in danger if he chased after Ning Lang alone? When they thought of this, their hearts felt heavy and uneasy. They admitted that they did not have the ability to deal with a divine beast, let alone the ability to defeat one. After all, even a nascent soul stage cultivator would not dare to say that they could come out unscathed against a divine beast. Swallow Cloud, you're Feng Jiao's contracted beast. Let's go after him. Even if our strength isn't that great, we might be able to help. They had been through so many things together. Now that they knew that the two of them were in danger, they couldn't just leave them be. Hearing this, Tunyon glanced at them and nodded. Then follow me. With me around, ordinary ferocious beasts won't dare to come close. One had to know that it was a divine beast, but it had always restrained its divine beast aura. If it hadn't done so, those ferocious beasts would have long fled after sensing its aura. Hence, the few of them looked at each other and followed it to chase after Fengjiu. Meanwhile, in various parts of the outer forest, some people couldn't help but be slightly surprised when they saw the giant eagle in the sky grabbing a person. Because it was too far away and too high up, they couldn't see the person's face clearly and didn't know who he was. Chapter 1132. Everyone was dumbfounded. That young man doesn't want to live, does he? He actually chased after that eagle on a feather? Hiss. That eagle is a divine beast. That's a ferocious beast from the inner area. It's flying towards the inner area. Heavens. It's a divine beast. That's the highest level apart from the ancient divine beasts. Even nascent soul cultivators can't deal with a divine beast. That young man is courting death. That young man looks familiar. He's dressed in red, and he's riding on that rainbow glass feather. I remember now. Previously, when that young man was intercepted in midair, he single-handedly killed those who intercepted him. Yes. It's him. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. He doesn't know how powerful a divine beast is and actually dared to chase it into the inner area. Furthermore, he's riding on that feather to fly in midair. That's putting himself in the line of sight of those flying ferocious beasts and making himself their target. What a pity. That day, I was still saying that this young man is extraordinary and has a bright future. Today, I see that he's courting death. Sigh. In various parts of the forest, some teams and itinerant cultivators gathered together to discuss. If this happened to them, and they saw their companions being captured by a divine beast, would they save them? The answer was definitely no, because they didn't have the ability. It would be a waste of effort even if they went. By then, not only would they not be able to save anyone, they would also lose their lives. Even a fool wouldn't do such a thing. In the sky, Fengjiu stepped on the feather and chased after the eagle in front. That eagle's flying speed was extremely fast, so even when it saw that there were humans following it, it didn't bother to pay attention to them. A mere human was like an ant in the eyes of a divine beast. It could kill them with a single slap. They were too weak to be looked at, so of course, it wouldn't care about the human behind it. As for Fengjiu, because the eagle's flying speed was too fast, and because it had flown a distance before she caught up, she couldn't close the distance in a short time. Especially at this moment, a flock of blood-red, long-legged birds with pointed beaks flew out from the forest. She couldn't help but jump in fright when those birds opened their mouths and let out cries. Those cries were somewhat similar to those of crows, but also like the screams of humans. They were hoarse and sharp and somewhat ear-piercing. When she saw the flock of long-legged birds flapping their wings and flying towards her with their sharp beaks, she took out her long sword. With a swoosh, she slashed out several rays of sword chi towards the birds. Half of the long-billed birds were cut in half and fell to the ground, screaming and making ear-piercing sounds. The remaining long-billed birds tried to pounce on Fengjiu, but were killed several more. In the end, less than 10 of them could only flap their wings and cry in the air, staring at Fengjiu. They flapped their wings and flew away, not daring to get close. Seeing this, Fengjiu put away his sword and glanced coldly at the birds. He then looked ahead and saw that the distance between them had widened again. He hurriedly chased after it. Chapter 1133. Fengjiu, who was riding on her flying feathers once again, finally closed the distance between them after chasing for half a day. However, at this moment, another flock of blackbirds flew out from the forest and rushed towards her. She saw that there were at least 100 blackbirds. Although they were only the size of a fist, she did not think that these birds were harmless. Although these blackbirds were only the size of a fist, they were still a type of ferocious bird. Furthermore, judging by the bloody aura surging around them, she knew that they were carnivorous. Seeing that the distance between her and the eagle had closed, and another flock of eyesores had appeared. Her expression immediately turned cold, and the murderous aura around her became even more intense. She circulated the aura in her body and injected a wisp of flame. As the flock of blackbirds flew towards her, she threw out the sharp sword in her hand. The sword flew directly towards the flock of blackbirds, while she continued to chase after them without hesitation. The eagle in front was enraged. It flapped its wings and turned around. When it saw the tiny figure of the human chasing after it, its eyes burned with rage. This time, it no longer grabbed the food at its feet and flew back to its nest. Instead, it flapped its wings and stopped in midair, waiting for the human to come closer. Fengjiu stopped 10 meters away from the eagle on her flying feathers. She looked at Ning Lang, who had already fainted and his limbs dangling in midair. She frowned and stared at the eagle. "Let him go. Human, how dare you? Are you trying to order this noble one to do something?" The eagle's sharp gaze contained the coercion of a divine beast as it swept towards Fengjiu. When it opened its mouth, it released a sound wave that was mixed with air, wanting to send the human in front flying. Who knew? However, he saw that the tiny human standing in midair on the feathers was not afraid at all. Under the pressure of the mythological beast, she did not feel uncomfortable at all. Seeing this, the mythological beast narrowed its eyes and stared at her with its sharp eyes. It asked, "Human, who are you? How could an ordinary human not be afraid of its divine beast coercion? Furthermore, this human's strength was not very high. With such weak strength, how could she not be frightened under its divine beast coercion and remain unmoved? Old eagle, release my men. Otherwise, you will regret it." As she spoke, Fengjiu took out the azure-edged sword. The azure-edged sword in her hand emitted a sharp and frightening sword chi, pointing directly at the divine beast eagle. Old eagle stared at Fengjiu, seeing the human's red robes fluttering in the wind, his hand holding a sword emitting a green glow, and his body emitting a powerful and sharp aura. Old eagle couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Where did this human come from? It had a vague feeling that something was not quite right. It felt that this human might really not be afraid of it. Therefore, it flapped its wings and retreated. With a whoosh, it instantly flew 10 meters away. Trying to escape? Leave him behind. Fengjiu narrowed her eyes. With a turn of the azure-edged sword in her hand, a sharp sword chi shot towards Old Eagle. The azure-edged sword chi streaked across the sky and attacked Old Eagle, who was 20 meters away, as fast as lightning. Sensing the murderous intent and danger behind it, Old Eagle turned back to look. Its eyes narrowed, and it quickly dodged. Even so, its wings were still struck by the sharp sword chi, and 2 feathers fell off that treacherous human. How dare you hurt this noble one's black feathers? Chapter 1134. It raised its head and screeched. With a flap of its wings, it turned around and flew straight up. Then it swooped down from a high altitude. Its sharp beak was like a curved blade as it faced the wind blades, aiming straight for Fengjiu's head. "I've been waiting for you." Fengjiu snorted coldly. She stepped on the flying feather and used the momentum to rise up. The sword in her hand spun with her movement, forming a whirlpool in midair. Phew, phew! 2 air currents, one above and one below, collided. The powerful air currents and pressure vibrated in the air, causing the air currents in midair to tremble slightly. It was as if they were being distorted by the 2 air currents. Boom! The 2 streams of air collided with each other, and at the moment of collision, there was a rumbling sound. The streams of air were sent flying outwards, and they were like waves that had been slapped into the air, spreading outwards. It was also at this moment that Feng Nine and the eagle were both sent flying for some distance under the impact of the 2 forces. The eagle's body swayed a little, and some of its feathers fell off during the fluttering. However, its claws still held on to Ning Lang tightly. Fengjiu was also afraid that the sharp sword aura would hurt Ning Lang, so she did not dare use all her strength to attack. She only used a fraction of her strength, but this gave the eagle a chance to escape. Seeing the eagle quickly escape the moment it was sent flying by the air currents, she gritted her teeth and said, "Put him down. Otherwise, I'll definitely destroy your nest." Upon hearing this, the eagle that was flapping its wings in front trembled. It was unknown if it was out of shock, fear, or anger. Its body trembled in midair and fell a few meters before stabilizing. "Human, how dare you threaten this king? This king will definitely teach you a lesson. You want this king to release this human? This king won't release him. This king will make him an appetizer for my son. If you dare follow me, I'll definitely capture you too." It was infuriated. It had become a divine beast for so many years, but this was the first time it encountered a human who dared to threaten to destroy its nest. She was simply courting death. If it wasn't for the fact that the red-clothed human was so thin, it would have captured him too. At this moment, even if it admitted that the red-clothed human was not easy to deal with, it would not show any weakness with its mouth. This human was too hateful. It wanted this human to not be able to catch up to it. It wanted this human to go crazy because he could not find it. Thinking of this, it flapped its wings with all its strength and flew into the sky. Its speed was several times faster than before. In the blink of an eye, it was so far that Fengjiu, who was behind it, could only see the eagle's figure. However, this time, she strangely did not give chase. Instead, she stared in the direction where the eagle had left and curled her lips into a meaningful smile. Only when the figure was completely out of her sight did she chase after it. The eagle did not know that she had sprinkled something on its feathers during the previous battle. So what if it was a divine beast? As long as it provoked her, even the Eagle King would become a little chick. She did not believe that it would be able to escape with Ning Lang under her nose this time. Chapter 1135. Strange, how could this be? Its wings were so heavy, and it was so strenuous to fly. The eagle was slightly alarmed, and as its speed gradually decreased, it could not help but feel uneasy. Something that had never happened before had happened. How could this be? Could it be that it was injured in the previous battle? The more it flew, the lower it went. Even if it flapped its wings to fly higher, it would not be long before it would descend again. Something was wrong with its body, and it became vigilant. It looked back and did not see the red-clothed human, so it secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It was also strange. For some reason, the human gave it a feeling of shock, making it involuntarily want to escape. It was really strange. Such a thing had never happened before. Even when those nascent soul stage cultivators encountered it, they either died or fled. Who would chase after it like that red-clothed human? Fortunately, its nest was not far from here, and it was not deep in the inner area, but somewhere in the outer area. It had deliberately chosen this place because it was afraid that its child would be targeted by other ferocious beasts before or after it was born, so it chose such a dangerous place. Gritting its teeth, it flew a little lower and took a shortcut. After flying over a mountain, it flew to a cliff. After flying over the cliff, it came to a huge, protruding peak in the middle of the cliff. There was an eagle egg in a haystack, and there was nothing else. It threw the white and fat Ning Lang onto the haystack, then flapped its wings and flew to another stone pillar to lie down and rest. Its heavy body and heavy eyelids made it completely unable to support itself. It returned to its nest, lay down on the peak stone, and fell into a deep sleep. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Fengjiu still had not arrived, but Ning Lang woke up first. When he saw that there was an egg with a white pattern next to him, he could not help but be startled. He instinctively covered his mouth and looked around. He saw that the surroundings were filled with fog, but vaguely, he seemed to be able to see the huge Eagle King lying on the other peak stone. When he saw the Eagle King, his heart tightened, and he felt that he was really too unlucky. Otherwise, why would the Eagle King not catch anyone else but him when he and Song Ming were both drinking water there? He did not know that it was because of his white and fat body that he was targeted by the Eagle King. It chose him as food for its future child. He quietly moved aside, and with a curious heart, he reached out to touch the egg. When he touched it, he found that the egg was warm. Although it was not very hot, it was strangely warm, and he could not help but touch it again and again. He picked it up and sized it up. He had seen ordinary eagle eggs before, but he had never seen an egg laid by a ferocious level eagle. It looked ordinary, but the patterns on the egg were different. Knowing that he was caught as food for this newborn eagle, he couldn't help but feel relieved. It was fine as long as he wasn't eaten by the Eagle King. At the very least, he still had a chance to live. Moreover, Feng Jiu had chased after him. He would definitely find him here. Chapter 1136. There's actually a barrier? Why is there a barrier in this place? He was a little dumbfounded. How could an eagle know how to set up a barrier? He had never heard of such an ability. However, after a moment of astonishment, he remembered that he had learned some methods to break the barrier from Feng Jiu. Thus, he gathered the spiritual power in his hands and condensed it between his fingers. Accompanied by the pressure of a Foundation establishment cultivator, he pointed forward. Break! He saw a stream of spiritual energy attack. When it collided with the barrier, it was absorbed by the barrier. The scene was like a drop of water dissolving into a lake. It disappeared without a trace and did not cause any waves. How can this be? He muttered in a low voice, puzzled and puzzled. After trying again and again, he returned to the haystack and sat down listlessly. He unconsciously touched the eagle egg with one hand and gently knocked on it with his fingers. I can't break it. What should I do? I don't know when this little eagle will break out of its shell. It means that it wants to eat me. This feeling is really not good. He muttered there, as if this was the only way to ease his nervous and uneasy feelings. He wanted to break the barrier, but he could not break it and escape. In his boredom, he picked up the eagle egg and thought that if he took this egg out and sent it to an auction, he might be able to sell it for an extraordinary price. However, how was he going to take such a big egg out? Would it break out of its shell at any time? Ning Lang, after a while, when he heard Feng Jiu's familiar voice, his eyes lit up and he looked towards the direction of the voice. Feng Jiu? Feng Jiu, I'm here. He shouted excitedly and stood up. When he saw the red figure coming over on the flying feathers, his entire heart was filled with excitement. Feng Jiu looked around and noticed the figure of the eagle lying on a stone peak not far away. Seeing that it was lying there motionless, he walked over to where Ning Lang was. As soon as he got closer, he realized that there was a barrier set up there. There's a barrier here. I try to break it, but I can't. Feng Jiu, what should I do if I can't get out? He said worriedly, still holding the eagle egg in his arms. Are you okay? Are you hurt? She looked him up and down, her gaze sweeping past the egg in his arms. Ning Lang shook his head. I'm not hurt, but I was frightened. My legs are still weak now. Hearing this, she rolled her eyes speechlessly. All right, as long as you're not hurt. Step back. I'll break this barrier first. She gestured for him to step back. This barrier can't be broken, and it's strange. Why is there a barrier here? Could it be that the eagle knows how to set up a barrier? He asked doubtfully. He could not understand. Feng Jiu explained. This is not an ordinary barrier. This is a divine sense barrier that only divine beasts have the ability to set up. It uses divine sense as protection. If you break this barrier, the divine beast who set up this barrier will be the first to notice. As she spoke, she gathered spiritual power in her hands. Spiritual power condensed in her palms, visible to the naked eye. She reached out her palms and pressed them against the barrier. She slowly closed her eyes and released her divine sense. Her lips opened slightly, and a soft voice came out of her mouth. Break. Chapter 1137. When Ning Lang saw that the barrier in front of him had been broken, he could not help but step forward happily. Feng Jiu, I knew you would come to save me. When she heard that, she reached out and flicked his forehead. Aren't you the fastest runner? How come you couldn't escape after being caught by that eagle? Hey, this is different. That eagle caught me when I wasn't paying attention. If I knew, I would have been chased by it, even if I had to run. All right, let's go quickly. This place is really not suitable for humans to stay in. As he spoke, he glanced at his surroundings. When he saw that the space around them was so deep that he could not see the bottom, he could not help but shrink back a little. He thought to himself that this eagle was simply abnormal. It actually built its nest in such a place. However, when he thought about it, it was normal. This place was so high up, and it was separated from the forest on the other side. Other than birds, ordinary ferocious beasts could not come over. As for birds, this place was protected by the divine sense barrier, which formed a very good protection. However, it was probably only suitable for birds to stay in such a place. Let's go. Fengjiu reached out and pulled him over. However, when she saw the egg in his arms, she raised her eyebrows and asked, "Are you planning to steal this egg back?" Oof. This eagle is too outrageous. It actually said that it wanted to catch me and feed me to its hatchling. Since that's the case, I'll steal this egg back and make it anxious. When she heard that, Fengjiu looked at the egg with the pattern on it and said, "That eagle is male. How can it lay an egg? Moreover, this egg doesn't look like an eagle's egg, does it?" As she spoke, she took the egg and examined it carefully. She became more and more certain. This is definitely not the eagle's egg. However, it might really be an eagle's egg. It's just that the pattern is a little strange. As she spoke, she looked at him and said, "You can take it away, but there's a little beast inside. You have to protect it carefully. You can't leave this place and casually break this egg." Hearing this, Ning Lang's eyes lit up. "Don't worry, I will. I can hatch it myself. I can raise it like my son." The corners of Fengjiu's mouth twitched. He glanced at the excited little fatty and didn't say anything else. He only said, "Let's go." Then, he led him away on the rainbow-glazed feather. Previously, Ning Lang was caught unconscious and brought here. At this moment, he looked down from midair. There were many ferocious beasts in the forest. They seemed to have noticed them and raised their heads to stare at them. Ning Lang could not help but shudder when he met those ferocious and bloodthirsty eyes. This shouldn't be the inner area, right? Why are there more ferocious beasts here than the place we were at before? If the periphery is divided into 3 stages, then this is the innermost area of the periphery. It is also the place closest to the inner area. Not only are there many ferocious beasts, but they are also abnormally fierce. As Fengjiu spoke, he glanced down. You can still see people outside, but there are fewer people here. Then you didn't encounter any danger when you came in like this. He was a little surprised. As he spoke, a flock of long-legged birds with blood-red feathers and long beaks rushed out from below. Chapter 1138. That's for eating meat, Fengjiu said coldly. He glanced at him and added, "I especially like fat and juicy ones like you." Don't scare me. He held the egg in his arms tightly and stared at the long-legged birds warily. He took out his long sword and planned to attack them when they got close. However, at this moment, an angry roar with the coercion of a divine beast came from behind the two of them. The coercion in the roar spread out like ripples in water, startling the long-legged birds that were pouncing on Fengjiu and Ning Lang. They screamed and flapped their wings to flee quickly. "Humans, how dare you steal my child? You're courting death." The deafening voice was accompanied by monstrous anger. Fengjiu turned around and saw the eagle swooping down at them at an extremely fast speed. He immediately took Ning Lang and flew into the forest, using the lush trees to block the eagle's attack. "It's chasing us! It's chasing us!" Ning Lang exclaimed and carefully hid the egg in his arms. Almost instantly, he was brought into the forest by Fengjiu and pushed into the trees. "Go!" she shouted and sent him dozens of meters away with a hidden force. She told him to leave quickly because it was a divine beast. He couldn't withstand the pressure of a divine beast, and he couldn't block it. Ning Lang turned around and shouted, "What will you do if I leave? Can you do it alone? How about I stay and help you?" He ran back to help as he spoke. "That eagle is a divine beast. You can't block its pressure and divine sense. I have to take care of you if you stay here. Quickly run forward and meet up with Duan Yi and the others. They should be catching up from behind." Hearing this, Ning Lang hesitated for a moment. Seeing the frightening aura of the eagle swooping down from the sky, he hurriedly activated his spiritual power and aura and ran into the forest at lightning speed. The flying cloud boots on his feet played a very good role at this time. Even if some ferocious beast wanted to get close to him, He was already far away before they could do so. Bang! Whoosh! Feng Jiu, who was in the forest, looked back and saw that Ning Lang had run far away. She was relieved. This wasn't the inner area, so the relative danger wasn't too great. Moreover, this kid was very afraid of death and was very sensitive to danger. She was very relieved to let him escape on his own. Hearing the sound, they looked forward and saw the eagle in the sky swooping down with its wings folded. A sharp and terrifying air blade came out of its head. It went against the wind and crashed into the forest below. As it crashed down, it spread its wings and cut the trees like a pair of scissors, revealing the red figure hidden among the trees. However, when its sharp and crazy eagle eyes saw that the little fatty holding the egg was not beside Feng Jiu, its killing intent surged, and it flew down to attack. Human, give me back my child. Feng Jiu leaped on her tiptoes and gently dodged. Your child? Can an eagle like you lay an egg? Even if you can, you can't lay such a strange egg. That egg was filled with the aura of a divine beast. It's definitely not your egg. Maybe you stole it from somewhere. Give the egg back to me. It roared angrily. Its wings were as sharp as knives, and it attacked Feng Jiu below. The eagle stretched out its claws and clawed at Feng Jiu, creating a few traces of wind. Chapter 1139. He planned to lure it away before looking for Ning Lang. Looking at the red-clothed human moving through the forest below, the eagle in midair was furious. It was good at flying, and its combat power was also in the sky. It could not catch this cunning human who hid in the forest and did not fight with it. So it could only chase after him. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, banged. The sharp sound of airflow resounded throughout the forest. The sharp wind blades sliced through the trees, causing them to fall to the ground with loud bangs. The pressure of the mythological beast, as well as the sharp killing intent, frightened the fierce beasts in the forest, causing them to retreat one after another. In the forest, the eyes of some cultivators lit up when they noticed the commotion. It's the divine beast's pressure. There's actually a divine beast in the outer circle. Quick, let's go take a look. Let's see what kind of divine beast it is. If it has strong combat power, we can work together to subdue it. Those cultivators said and did not avoid it. Instead, they chased in the direction of the sound. For some people, danger had long been out of their minds. What they wanted was to do what was best for them. After chasing for a few hundred meters, they saw the eagle in the sky through the trees and could not help but be shocked. It's a combat eagle. An elementary divine beast is not difficult to deal with. If we work together, we should be able to subdue it. However, that eagle seems to be chasing after something. What egg is it talking about? Egg? Could it be that someone took its egg? The egg laid by a divine beast is absolutely valuable. Thinking of this, those cultivators looked excited and quickly divided into two teams. A nascent soul cultivator will lead a team. One team will chase after the person who stole the egg, and the other team will follow me to catch that eagle. As a result, the 70 to 80 people were divided into two groups. Each group was led by a nascent soul stage cultivator. In the front, Feng Jiu still had to sweep through the forest. It wasn't until after a certain distance that she suddenly felt that something was wrong behind her that she turned around to take a look. He saw dozens of cultivators riding on their swords. They were holding something in their hands and shot out a large silver net to catch the eagle, dragging it down from the sky. Bang! A loud rumbling sound was heard, and even the ground shook violently. Her footsteps faltered slightly as she looked at the place where the trees had fallen. Dust and smoke were rising from there, and it seemed to be accompanied by a shrill scream. Hearing that scream, she originally wanted to take a step forward, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move. Logically speaking, she should take this opportunity to leave and meet up with Ning Lang and the others. However, when she heard the screams of the eagle behind her, she hesitated. No matter what, the eagle didn't cause her any harm. On the contrary, even though the egg wasn't laid by it, they did take it away. If it was caught by those people because of this, then, thinking of this, she walked towards the direction of the voice. However, after walking for a short distance, she saw a group of people swarming in front of her and surrounding her. Brat, did you steal some eggs? A burly man with a scar on his face raised his chin and asked. Chapter 1140. The leader of the nascent soul cultivators stared at the handsome young man in red robes in front of him. His eyes flashed with a touch of deep thought and vigilance. This young man's expression was not alarmed or fearful. From the moment he saw them appear, he did not show any fear or panic. It seemed that something was not right. Thinking deeper, this young man actually had the ability to steal an egg from a divine beast-level eagle. It was obvious that his skills were not ordinary. Moreover, he was not afraid of the divine beast's aura. Under the attack of the eagle, he was still safe and sound. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. It was precisely because of the misgivings in his heart that he calmed down and blocked the two people in front of him. He took a step forward and said to the handsome young man in red, "Hand over the eagle egg, and I'll let you leave safely." When he said this, the people behind the nascent soul cultivator could not help but be stunned. "Let him go. How can we? This kid looks like he has a lot of good things on him. Of course we should kill him and take his things. Once we've caught our prey, we've never let him leave alive, right?" The nascent soul cultivator glanced at the person who spoke with a gloomy gaze and shouted, "Shut up." The big man was shocked by the shout and hurriedly lowered his head and took a step back. However, he was not angry. After he retreated, he raised his head and glared fiercely at the young man in red in front of him. Feng Jiu glanced at them and asked, "Did you catch that eagle? Were these people in cahoots with those people?" There were at least 70 to 80 people in total. This team was not ordinary. Moreover, from what she saw, besides the nascent soul cultivator in front of her, there were 7 golden core cultivators. It was probably the same on the other side. With such a team and such strength, there should be no one in the periphery who dared to go against them. "That's right, they're also one of us," the nascent soul cultivator said and stared at the leisurely Feng Jiu. "As long as you hand over the eagle egg, I'll keep my word and let you leave safely. I won't touch anything on you." The calmer and more idle the young man in front of him was, the more he felt that something was wrong. If it wasn't for the egg of the mythological beast, he would never waste his time here. It was a taboo to make an enemy out of someone whose strength he couldn't figure out. Feng Jiu looked at the nascent soul cultivator and could roughly guess what he was thinking. He probably couldn't tell her cultivation level, and seeing how calm she was, he felt that she had a trump card and didn't want to make an enemy out of her. That's right. No matter where you are, especially for nascent soul cultivators, it would be unwise to make an enemy out of someone without knowing the other party's background. But what was she going to do? Looking at the current situation, how could she take on so many people alone? Even if he could, he would be exhausted. If that was the case, why not? Her eyes flickered and she smiled. "You want those eagle eggs? That's fine, I'm just playing with it anyway, but..." Hearing the young man's words, the nascent soul cultivator was slightly surprised. He became vigilant and asked, "But what?" "But you also know that I'm exhausted from being chased by that eagle for such a long time, just for that egg. If I just give it up like this, wouldn't be right, right?" She smiled and narrowed her eyes as she stared at them. Chapter 1141. When she heard the rustling sound, Feng Jiu shuddered and instinctively turned around. However, she only saw leaves swaying behind her. The rustling sound came from the leaves that moved without any wind. What made her wary was that other than the rustling sound, there was also a hissing sound. It sounded like the hissing sound of a venomous snake. Thinking of this, her heart trembled. Just as she was about to leave, she heard the nascent soul cultivator's voice. "It sounds like the hissing sound of a snake. The two of you go and check it out." The nascent soul cultivator gestured for the 2 people behind him to go and check it out. At the same time, he impatiently said to Feng Jiu, "Hurry up and take out that egg." If this continued, who knew what would happen? If this young man was still so tactful, then don't blame him for being impolite. Even if he was wary of the other party's strength, he was only one person. Furthermore, he was still a young man. How could a nascent soul cultivator and so many people behind him be afraid of one person? Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Feng Jiu laughed when she heard this. "You'd better deal with the rest first. Of course, that's on the premise that you're still alive." As soon as she finished speaking, She took a deep breath and stepped on the feathers to soar into the sky. With a wave of her sleeve, she sprinkled something on the ground and flew in the direction of the old eagle. Chase! The nascent soul cultivator's expression was gloomy as he shouted. However, at this moment, the two people who were sent to check on the eagle cried out in pain. Ah! Help! A panicked and horrified voice cut across the sky. As soon as it sounded, it fell silent. It was as if something had swallowed it in an instant. Everyone who heard the voice was shocked and quickly retreated. However, at this moment, the hissing sound came closer. When they looked again, they saw a huge venomous snake slithering towards them. It was a peak-holy beast. There was a big red bump on its head. The snake's three-forked tongue flicked out its blood-red tongue, causing everyone to scream in fear. Ah, it's a huge snake, and a large group of small snakes. That's a group of venomous snakes. Hurry up and run. Amidst the screams, the cultivators all ran back. In their panic, they bumped into each other. Some who were knocked down were directly stepped on by the people behind them. When they struggled to stand up, they were stepped on by the people behind them. They had no chance to stand up. Hiss! The Snake King hissed and raised its huge snake head. Its pair of ferocious and bloodthirsty snake eyes scanned its surroundings. When it caught a glimpse of the familiar red figure in the air, it hissed and chased after it once again. The group of snakes behind them surged forward and pounced on the cultivators at a disorderly speed, causing them to scream incessantly. At this moment, some of them even forgot that they could fly into the air on their swords to avoid the snakes. In their panic, they actually ran through the forest on foot. At some point in time, there were many small, colorful snakes coiling around the trees in the forest. As the Snake King hissed, they pounced on the cultivators. The people who were bitten couldn't escape and fell to the ground. They were quickly covered by the snakes, and their bodies couldn't be seen. The snakes sucked the blood and bit the flesh. In a short while, the cultivators were left with only a pile of clothes. Chapter 1142. After Feng Jiao escaped from there, she got down from the flying feather and hid in the woods with her aura. She saw that the mythological beast eagle was caught in a huge net by those people. In addition to the special materials used to make the net, there was also a drug on it. It was a drug that could make beasts feel weak all over. That's right. Otherwise, how could these people have captured this eagle? Looking at the eagle on the ground, struggling to stand up, but unable to do so, she sighed in her heart. After thinking for a while, she took out some medicine from her space and went upwind to release the smell of the medicine. Slap! The whip struck the eagle hard, causing a few of its feathers to fall off. The eagle closed its mouth and didn't make a sound. It only used its sharp and unyielding eyes to stare at the nascent soul cultivator who was whipping it. You want me to submit? Not a chance. You still won't agree? I think I won't kill you, right? The nascent soul cultivator stepped on the eagle's beak. You should know that you're not the only divine beast. As long as you enter the inner area, there will be many divine beasts. It's not like we can't do without you. On the contrary, if we don't want you, you'll only end up dead. You want me to submit? You sinister and despicable humans can dream on. The eagle angrily cursed and opened its beak to peck him, but was kicked to the side. Oof, you ungrateful bastard. The nascent soul cultivator angrily cursed and whipped the eagle a dozen more times, as if to vent his anger for not being able to subdue it. Strange, there seems to be some noise over there. A cultivator said and looked in the other direction in astonishment. It's the sound of battle. They must have caught up to the egg thief and started fighting. That's true, with a nascent soul cultivator leading the team. Who can escape? At this point, several people laughed. However, at this moment, a Foundation establishment cultivator rubbed his temples. Strange, why do I feel dizzy? Me too, my body feels so sore like I don't have any strength. Me too. Bang. One by one, the weaker Foundation establishment cultivators fell to the ground. When the Golden Core cultivators and the nascent soul cultivator saw this, they couldn't help but feel apprehensive and quickly held their breaths. Who is it that is hiding their head and showing their tail, playing such despicable tricks? Come out! Come out! Hearing their angry shouts, Feng Jiu only smiled. What despicable means? To deal with these people, he could only think of ways to use tricks. She had a way to defeat them without using her hands. Would she be so stupid as to use her sword to kill them? One had to know that the highest level of killing was to be silent. While those people were shouting, she circled behind the eagle. Seeing the eagle turn its head and angrily stare at her, she grinned and said in a low voice, "Don't shout. I'm here to save you." Hearing this, a trace of doubt and wariness appeared in the eagle's eyes. Would this human be so kind? However, just as Feng Jiu pulled the large net, the people in front suddenly turned around and stared in the eagle's direction. At the same time, Feng Jiu shot out the silver needles in his hand. Chapter 1143. The large net swung outwards, drawing an arc in the air before throwing out a gust of wind towards the group of people. The group of people cursed, but when they tried to circulate their qi, their faces turned pale. Feeling that the qi in their bodies was unable to circulate and their bodies were gradually losing strength, the group of people was shocked. Ignoring the red-clothed youth and the old eagle who had suddenly appeared in front of them, they hurriedly searched for medicine in their chinkoan bags. Walking in this place, they had some antidote pills and antidotes. Otherwise, they would have died hundreds of times over. However, the antidote pill and antidote liquid were undoubtedly precious. Even if there was one, only people above the Jinan stage would have it. It was impossible for those in the Zhuji stage to have it, unless they got it from others. Otherwise, when encountering poisonous things, unless the accompanying people who knew a little about medicine could cure it, they could only wait for death. "Quick, eat this medicine." Feng Jiu placed a pill next to the old eagle's mouth. Seeing that it was still staring blankly at her, she couldn't help but urge, "Hurry up. Don't you want to live anymore? Don't worry. I won't harm you. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have come back to save you. I only help you because you were caught and pitiful. Hurry up, hurry up." Hearing this, the old eagle thought about it and agreed. If this human really wanted to harm it, she wouldn't have come back to save it. Thus, it opened its mouth and swallowed the pill. After swallowing the pill, old eagle quickly felt his powerless body gradually recover. A warm current flowed through his body. Sensing the changes in his body, old eagle stiffly said, "Human, don't think that this king will forgive you just because of this. Hurry up and return the egg to me." Feng Jiu glanced at it and released her divine sense. Sensing that the giant snake was already heading towards them, she hurriedly said, "How about this? Let's talk in the sky. It's too dangerous on the ground." "What danger? Those stupid humans have already sat down. It's obvious that your medicine is more powerful than theirs." It looked towards the group of people who were sitting cross-legged and trying to force the medicine out of their bodies. "Of course it's dangerous. There's a snake below." She raised her voice slightly. Feeling that the giant snake was flying closer and closer, she hurriedly stepped on her flying feathers and soared into the sky. "Snake? This king is the nemesis of snakes. This king is never afraid of snakes. When those little snakes see this king, they always run as far away as possible." Before Old Eagle could finish his words, he saw a giant snake fly out of the forest. When he saw the body of the giant snake, even he was given a fright and hurriedly flapped his wings to fly into the sky. Bang, bang, hiss. The huge snake then came to the place where the eagle was lying. Raising its head, it spat out its forked tongue and stared at the man and the eagle in the air. At the same time, it kept slapping its tail forcefully as if it was unwilling, furious, and aggrieved. It raised its head and watched Feng Nine while slapping its tail. If not for the terrifying hissing sound of its forked tongue, it really looked like a kid who was acting shamelessly. In midair, the startled old eagle flapped his wings and followed Feng Jiu. He glared at her and asked in an unfriendly tone, "Did you also steal this snake's egg?" Chapter 1144. The old eagle looked at Feng Jiu's mocking smile, clearly not believing his words. When it heard the screams below, it looked down and saw the cultivators surrounded by the snakes and devoured by them. Oomph. If this king wasn't injured, this king wouldn't be afraid of these insignificant snakes. With that, it looked at Feng Jiu and said, "This king's egg? Return the egg to this king." And since you saved this king's life, I won't hurt you. That egg isn't yours either, right? Fengjiu asked, looking at the old eagle who was hopping mad at her words. There's the aura of a divine beast on it, so it's definitely not your egg. Furthermore, you can't lay an egg as a male. The old eagle's murderous aura spread out again, its sharp eyes fixed on Fengjiu. As if it would fight her, she said that the egg wasn't its. Seeing the angry old eagle, Fengjiu's eyes flickered and smiled. I have a good idea. Do you want to hear it? What idea? This king only wants my egg. It looked at the human who was smiling like a fox with an unfriendly and guarded gaze. In any case, you're a divine beast. However, if you're in the outer regions, you could be considered one of the best. But if you're in the inner regions, there will be many higher-ranked beasts than you, right? Why don't you find someone to form a contract with? She smiled and suggested, that little fatty isn't bad. If you form a contract with that little fatty, won't you be able to guard that egg? Furthermore, that egg will be much safer with that little fatty than with you. This king won't form a contract with a human. Humans are all sinister and cunning. Even foxes aren't as cunning as humans. Hearing this, her mouth twitched. How can that be? Humans also have good people just like me. Unexpectedly, the old eagle glanced at her and turned its head away without saying anything. That's right, what kind of egg is that? Where did you get it? She asked again, looking at the old eagle who was staring down from the side. Someone in the forest saw the man and eagle chatting side by side in the sky. They couldn't help but think that their eyes were playing tricks on them. They rubbed their eyes and looked again. They still saw that the man and eagle were not fighting, nor were they chasing after the prey. They were just chatting. This king gave birth to it. The old eagle emphasized again. Hearing this, Fengjiu couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, you gave birth to it? Could it be that the eagles in the Hell Mountain range are different from other places? Even males can lay eggs. If you keep talking, this king won't be polite to you. Old Eagle glared at Fengjiu in embarrassment and anger. Then what about the little fatty? Little fatty, where did he take my child? Fengjiu said with a smile. Just as he was about to continue, he saw a whoosh sound coming from the distant sky. That sound was like a firework shooting into the sky, forming a flower of sparks that scattered in all directions. When he saw that signal, Fengjiu was slightly surprised. However, when he saw that the signal was coming from the deepest part of the outer regions, his expression changed. Damn it, why'd it go there? Chapter 1145. Duan Yi, Luo Fei, and Song Ming, who were heading towards the forest, saw the signal and their hearts sank. Oh no, that's Ning Lang's distress signal. Quick! They immediately rode on their swords and followed the light. When they were in the air, they saw a red figure in front of them and a huge eagle following beside it. Am I seeing things? Isn't that Fengjiu and the eagle that captured Ning Lang? Song Ming said in astonishment. He was a little confused as he looked at the two figures in the distance. It's Fengjiu, but why is he with that eagle? Could he have subdued that eagle? They definitely recognized the red figure. It was Fengjiu without a doubt. But what was up with that huge eagle? Why was it with Fengjiu? Wasn't Ning Lang captured by that eagle? If the eagle was there, why was Ning Lang still in a deeper place? Hearing the three of them talking, Tun Yun, who was being replaced by Song Ming, glanced ahead and said, That's impossible. My master would never accept that eagle. How could a mere divine beast make my master accept it? That's impossible. A mere divine beast? The three of them looked at each other and were speechless. If it weren't for the fact that the Hell Mountain Range was connected to the 8 great empires, how could there be a mere divine beast? After all, even their ancestor didn't have a divine beast. The few of them did not say anything more to it. Instead, they sped up. While they were flying through the air, a flock of long-legged birds attacked them. When Tunyon saw this, he immediately released the pressure of a divine beast. With a low roar, he shook the birds off their feet and dropped them to the ground. In the depths of the periphery, Ning Lang's face was slightly pale. His clothes were torn, and he was limping as he walked because his calf was injured. In front of him, 2 ferocious tigers were drooling as they stared at him. Although these two ferocious tigers were only divine beasts, they were flying tigers. They could run on the ground and fly in the sky. He originally wanted to find Duan Yi and the others, but he met these two flying tigers halfway and was chased by them. If he didn't have the flying cloud boots, he would have been eaten by these two flying tigers. Big brother tiger, let's discuss this. Can you not eat me? Although I'm white and fat, I really don't taste good. He smiled apologetically and softly as he retreated. However, the two tigers in front of him, one on the left and one on the right, stared at him and closed in on him. Their mouths were open and drooling, revealing their sharp canine teeth. Ning Lang's heart thumped at the sight. It's over, it's over. I'm going to die here, and I'm going to die without a complete corpse. If I'm eaten by these two ferocious beasts, I'll probably only be left with my clothes and bones. Maybe I won't even be enough for the two flying tigers. They'll even eat my bones. Then I'll really die without a sound and without a corpse. Before he was even in danger, he had already thought of the worst outcome. When he thought of how he would end up without a corpse, his heart trembled. He stared at the two flying tigers and gathered his courage to shout. Chapter 1146. Or else I'll fight you to the death. He swallowed his saliva and reached into his chinquan bag. He stared at the flying tiger that was roaring and pouncing on him. He was so frightened that he immediately screamed and threw out the talisman in his hand. Ice Arrow Talisman. Attack. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as the talisman was thrown out, dozens of ice blades appeared in the air. With a whoosh, they flew towards the two flying tigers. The ice blades were as sharp as blades, and the talisman was thrown out at an extremely fast speed. One of the two flying tigers was unable to react in time, and its body was cut by the ice blades, causing blood to seep out of its body. Roar! The other flying tiger let out a blood-curdling scream. The number of ice blades flying towards them was too great for it to dodge. One of the ice blades pierced deeply into its foreleg. The ice pillar was still emitting cold air, and the wound was oozing blood. The flying tiger's entire body fell to the ground. Roar! Roar! The screams were mixed with angry roars. The divine beast's coercion attacked Ning Lang. However, Ning Lang had already fled into the depths of the forest the moment he threw out the ice talisman. How could he be so stupid as to stand there and give them a chance to bite him? Roar! The other flying tiger roared angrily. Its vigorous body leaped up and chased after Ning Lang. Ning Lang had a lot of Dharma treasures on him. Otherwise, if it were any other three of the four, they would have become food for the flying tigers. The fact that he was able to survive while being chased by the flying tiger was not an easy feat, and this was all thanks to the life-saving treasures in his space. Ah, save me. Don't chase me. Don't chase me anymore. The chubby figure ran as fast as the wind, leaving no trace behind. He ran in the forest in a panic, not knowing where he was. He kept running deeper into the forest, releasing signals from time to time so that they wouldn't know where he was. He thought that he was running towards the outer area and that Duan Yi and the others were there. However, he did not know that he was running further and further away. Feng Jiu, Duan Yi, and the others who were chasing after him were flustered and exasperated. They cursed inwardly. Why was this damn fatty still running toward the inner area? Did he want to die? Roar! Hearing the tigers roar from below the forest, Feng Jiu's expression changed slightly. A tiger? This area is the flying tiger's territory. That little fatty running into the flying tiger's territory can only wait for death. Old Eagle, who was flying beside Feng Jiu, said coolly, with a hint of schadenfreude. Feng Jiu glanced at Old Eagle and said, "If he dies, there won't be anything left of your egg." Well, too. Upon hearing this, Old Eagle froze, unable to speak for a moment. It flapped its wings and sped up, but when it saw where the signal had come from, it couldn't help but speak again. This little fatty is really courting death. In front of us is the territory of the man-eating bears. One of the man-eating bears is already a divine beast. Even those two flying tigers don't dare to cross the border. This little fatty actually ran in? Hearing this, Feng Jiu frowned. What flying tiger's territory and man-eating bear is in this area? Chapter 1147. The direction that the little fatty ran in has already crossed the flying tiger's territory. However, in the territory of the man-eating bears, other than bears, other beasts have to fight if they want to go over. Otherwise, even the flying tiger will only become their food. As Old Eagle spoke, he increased his speed and said, "We flying eagles are different. The beasts on the ground can't hurt us, so we know the territory better than other beasts. You'd better hurry. Otherwise, with that little fatty's strength, he'll definitely be torn apart by the man-eating bears." Hearing this, Feng Jiu increased his speed again. Not long after, he arrived at the flying tiger's territory. When he saw a flying tiger lying under a tree and licking its injured front leg, he didn't stop and continued forward, looking for Ning Lang's whereabouts. Ning Lang, who was running in the forest, saw that the flying tiger was no longer chasing after him. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and sat down under a tree. "Scared me to death." He supported his injured leg and sat against the tree. When he didn't see the flying tiger, he hurriedly took out HBM medicine and bandaged his injured leg. When he saw the scratches on his leg caused by the tiger's claws, his heart trembled and tears welled up in his eyes. "They bullied me because I can't beat two tigers. They actually injure my leg like this. How despicable. Ouch, it hurts." After applying the medicine, his leg twitched in pain. He gritted his teeth and hurriedly bandaged the wound with cloth. Smelling the faint smell of blood in the air, he panted and looked around. "Where's this place? Why haven't I seen Duan Yi and the others after running for so long and releasing so many signals?" He mumbled and looked around. There were trees all around him. If it wasn't for the direction of the sun, he wouldn't be able to tell which direction he was in. However, just as he thought of this, his entire body stiffened. He looked in the direction of the sun and was instantly dumbfounded. No way. Why did he run in the opposite direction? He remembered that they were at the periphery of Roar. Suddenly, a roar rang out, startling him so much that his heart trembled. He hurriedly held onto a branch and leaped up a tree, using the trees to hide. Standing a high point, he saw the 2 to 3 meter tall big black bear in the forest walking over with thumps, and even used its nose to sniff around. Seeing this scene, he was stunned and lowered his head to look at the wound on his calf that was bleeding. In this way, wouldn't it be easy to be discovered? Thus, after some thought, he felt that even if he ran in the opposite direction, even if he was further away from Duan Yi and the others, he should still be closer to where Feng Jiu was. Thus, instead of hiding below, he might as well ride his sword in the air and wait for him. This way, it would be easier for him to discover him, wouldn't it? However, with his current appearance, it would be dangerous for him to ride his sword. He had to guard against ferocious beasts like the flying tiger that would chase after him and bite him, as well as those strange man-eating birds. But if he didn't leave, it wouldn't be safe for him to stay here either. No matter what choice he made, the risk was 50-50. Chapter 1148. He flew out of the forest on his magic tool. When he saw the familiar figure in the air, he was so excited that he almost cried, "Feng Jiu!" During this period of time, they had become accustomed to trusting and relying on him. No matter what kind of situation they were in, as long as he was there, they believed that they would be able to turn misfortunes into blessings. It was the same when he was caught by the eagle, and it was the same now. However, why was the eagle following Feng Jiu? He was bewildered, excited, worried, and puzzled. And the moment he flew up, Feng Jiu's heart relaxed. This fatty's brain finally came around. However, in the next moment, her expression changed, and she cried out in alarm. "Be careful!" A giant tiger suddenly soared into the sky from the forest. Unlike the injured one she saw earlier, this one's front legs were not injured. It spread its wings and flapped its wind blades as it flew straight up. The tiger opened its mouth and pounced on the fatty in the air. "Ah!" Ning Lang cried out in alarm. He immediately took out his long sword and used his spiritual power to attack the tiger that was pouncing on him. The swift and fierce sword chi shot out a stream of spiritual power, but only injured the tail of the flying tiger's wings. However, it did not stop its attack. Instead, its bloodthirsty killing intent became even more ferocious. Roar! The angry roar was accompanied by the pressure of a holy beast. It shook Ning Lang's eardrums until it hurt. The qi and blood in his body also surged, faintly wanting to burst out. Under the pressure of the holy beast, his face turned pale. He tried his best to stabilize his body, but because he wanted to avoid the pouncing flying tiger, his body swayed, and he fell from the flying magic tool. Ah! A panicked voice cut across the sky, and at that moment, a red figure shot out and caught him before he hit the ground. The flying tiger in the air, under the pressure of old eagle's divine beast aura, fled back into the forest in panic, not daring to stay a moment longer. Fengjiu, I thought I was going to die. He opened his arms to hug Fengjiu, but he was stopped by Fengjiu's shoulder. Seeing this, he could only look at Fengjiu with tears in his eyes. How did you get hurt so badly? Fengjiu frowned and looked at the blood seeping out of Ning Lang's calf. She helped him to a tree and sat against it. Your bandage is not good. It's too careless. The wound is still bleeding. It was those two tigers who scratched me. Both of them were holy beasts, and they bullied me, so I kept running. If I didn't run fast enough, I would have been eaten by them before you could save me. Speaking of this, he felt wronged in his heart. Fengjiu untied the blood-stained cloth on his calf and couldn't help but frown. His flesh was badly mangled, and the flesh inside had been flipped out. It was clear that his injuries were not light. It's easy to get infected if you apply medicine and bandage the wound before cleaning it. Bear with it. I'll clean it up and apply medicine again, she said as she took out something from her space to clean his wound. Fengjiu, why is that eagle with you? Chapter 1149. Little fatty, return that egg to me. I won't pursue the matter of you stealing the egg for the sake of this red-clothed human. The eagle's beak opened and closed as it spoke, its sharp gaze fixed on Ning Lang. This egg, he touched the egg in his arms reluctantly and took it out. He wanted to hand it over, but was reluctant to do so. Suddenly, he heard a cracking sound and instinctively looked down. He saw that the egg had cracked open by itself. Following the cracking sound, a small head popped out of the eggshell. It was a wet little thing that looked like a newborn bird. Unexpectedly, the little thing pecked his finger with its sharp beak, causing blood to seep out. He was shocked and withdrew his hands. The little thing in his hands fell to the ground along with the eggshell. The little thing jumped out of the eggshell and flapped its wings that only had a few tiny hairs. Then it ate the eggshell. Looking at the hairless little thing that looked like a newborn bird gnawing on the eggshell, a wave of spiritual energy surged from its body and dried its wet body. The hair on its body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was colorful like a parrot. The eagle at the side quickly came forward to check on it. It stretched out its wings and lowered them to the ground, calling out, "Good child, come to father." However, after the little thing finished gnawing on the eggshell, its body seemed to have grown a size. It raised its head to take a look, then ran towards Ning Lang. It jumped into his arms in a few steps and hid in his lapel, only popping its little head out. Child. The little thing stared at the eagle and said those two words as if it was copying its words. Fengjiu and Ning Lang both burst out laughing. You gave birth to this little thing? It doesn't look like it, right? Look, it's calling you child. At this point, she could not help but laugh. On the other hand, Ning Lang's face was full of joy. He stroked the little thing that hid in his arms and was so happy that his eyes narrowed into a line. You little fellow, at least you have some conscience. I didn't waste my efforts to protect you all the way here. You're such a good girl. Good boy, it said excitedly as it rubbed against Ning Lang's clothes. Only the eagle was dumbfounded, looking at the little thing that didn't recognize it and was instead hiding in the little fatty's embrace. It couldn't help but stare blankly, unable to react. What are you going to do? Why don't I follow Ning Lang? As you can see, this little thing pecked his finger as soon as it came out to form a contract with him. Now that the relationship is there, it's useless even if you don't want to admit it. As Fengjiu spoke, he looked at Ning Lang and gestured to him. Ning Lang understood and hurriedly said, That's right. Why don't you follow me? That way you can protect it too. You see, it's just born, it's too weak. Moreover, I'm not weak either. If I encounter another saint beast, I might lose my life. Protecting it is also protecting me. What do you think? I'll take care of you. Hearing this last sentence, the corner of Fengjiu's mouth twitched slightly. He turned his face away slightly. This fool, couldn't he be more serious? The eagle was devastated. Seeing that the child it was protecting actually recognized a human and not it, it felt sullen. Now that it heard the conversation between the two of them, it couldn't help but lie on the ground and think. Chapter 1150. Although it didn't lay the egg, it had guarded it for so long. Now, it had become someone else's. No matter how it thought about it, it couldn't get over the hurdle in its heart, and it couldn't swallow this anger. Oh, suddenly, a bear's roar was heard, followed by several other bears' roars. The loud roar shook the air and caused the air to fluctuate. Loud banging sounds were heard, as if something was running towards them. "It's that man-eating bear," Old Eagle said, and stood up to look into the forest. He said to them, "Let's go. There are many man-eating bears in this area, and one of them has reached the level of a divine beast. The man-eating bear is extremely strong. You're no match for it. Let's go." Oh, whoa. Bang, bang. As soon as Old Eagle's voice fell, several large black bears rushed out of the forest. Each of them was 2 to 3 meters tall, and they stared at them with their sharp claws. They bared their teeth and roared at them. When Fengjiu saw these big black bears, she felt a sense of familiarity. This was because she thought of Little Black who was guarding the cave for her. They did not fight. After the eagle flapped its wings and flew up, Fengjiu also leaped onto the flying feather with Ning Lang. They stopped in midair and looked at the big black bears that were staring at them below. One of them walked out from the back. His head was bigger than the rest of the man-eating bears. The man-eating bear stared at the two of them, then looked at the eagle, and finally turned to leave. Ning Lang heaved a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, if we fight again, I'll probably be more injured. All right, let's go. Let's meet up with Duan Yi and the others first," Fengjiu said, and led Ning Lang back on Flying Feather, while Old Eagle led the way for them. Not long after, they saw Duan Yi and the others coming over on their swords. "Fengjiu, Ning Lang, are you okay?" Seeing that the two of them were still alive, their anxious hearts finally relaxed, and they could finally put their hearts at ease. "I'm injured and it's not light. It hurts so much," Ning Lang said with a bitter face. Then he thought of the little thing in his arms and revealed an excited smile. "Oh, right, let me tell you, I picked up a bird, and it's not an ordinary bird." He took out the little bird in his arms and showed it to them. "Look, this is it." Old Eagle snorted from the side and turned his head away, not saying a word. On the other hand, Duan Yi and the others were extremely surprised as they looked at the little bird. Actually, they felt that it was similar to a little chick. The only difference was that the feathers on this little thing's body were multicolored and were somewhat similar to a parrot. "All right, what are you talking about in the air? Let's go down," Fengjiu said as he led Ning Lang down into the forest. The rest of them followed behind. "We saw the signal and chased after it. Thankfully, we had Swallow Cloud. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to stop the long-legged birds in midair," Luo Fei said. He looked at Fengjiu and asked, "What's up with that eagle? Why did it follow us?" Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and told them what happened. In the end, he said just like that. Rather than saying that it followed us, it's better to say that it followed Ning Lang's contracted bird. Chapter 1151. However, when they saw that Fengjiu had set up a barrier around them, they couldn't help but be startled, asking, "Why did you set up a barrier here? Could it be that there's still some danger?" Even if there was danger, there were sacred beasts and divine beasts here. What was there to be afraid of? After Fengjiu set up the barrier, he finally relaxed and went to rest under the tree. He gestured for them to sit down, saying, "Didn't I tell you to be careful of the snakes here? Let me tell you, I met one just now, and it was the giant snake that chased after me. That giant snake's battle strength isn't weak, and it's also highly poisonous. If we can guard against it, then we should guard against it. Otherwise, when we find out, it'll be too late," she said as she thought about it. They hadn't even reached the inner circle, and it was already like this in the outer circle. If they went in again, She was afraid that they really wouldn't be able to protect themselves. If something happened to them while they were training, she wouldn't be able to explain it to their families and the academy's principal. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but ponder, thinking, should she make a slight change? Should she change her original plan? After all, they were only at the foundation establishment stage and hadn't reached the golden core stage. That's right, for the foundation establishment stage, she could find a place and use the medicinal liquid to let them enter the golden core stage. This way, they would be able to see some results from this training. As for the inner circle, she might be able to go there, but it would be better if they didn't. After making up her mind, her tense heart gradually relaxed. If they were only at the outer circle, she was confident that they wouldn't meet with any fatal danger. Fengjiu? Fengjiu? Songming called out a few times, seeing that his expression was slightly focused, as if he was thinking about something. And she came back to her senses and looked at him, asking, "What's the matter? I should be the one asking you if something's the matter. Why are you sitting there in a daze? Are you all right? What are you thinking about that you're so engrossed in it?" Songming asked. If he didn't see that there were no wounds on his body, he would have thought that he was injured. She shook her head, saying, "It's nothing. I was just thinking that since everyone is here, let's go back to the place where we set up the barrier. You guys have more or less finished your training. The inner region is still too dangerous for you guys who only have the strength of foundation establishment. Go there and raise your strength first." When they heard this, they were stunned and asked, "So we're not going to the inner area? With our current strength, it's not suitable for us to go. It's too dangerous. Let's wait until you've entered the golden core stage." She glanced at them and continued, "Don't forget that I'll only be with you for a year. I estimate that it's about time for you to return after you've cultivated and advanced in the barrier." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. That's right. If he didn't mention it, they would have forgotten about the 1-year period she mentioned. It had already been a few months since their clan had set off. Time really flew by in the blink of an eye. Thinking about how they would have to split things with him once the 1-year period was up, he couldn't help but feel a little reluctant. It was undeniable that they had not been willing to follow Fengjiu in the beginning, but after their experiences together, they had begun to trust and rely on him from the bottom of their hearts. If they were to be separated one day, then... Chapter 1152. Seeing this, Fengjiu only smiled and didn't say much. After letting them rest for a while, he led them to the place where the barrier was originally set up. Returning to the place where they had lived for more than a month, the few of them sighed with emotion. However, for them to be able to come here, even though they were in the periphery, they had already seen a lot of things. This trip to the Hell Mountain Range could be considered worth it. What they needed to do next was to recuperate from their injuries and cultivate their minds to improve their strength. 10 days later, the injury on Ninglang's calf gradually recovered. After the wound formed a scar, it fell off without leaving a single scar. After removing the cloth, he jumped on the open ground. After making sure that the injury on his calf was completely healed, he excitedly went to the cave residence. "Fengjiu, the injury on my calf is all healed. There's no scar at all." Fengjiu, who was dressed in red, walked out of the cave residence. Seeing him jumping excitedly in front of the cave, he smiled and said, "Your injury is recovering much slower than Duan Ye's. The wound on his abdomen was also very deep. However, unlike yours, his flesh didn't turn out and he recovered in a few days. You've already recuperated for nearly 10 days. If you're still not healed, I'll really be smashing my own reputation. Does that mean I have to start cultivating as well? I saw that Duan Yi and the others haven't come out ever since you set up the spirit gathering formation for them. They even directly used fasting pills to eat." Seeing that the 3 of them had started cultivating in the spirit gathering formation after recuperating, he also couldn't wait. He was afraid that he would fall too far behind them. After all, their strength was originally about the same. Even if he was the weakest among them, he didn't want to waste time in the foundation establishment stage when they had all entered the golden core stage. Your spirit gathering formation has been set up for you. However, let me tell you, when you're cultivating, you have to put your little bird into the spiritual bee space. Don't call it out during your cultivation. Since you're cultivating, you have to focus. Don't be distracted. Yes, I know. I will. He nodded in response and followed Fengjiu to the spirit gathering formation not far away. He sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. After he entered the spirit gathering formation, Fengjiu turned around and left to check on the other three people. Seeing that they were all cultivating in the spirit gathering formation with their eyes closed and absorbing spiritual energy, he turned around and returned to the cave residence. During this time, Old Eagle flew around and occasionally came back to take a look, and Tun Yun had been guarding Fengjiu's cave residence. While the others were cultivating outside, Fengjiu had also entered the space to cultivate. What surprised her was that even after so long, the fruit of the bottle tree still hadn't ripened. It was still green. She didn't have many books about spirit fruits in the space, so she didn't know what kind of spirit fruit it was after all this time. However, during this period of time, she also gained something. Her strength in the gold core stage was gradually improving, which made her confident that she could enter the nascent soul stage when she left here. Besides herself, Duan Yi and the others didn't know about this, and she didn't tell them either. Chapter 1153. When the first bolt of lightning struck, Fengjiu walked out of the cave abode. She wanted to take a look at the spirit gathering array in the boundary. Finally, her gaze landed on the spirit gathering array that was surging with spiritual energy. The person inside was Duan Yi. His talent could be said to be the most outstanding among them, so it wasn't strange for him to be the first to advance. She went to his spirit gathering array and sat down cross-legged to protect him. At this moment, some cultivators in the forest outside quickly found that place due to the surging clouds in the sky and the heavenly lightning striking down. However, when they arrived, they were shocked to find that this area had been set up with a formation and boundary. Many of them were walking around outside. They were clearly walking forward and saw that the place where the heavenly lightning struck was right in front of them. However, they found that after walking forward, they soon turned back and returned to their original spot. Who set up this formation? It's not the same as an ordinary maze formation. I can't break it when I walk in. It's right in front of me, but I can't walk in. The person who set up this formation is an expert. There's actually someone advancing in this place. I'm really curious about who's advancing in here. It's a pity that no one can break this formation. The people outside were discussing. Although they were curious and wanted to know who was advancing in there, no one could enter the formation. That's right. If someone could break it, they wouldn't have stayed outside for so long. No one had walked past this formation in this area. If it weren't for the clouds and heavenly lightning in the sky today, they probably wouldn't have discovered this place. After some rogue cultivators saw that they couldn't enter the formation, they walked around a few times and left. Since they couldn't enter and couldn't see, there was no point in staying here. Some of them had an idea. They felt that this person was advancing, and perhaps it was an opportunity for them. Therefore, they walked around in a circle, thinking of a way to enter and take a look. Even if they couldn't enter, it wouldn't be bad for them to disrupt the person's advancement. However, just as they thought that since they couldn't enter, they might as well attack with fire, an old man walked out from among the rogue cultivators. This old man can break this formation. The old man wore a gray robe and stroked his gray beard. He looked at the people around him with a proud gaze. You can break it? Really? Someone asked. Of course. This formation is a maze formation with a slight modification. Others don't understand, but I've studied formations for many years. I'm good at setting up formations and breaking formations. I just walked in this formation. If I say I can break it, then I can break it. The old man's words were full of confidence. When the people around him saw it, they immediately said, Maze formation, what are you waiting for? Break it. The person inside is advancing, and this is the best time to take advantage of his advancement to disrupt his advancement. What are you still hesitating for? If the person of him. Hearing this, the old man nodded and replied, I can break the formation, but you have to promise me that you will at least give me 1 or 2 treasures. If that person has pills or medicinal liquids on him, they will belong to me. Chapter 1154. The old man was overjoyed when he heard that. He was with their group of rogue cultivators, but he did not notice the formation here. Otherwise, he would have come to check it out long ago. However, since these people said so, then His eyes flashed, and he returned to his group. He muttered something to them, and the people who were originally standing at the side nodded from time to time. Not long after, the rogue cultivators and the old man walked over and looked at the other group. "All of you, come in with me." "Go in? What for? Didn't you say you can break it?" A burly man from the other group stared at the old man in front of him warily and asked, "Yes, it can be broken. However, when I say break, I do not mean break through the formation. Instead, I mean break through the maze formation, determine the direction from within, and walk out of the maze formation." The old man stroked his beard and looked at them. "All of you come in with me? Our group also plans to go in. According to what we said earlier, we only want 1 or 2 Dharma artifacts, and if there are any pills and medicines, you can give them to me." "Pfft, do you think we're fools? Won't these people fight with us after going in?" A burly man sneered and stared unkindly at the old man's group. "No, they're only escorting me in because I'm worried about you. Who knows if I'll be killed by you after I bring you in." He was also on guard. How could a person who had lived for so long really let down his guard against others? Hearing this, the group gritted their teeth and stared at those people. Seeing that there were many people staring at them, their eyes flashed, and they said, "All right, let's go in together." Since that was the case, then don't blame them for doing the dirty. Therefore, the 2 groups of people walked into the formation under the old man's lead. When the others saw this, they could not help but have a thought. They secretly thought that these people had not been here for long and were not familiar with the rules and dangers here. In such a situation, if they dared to go in without knowing the enemy, they were really courting death. Moreover, the weakest among those people was only in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. They dared to act so recklessly with such a cultivation level. That was good too. With these people scouting the way, they could see who exactly was inside this array formation. Were they rogue cultivators? Or were they from the same family? Or was he a sorcerer? Soon, the fog in the formation blocked their line of sight, making it impossible for them to see the figures of the people who had entered. They could only hear the sounds of fighting coming from inside after a period of time. When they heard the sounds of swords clashing and screams, the hearts of the cultivators waiting outside tightened. Was it the people inside? Or did the 2 sides start fighting? A cultivator covered in blood staggered out. At the same time, a second bolt of heavenly lightning struck down from the sky, causing the ground to shake. The deafening sound made their ears roar, and they couldn't hear anything else for a long time. After the first cultivator rushed out covered in blood, several cultivators rushed out one after another. These were all Gold Core cultivators. As for the Foundation Establishment cultivators who followed in, none of them were able to come out. Chapter 1155. However, before he could crawl out completely, he breathed his last. Hiss! What is going on? The surrounding cultivators all sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the few Golden Core cultivators who were panting heavily and sitting on the ground and asked. Those people's faces were pale as they sat on the ground, trembling. Their eyes were wide open and their lips were trembling. For a long time, they were unable to speak. Even when the surrounding people surrounded them and asked them questions, they still could not recover from their shock. Seeing this, a rogue cultivator became greedy. He stared at the few Golden Core cultivators who had yet to recover from their shock and secretly grasped the long sword at his waist. At this moment, he instantly attacked. A sharp sword light flashed past and viciously stabbed towards the back of one of the cultivators who was sitting next to him. As the long sword struck out, a muffled groan sounded. As the long sword was pulled out, a pillar of blood spurted out and dyed the cultivator's robe blood red. This sudden change shocked the surrounding people. After seeing that it was a rogue cultivator who attacked, their expressions changed slightly, and they quickly retreated. This was because it was a rogue cultivator at the peak of the Golden Elixir realm. Moreover, he was not alone, but a team. There were at least 20 to 30 people. At first, they didn't pay much attention to these people because the people in their team were scattered. Some were sitting under the trees at the back, some were resting on the trees, and some were in groups of 3 to 5, chatting and laughing, drinking and drinking as if they didn't want to get involved. However, When the peak golden core cultivator attacked and killed the golden core cultivator who was sitting on the ground, the people behind quickly rushed forward. Their posture was clearly saying, "Who dares to come forward? Don't blame us for not being polite." Seeing the rogue cultivators who instantly revealed a ferocious and bloodthirsty aura, the others quickly retreated. They did not intend to fight with them, because the strength of that group was obviously stronger than the people here. If they fought, they were not confident that they could kill them. "Let's go." Therefore, when the first group of people gave a low shout and left with their teams, the other two families that were training in the forest also left one after another. They didn't stay any longer. The third bolt of lightning struck down at this moment. After a rumbling sound, the surroundings seemed to have returned to normal. At this time, the rogue cultivators took advantage of this time to work together and kill the rogue cultivators who were paralyzed on the ground. They took their chinquin bags and other things from their bodies. Only one golden core cultivator saw the people around him being killed and used the treasures on his body to escape with his life. "Damn it, we let that old man escape. He must have something good on him," a rogue cultivator said as he looked at the golden core cultivator, who disappeared in an instant with a look of pity in his eyes. What a pity that the prey in his hands was gone just like that. "Don't care about him. Quickly clean the battlefield and send a few people to guard the surroundings," the leader of the peak Jindan stage cultivators said in a gloomy voice. He signaled his subordinates to quickly collect the chinquin pouch and other things. "Boss, a lot of people died in there. Should we go in and take a look? Those dead people all have chinquin bags on them. Maybe there are many good things," a big man suggested. When he thought of those who entered the formation and did not come out, he thought of the money and treasures on them. Chapter 11:56. Hearing this, the burly man smiled embarrassedly. I don't dare to go in. What a joke. Although money was good, it was useless to have so much money if he lost his life. Let him go in? What if he died in there?" Another person walked up. "The 3 bolts of lightning have already struck. The person inside should have broken through. Boss, I think we can't stay here any longer. We have to leave immediately. Otherwise, when the person inside comes out, it'll be..." "Yes," called the brothers. "We'll leave in a group." The peak golden core cultivator waved his hand and shouted. Everyone quickly gathered and formed a protective team. Then, they quickly left, leaving behind a ground full of corpses and the smell of blood that had yet to dissipate in the air. Fengjiu, who was sitting cross-legged inside the barrier, didn't pay attention to what was happening outside. She only asked Tunyon to check on the situation while she stayed here and didn't leave. It wasn't until she saw the 3 bolts of lightning strike that she saw Duan Ye's spiritual aura explode and his strength soar. After he crossed the threshold and entered the golden core realm, the spiritual aura in the surroundings gradually stopped. Only then did she reveal a relieved smile. Fortunately, he had successfully advanced. Also, with the help of her medicine, it would be abnormal if he didn't advance. Furthermore, Duan Ye's talent was not ordinary. It was only a matter of time before he entered the golden core realm. When all the spiritual aura in his body was withdrawn into his body, Duan Yi, who had his eyes closed, used his divine sense to see a small golden core floating in his dantian. So that was the golden core. He had finally entered the golden core realm and become a golden core cultivator. Thinking of this, he was excited. He opened his eyes and saw the red figure sitting cross-legged not far in front of him. When he saw him, he couldn't help but smile. He wasn't family, but he was more than family. Although he was a teacher, he was more like a friend. "Fengjiu, how lucky was he to know him?" "Fengjiu, I've advanced." A happy smile bloomed on his baby face. It was an unreserved, happy smile. It was a pure and bright smile. When people saw it, they couldn't help but smile as well. Even if there were thousands of words in his heart, even if he was endlessly grateful, he couldn't say it out loud. He, Duan Yi, would always remember his kindness for nurturing him. "Yes, it's good that you've advanced." There were no superfluous words, nor was there any superfluous praise. It was just a simple sentence, but it made Duan Ye's mood soar. He was as happy as a child who had received candy. He got up and walked to the side of the red figure. With a light tone and a smile, he asked, Am I the first to advance? During this period of cultivation, he had blocked his 6 senses and immersed himself in cultivation. He did not know how the others were doing. That's right. You're the first to advance. Let's go. I'll take you to see them. She chuckled and walked with him to the other side. Inside the barrier, the 4 of them set up spirit gathering arrays in 4 different directions. When the 2 of them arrived at where the other 3 people were, they looked at them one by one. Finally, they stopped at the spirit gathering formation where Song Ming was. After you, the next one to enter the Gold Core realm should be Song Ming, Fengjiu said as he looked at Song Ming, who was sitting cross-legged with a strong aura of spiritual power surging from his body. I can stand guard for him. Chapter 11:57. Hearing this, Fengjiu nodded. All right, then I'll tell you some things. She sat down with him under the tree and told him about the things he needed to pay attention to. She then said, there are people watching outside, but don't worry about them. They won't dare to come in. I'll get Tun Yun to guard by the side. There shouldn't be any problems. All right, I got it. Don't worry. He nodded in response. Seeing this, Fengjiu walked back into the cave and returned to the space to cultivate. After another half a month, when the sound of heavenly thunder rang out again, the people who were training outside were stunned, especially when they saw that the place where the heavenly thunder gathered was the same place from half a month ago. They were even more dumbfounded. Are you sure? Why is it that place again? Fuck. What kind of person was advancing? Did these people come here on purpose to advance their cultivation? It's only been half a month, and someone else is advancing? Could it be a member of a large family inside? With doubts and curiosity surging from the bottom of their hearts, they once again went to that place. However, this time, no one dared to explore that place again. Those who had entered that place had all died. It was so strange that they could die. They did not dare to gamble with their own lives. When they arrived at that place, the second bolt of heavenly thunder had already fallen. Hearing the rumbling sound inside, they couldn't help but feel envious. There were really many people advancing. The further a cultivator went, the more they could advance. However, the people inside only entered once every half a month. It shouldn't be the same person, right? That's right. How could it be the same person? They should be from the same family. They wandered around outside and watched until the third bolt of heavenly thunder fell. No one dared to barge into the array again. Thus, one by one, they left one after another. No matter how good others were, they were still others. They didn't advance by themselves. It was better not to care so much and just take care of their own matters. Inside the barrier, just as Fengjiu had expected, after Duan Yi, Song Ming entered the Gold Core realm. When Song Ming opened his eyes and saw Duan Yi who was guarding him, he couldn't help but jump up. You've already advanced? You're actually faster than me? Duan Yi glanced at him and said, It's normal to be faster than you. Fengjiu said that I deserve to be first. He raised his chin a little proudly. Hearing this, he curled his lips. Come on, when did you enter the Gold Core realm? Half a month ago. Duan Yi said, Puffed. You're only half a month faster than me. Hearing this, Duan Yi couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Fengjiu went into the cave to cultivate after I advanced. I was in charge of guarding you guys. Now that you've entered the Gold Core, we'll be in charge of the remaining 2 people. Don't worry. I don't need you to tell me that. Who told us to be brothers, right? He smiled and patted Duan Yi's shoulder. Together with Duan Yi, he went to Ninglang and Luo Fei to take a look. Who do you think will break through first? Song Ming asked. It must be Luo Fei. Duan Yi said. That's true, but there are exceptions to everything. Why don't we make a bet? Song Ming grinned and suggested. Bet? Forget it. I don't play this game. Duan Yi waved his hand and said. Chapter 11:58. In the next 2 months, Luo Fei and Ninglang advanced only a few days apart, and for this place, the sound of thunder from time to time, everyone in the periphery was already used to it. At first, they were surprised, then shocked, and then they didn't feel anything. He didn't need to look to know that it was the people in the array that were advancing. In the face of such strong people, they didn't dare to provoke them casually. Some of them even planned to send people to guard there, thinking that when they came out, they would take the opportunity to make friends with them. On this day, Duan Yi Ning Lang and the other two sat together, facing each other silently. At this time, their mood was complicated because the 1-year period was up. If it weren't for Fengjiu still in the cave, they should have left here and parted ways. This year really passed quickly. It feels like time has passed in the blink of an eye. Song Ming said with emotion, thinking that they would have to part once the 1-year period was up. He couldn't help but feel reluctant. When I think of parting with Fengjiu, I feel uncomfortable. Duan Ye's baby face had no smile at this time, only sadness and reluctance. Yes, me too. I want to go home. I want to follow Fengjiu around. It must be more interesting than staying at home to settle accounts. Ning Lang held his chubby chin with both hands. Even if he entered the gold core stage and became a gold core stage cultivator, he didn't look like a gold core cultivator at all. On the contrary, he looked like a brat. Didn't Fengjiu say that he would take us back to the academy? Don't worry, we will be with him for a while. Moreover, even if we part ways, we can go find him in the future. Luo Fei said, looking at the others and said, didn't he come from a 6-star academy? If we know where he is, we are not afraid of not being able to find him. Hearing this, the few of them glanced at him and said, have you cultivated too much? Have you forgotten that he has another identity, the Ghost Doctor? That identity of a 6-star academy student, I don't know if it is fake. Then we can ask him. After being together for so long, he won't refuse to tell us where his home is, right? That's hard to say. Ning Lang continued. Although I didn't pay much attention to in the past, I do know that the Ghost Doctor's reputation is very resounding. Many forces want to find him. However, it's said that other than the black market, which is on good terms with the Ghost Doctor, those people don't know the Ghost Doctor's true identity or which country he is from. Could he be from a first-class country? How is that possible? Why would someone from a first-class country go to a 6-star academy? This is also hard to say. After getting along with him for so long, you also know that his temperament is very strange for a person from a first-class country to go to a 6-star academy. What is so strange about that? Hearing this, they didn't say anything else because they felt that it was possible. Doesn't Devouring Cloud know? Why don't we ask it? Ning Lang's eyes lit up when he saw Tan Yun lying outside the cave. Getting a cloud to speak is harder than getting a rock to speak. Forget it. Luo Fei waved his hand. While they were talking, they suddenly felt that the aura in the air seemed to be somewhat different. They couldn't help but be startled. They quickly stood up and looked toward the sky. They saw a layer of black clouds floating in the sky. A surge of aura seemed to cover the entire sky. Chapter 1159. This is the few of them were shocked as they stared in shock at the billowing dust and clouds in the sky. They could feel a powerful and intimidating aura in the air. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak, especially when they saw that the auras seemed to be surrounding the cave where Fengjiu was. They were even more shocked. Could something have happened to Fengjiu inside? They were worried and wanted to go in and take a look. However, before they could get close, they were ejected by a powerful force. The few of them were thrown a few meters away and fell to the ground. Puffed. Blood flowed from their mouths as they clutched their chests and stood up. They saw Tanyan approaching them and looking at them strangely. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of hurting yourselves by barging in like this? Do you think you can just barge into my master's cave? He rolled his eyes and looked at the few of them who were clutching their chests in shock. It was obvious that they didn't understand why they were ejected. Thus, he shook his head and said, my master is advancing. Her advancement is different from yours. She has entered the nascent soul stage. How should I put it? Tunyon thought for a while and decided not to tell them that her contracted beast was an ancient divine beast. He guessed that the changes in the sky caused by her advancement to the nascent soul stage had something to do with the ancient divine beast, Fire Phoenix, who was meditating in her space. After all, the Fire Phoenix had been meditating for a long time. It was said that she was about to reach adulthood. Perhaps this was the opportunity. The few of them were relieved after hearing Tun Yun's words. So it was because Fengjiu was about to advance that there was so much movement. Although they didn't know why there was such a huge movement when one entered the nascent soul stage, they knew from Tun Yun's expression that Fengjiu's life was not in danger. Thus, they were relieved. However, because the power of heaven and earth surging from Feng Jiu's advancement was too strong. The people in the forest, who had become accustomed to this kind of advancement, were once again shocked. Because the movement was different from before, this time they all gathered their qi and came over, advancing one after another. There must be some treasure here. That's right. Otherwise, it's impossible for her to advance every once in a while. Furthermore, there are formations and boundaries set up in that place. It's obviously a treasure ground. This time, we must break the formations and boundaries and see what's going on. There were at least dozens of cultivators in the outer forest, including rogue cultivators and clans. At this moment, they were attacking from all over the place. They were determined to break the array formation here and see what was going on. The speed at which Feng Jiu entered the nascent soul stage was not as fast as Duan Yi and the others. Instead, the clouds in the sky were still surging. The cave she was in was still madly absorbing the surrounding spiritual aura. The cave was like a bottomless vortex at this time, sucking in all the spiritual aura. What a strong suction force. There must be some kind of treasure inside. Look, what's going on over there? Why are the trees in this area withering so quickly? Chapter 1160. How could this be? The vitality of these trees. Everyone looked at the trees in the forest in shock. Even the weeds growing on the ground were turning yellow and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if their vitality was being sucked out, and they were withering rapidly. The originally lush and verdant forest had turned into a ghost forest due to the extraction of life force and the absorption of spiritual force. This caused the cultivators in the forest to tremble in fear and disbelief. How could such a big forest suddenly become like this? What on earth was the person inside the formation doing? It actually sucked away all the spiritual energy and life force in this forest. It was simply too abominable. This was to cut off their cultivation resources. This was to make it impossible for them to establish a foothold in the outer circle. This was to kill them all. No matter who it was, they would not allow such a thing to happen. Similarly, they would not allow it. They had to stop that person. Thinking about this, everyone sped up and arrived outside the formation. There were more than 200 cultivators gathered here. They looked at the sky changing color and the wind blowing on the ground. The spirit force in the air was quickly sucked in, and even the trees were rapidly withering. Someone among them shouted, "Brother, let's go. Who knows about formations? Those who know about formations come out. Let's join forces and break this formation. Let's see who is destroying the vitality and cultivation resources here." The person who shouted was a cultivator at the peak of the Gold Core realm. His voice spread around and clearly entered the ears of the surrounding people. Naturally, it also entered the ears of Duan Yi and the others inside the formation. Just as the people outside who knew about formations and formations walked out one after another, Duan Yi and the others inside the formation were also very stunned. They could not help but feel nervous and nervous. What should we do? It seems that we've attracted a lot of people. Are they going to deal with us? Ning Lang asked anxiously. Feng Jiu is advancing. No matter what, we have to guard him so that he can advance in peace. If those people dare to come in, I'll kill them all. Duan Yi said fiercely. He summoned his contract beast and prepared for battle. That's right. No matter what, we have to protect Feng Jiu and let him advance in peace. This is what we should do and must do. Song Ming said as he held a long sword in his hand. Luo Fei looked at the surrounding trees in a daze. He was a little stunned. After a long time, he murmured, "When I received the news last time, it said that Feng Jiu entered the Holy Land to train and destroyed the spiritual power and vitality inside. I always thought that they were making a fuss and exaggerating the matter, but looking at the scene in front of me, I finally understand." The trees in front of him were withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if their vitality was being sucked out, and so was their spiritual aura. All of them were rushing towards the cave mansion. Such a scene was so unbelievable. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. However, why was it that Feng Jiu's advancement was not like this for others? It was the same when he entered the Golden Core stage in the Holy Land of the Academy. Now, it was the same when he entered the nascent soul stage here. Could it be that there was some secret in his body? Otherwise, how could there be such a shocking change? Bang bang. Chapter 1161. It should be because the cultivators outside are working together to break the formation, Song Ming said with a serious expression. Although they were golden core cultivators, they had not been in the golden core realm for a long time. If they were to really fight, it would be difficult for them to display the combat power that golden core cultivators should have. In addition, there were only 4 of them and 2 beasts outside. If they were to really fight, even if there were more of them, they would not be able to withstand the siege of hundreds of people outside. Just stay inside this barrier, Duan Yi said, then looked at them and said, Fengjiu told us not to leave this barrier. I'm afraid this barrier won't be able to hold for that long, Ning Lang said as he walked around. As Ning Lang spoke, he walked around and looked at the cave residents from time to time. He wondered why the first heavenly thunder hadn't struck down even though the wind and clouds had been surging in the sky for so long. We have a hold on even if we can't, Luo Fei said. Luo Fei said, if the barrier can't hold on, then we'll have to. Although there are only 4 of us, we have the divine beast, devouring cloud, and the divine beast, flame beast. If Old Eagle can come back, then it might be even better. We have a hold on no matter what. I believe that as long as we work together, we can definitely hold on until Phoenix 9 finishes her advancement. That's right. We have a hold on even if we can't. As they spoke, they looked at each other and reached out to shake hands. This is what we have to do. Fengjiu had protected them and protected them. Now, it was their turn to protect him. Tunyin squatted at the side and looked up without saying a word. He only looked at them, then turned back to look at the sky and the cave residence that was absorbing the aura of the surrounding spiritual power. How long would Master's advancement last this time? Outsiders did not know that at this moment, not only was the spiritual power surging in Fengjiu's body, but his body was also absorbing the vitality of the surrounding trees. Even the ancient divine beast Fire Phoenix, who was meditating in his space, had a slight change at this moment. This made Lao Bai, who was guarding inside, not dare to approach. He could only hide far away and observe quietly. In the space, the curled-up flame was spinning in the flames like a newborn baby. The spiritual power that surged in from outside also increased his cultivation speed, and his body also underwent some subtle changes. And this was something that outsiders would never know. Sitting cross-legged in Fengjiu's dantian, the green lotus in Fengjiu's dantian was emitting a green light. It was rapidly absorbing the vitality outside, greedily swallowing it. It was an uncontrollable absorption. Even Fengjiu could not stop it. Otherwise, she would not have allowed herself to continue absorbing and cause such a huge commotion. However, when he first advanced, his body would freely absorb the spiritual energy and life force from the outside. After all of it entered his body, Fengjiu could gradually control it after a few attempts. But even so, the life force that had been absorbed could no longer be sent back because the trees had lost their life force. What was left was just a withered tree. Boom! The first bolt of heavenly thunder rumbled across the sky and struck down from the sky. Its momentum was so strong that it shocked the people outside who were breaking the formation. They all squatted down. The entire ground seemed to have cracked open. Faintly, they could hear a loud cracking sound coming from within the barrier. It was as if something had cracked open. Chapter 1162. Looking back, they saw a crack in the cave residence. The crack spread little by little until a huge rock rolled down with the crack. Hiss! They gasped and couldn't help but feel a little scared. Is Fengjiu okay inside? He hasn't come out yet. If the cave residence collapses, will he be buried alive? What are you talking about? How is that possible? Ning Lang glared at Luo Fei, but his palms were sweating because of nervousness. They stood guard and waited inside, feeling even more uneasy than when they themselves advanced. On the one hand, they were worried that the people outside would break the formation and rush in. On the other hand, they were worried that something would happen to Fengjiu. After all, there were people who succeeded in advancing to the Golden Core realm, and the success rate was also high. However, it was not easy to advance to the nascent soul realm. Fortunately, he was an alchemist and pharmacist, so he should have some things that could help him. Otherwise, if it were other people, they would definitely die. The heavenly thunder of the nascent soul realm was not easy to bear. Without medicine or pills, who would dare to suddenly try to break through to the nascent soul realm? Outside, those people were also anxious. They wanted to get in after the 3 heavenly thunder strikes. Otherwise, if the other party succeeded in advancing and his strength increased greatly, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them. However, the faster they wanted to go, the harder it was to get out of the formation. In addition, the formations set by Fengjiu were formations within formations. How could they be so easy to break one after another? After the first heavenly thunder strike, the second heavenly thunder strike did not strike until evening. This made the cultivators outside happy. Seeing that the sky was dark, they hurriedly prepared torches, hoping to find a way to break the formation. At this time, after a whole day, they had already broken 2 formations in a row. However, there were formations within formations, and there were also traps in the formations which were impossible to guard against. The further they went, the slower the speed of breaking the formations. Boom! At midnight, when the entire forest was enveloped in a strange aura, when the cultivators who were trying to break the formation couldn't withstand the intense tension and rested, a bolt of lightning streaked across the pitch-black sky and struck down with a loud rumble. The second bolt of lightning struck down, startling everyone who was resting on the ground. They rubbed their eyes and tried to break the formation again with the help of the torches. However, the darkness of the night made it very inconvenient to break the formation. Not only did they fail to break it, many people died because they accidentally touched the mechanisms in the formation. This made those people unwillingly stop in the end. The light wasn't good. They couldn't break the formation. They couldn't disregard their own lives for the sake of breaking the formation. They weren't selfless enough to sacrifice their lives for others. Within the barrier, Duan Yi, Ning Lang, and the others did not dare to close their eyes. They stood guard within the barrier and counted the sounds of the heavenly lightning. When a second bolt of lightning fell, they could not help but exhale gently. The second bolt of lightning. There was only 1 bolt left. There was only 1 bolt left. Originally, they thought that Fengjiu's speed of entering the nascent soul stage would be very slow. It might even take 10 days to half a month for him to complete his advancement. However, now that the second bolt of lightning had fallen, they only had to wait for the last one. Chapter 1163. As the first ray of the morning sun shone into the forest, the warm sunlight did not bring much warmth to the people in the forest, because, looking at the bare branches, there was not a single green leaf. Looking at the withered weeds, there was not a single drop of water. Even the birds in the forest could not be attracted. One could tell how oppressive the atmosphere was and how strange it was. If it was during the day, it would be one thing, and one would get used to it. But at night, this place was like a ghost forest. It was no wonder that everyone was angry, because all the trees in this forest were dead, and the beasts that were active in this forest had all fled to other places. Even some cultivators who wanted to have a good meal couldn't bring back half a prey. The dark clouds in the sky were still surging, and from time to time, the whistling wind made the forest look like a ghost forest. Some people even felt that the chilling wind in the forest in the morning made their hair stand on end. How is it we still can't break the formation from yesterday until now? Why don't we use fire to see if we can burn our way in? Someone loudly suggested, but was immediately opposed by others. Definitely not. If we could use fire, we wouldn't have waited until now. This formation is a formation within a formation, one after another. It's already not easy to break 2 of them. Then what do? It's been so long. If this continues, maybe the people inside will finish advancing. Hearing this, more than 200 people fell silent for a moment. They felt that there must be treasures in this place. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone to set up such a complicated array and barrier in this place, and even advance one after another. Why don't we use the earth escape technique? Someone shouted, "There are so many of us here. Shouldn't there be an earth attribute cultivator?" Let's use the Earth escape technique to go underground and take a look. However, after hearing that person's words, everyone looked at him strangely as if he had said something strange. After glancing at that cultivator, no one paid attention to him, and they continued to discuss with the people beside them. Seeing this, the person scratched his head and asked the person beside him, "Did I say something wrong?" That's because you don't understand the Earth attribute. Even if someone knows the Earth escape technique, it's useless. They can pass through the formation, but they can't pass through the barrier. Do you know how deep they have to go in order to pass through the barrier? I don't know. Can't we just drill into the ground? That person asked. TSK. Don't shout if you don't know. The person next to him said and ignored him. A day passed just like that. Seeing the arrival of evening and the sky gradually darkening, everyone couldn't help but feel anxious. If they still couldn't break the formation even when the sky was dark, would the third heavenly lightning strike just like that? Just as he was thinking about it, the clouds in the sky began to churn and a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. The last bolt of lightning struck down with a thunderous boom. In an instant, not only did the aura of the lightning strike spread out, but the powerful pressure of a nascent soul cultivator also spread out. It was like a huge rock being thrown into the sea, splashing up waves. The powerful airflow and pressure that spread out directly surged out of the barrier like stormy waves. Seeing this scene, Duan Yi pulled Ning Lang beside him and shouted at Song Ming and Luo Fei, "Get down." Chapter 11:64. The strong airflow swept across their bodies like water ripples. Layer after layer of water ripples pushed them outwards. They were lying on the ground, unable to raise their heads to look because the dust and fallen leaves on the ground had been swept up, making it impossible for them to open their eyes. The powerful airflow surged out of the barrier layer by layer, pushing the cultivators out of the barrier. Some were pushed into the barrier and killed by the mechanisms, while others fled in panic and fell to the ground in panic. The air current surged outwards, stirring up dust. The flying sand and fallen leaves covered everyone. At this moment, everyone closed their eyes and wrapped their heads with their robes to prevent the wind and sand from entering their eyes. Therefore, no one noticed that when the heavenly thunder struck down and the surrounding airflow was still surging, a fiery light soared into the sky. The fiery light formed a phoenix with folded wings and rushed into the pitch-black night sky. It was extremely dazzling in the night sky. A sound similar to the cry of a phoenix spread across the sky in the pitch-black night and reverberated for a long time. None of the people in the periphery saw it, but there were people in the depths of the forest who saw it. Almost at the same time that the phoenix flames soared into the sky and the cries of the phoenix filled the air, some of the cultivators in the depths of the forest immediately flew over on their flying sword from all directions. The experts in the forest came from the 8 great empires, a place known as the city in the sky. Even if they used secret techniques and treasures, they couldn't instantly arrive at the periphery from the depths of the forest. The fastest to arrive at the outer region was a gray-robed old man. He used less than an hour to arrive from the inner region. With a swoosh, his figure streaked across the night sky like a shooting star. The night sky was filled with a radiance that was as dazzling as the moon. When the old man stood in the air, a powerful pressure that surpassed that of a nascent soul cultivator spread out from his body. When the pressure came out, the faces of the nearly 200 cultivators around him paled. They all knelt down and didn't even dare to raise their heads. "What are you all doing here?" The old and majestic voice came out. It was sharp and cold. The people below all knelt on the ground and trembled. No one dared to answer him, and no one dared to raise their heads to see what kind of person he was until the shout came again. "Speak." One person trembled as he said, "Sir, we want to break the formation, but we can't break it. We can't enter." In midair, when the old man heard the words of the people below, he cast a glance downwards. With a flick of his sleeve, a few explosive sounds could be heard. Soon after, the fog dissipated, the rune was broken, and the scene inside was revealed. After the formation was broken, the old man came down from the sky. His robe fluttered as he walked forward step by step. When he arrived before the formation, he pointed at it. A ray of light streaked across, rippling out like water. With a bang, the enchantment dissipated, and the old man stepped inside. Chapter 1165. Without walking in, the old man's divine sense scanned the area after the boundary was broken and knew that there was no one around. He clasped his hands behind his back and squinted his sharp eyes. He stared at the cave for a long time before turning around to ask, "Who used to live here?" Replying to your question, "We don't know. We haven't seen the person come out." Hearing this, the old man's eyes flashed with a glint. That person should have left. What sharp person? He rushed from the depths of the forest because he felt the aura of the ancient divine beast. He didn't expect that the person here had already left. However, he could feel that this person had just advanced not long ago. To be able to leave so quickly after advancing, this person's temperament was not ordinary and his sense of crisis was very strong. He really didn't expect that such a person would exist in a mere low-level country. What's wrong with the trees in this area? Why are they all withered? His gaze swept across the surrounding trees and saw that the vitality of those trees had been extracted. He was very surprised. Replying to your question, the person inside is advancing. A gust of wind suddenly rose and rolled into a dragon. Not only did it absorb the surrounding spiritual aura, but it also extracted the vitality of those trees. That's why it became like this. Hearing this, the old man's expression changed slightly. Extractive vitality? What kind of cultivation method was that? Was there such a cultivation method? Was this person from a low-level country? Or was it someone from the 8 great empires who cultivated here? However, he quickly rejected the idea as soon as it appeared. Although the formation and boundary here were set up well, he could see that the strength of the person who set up the formation and boundary was only at the Golden Core stage. It shouldn't be someone from the 8 great empires. Then, did this person have a great treasure on him? Thinking of this, he flicked his sleeves and rose into the air. He came here from the depths of the forest less than an hour ago. Then, if he wanted to find him, he should be in this area. After the old man left, the person on the ground didn't hear any movement for a while. Only then did he raise his head to look. After seeing that there was no one, he heaved a sigh of relief and stood up. He wiped his cold sweat and rubbed his legs that were still weak. This must be a powerhouse from the 8 great empires. The pressure is too strong. I'm so scared that my legs are still weak. Thankfully, he didn't kill us. That's right. The experts of the 8 great empires are indeed different. The formations and barriers that we have been trying to break for a long time were broken by him the moment he arrived. But where did the people inside go? How could he not be inside? With all of us here, it's impossible for them to come out. Could he have left by climbing over this mountain? Look at the mountain in this cave. Perhaps they left from here under the cover of the night? However, why would that expert want to find the people inside? Could it be that those people really had treasures on them? Otherwise, how could it attract the experts from the inner circle? As he spoke, several figures appeared in the air with a whoosh and stopped in the sky above them. When they felt the powerful aura emanating from these people, the cultivators who had just stood up quickly fell to their knees. Greetings, venerables. Chapter 1166. The few people who came here at the same time looked at each other, and one of them asked, "What's with that flame?" "Fire." "Flame? We don't know what kind of flame it is." "Impudent." With a deep roar, he released his pressure, causing the blood in everyone's chest to churn and blood to flow from the corners of their mouths. That flame soared into the sky, and you all said you didn't see it? The cultivator exuded an oppressive aura that assaulted the crowd below, rendering them speechless for a long time. Seeing this, one of the female cultivators covered her mouth and chuckled. "Why are you being so impulsive?" Perhaps they really didn't see it. When the male cultivator saw this, he didn't say anything else. He waved his sleeve and stood with his hands behind his back, clearly intending for her to ask. The female cultivator chuckled and looked at the people below, asking, "Then what do you all know? Tell me about it." It's estimated that someone has advanced here, and it's not just once, so we were curious and wanted to see if there were any treasures inside. It's just that we couldn't break the formation and barrier here even after breaking it for a long time. Previously, a senior came here and broke the formation and barrier here. Only then did we find out that the person inside had already left. That senior probably went to look for it and went in that direction. As the cultivator spoke, he pointed in the direction of the mountain and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. Only the heavens knew how much fear he had to endure to not stutter. Hearing the words of the person below, the people in the air glanced at each other and flew in the direction of the mountain one after another. It wasn't until those people left the mountain that the people below let out a sigh of relief and quickly scattered. They didn't dare to gather together in case they couldn't find the person they wanted and came back to vent their anger on them. At the same time, in another part of the forest, Feng Jiao and the others quickly skimmed through the forest for a long time before they stopped. Take a break. Remember, if someone comes looking for you, you must remain calm and don't mention what happened before. She calmly warned them. When they heard this, they glanced at each other and asked, "Why did we run away after coming out? We even snuck away. Even if you entered the nascent soul stage, it shouldn't be a big deal, right?" They were really shocked by him. Not long after the 3 bolts of lightning struck, he came out. They didn't know what happened, but he quickly led them away and didn't stop for such a long distance. Entering the nascent soul stage will cause too much of a commotion. It will definitely alert the experts in the depths of the Hell Mountain range. If we can avoid it, we're not their match. She spoke slowly. She knew that none of them had seen the fire phoenix soar into the sky, but they had heard a sound similar to the cry of a phoenix. You're talking about the sound? Why was there a phoenix's sound? That sound. They Feng Jiao Feng Jibe, Feng Jibe Feng Jibes, Feng Jibes Fengs, Feng Jibe. Also, why did his, when he's is nascent jibe? That's my contracted beast. Chapter 1167. Will they find us here? Ning Lang asked worriedly. Maybe. She looked at them. That's why I want you to stay calm. In front of an absolute powerhouse, life and death can be decided in an instant. Hearing this, their hearts trembled. They knew the seriousness of the matter, so they sat together to discuss countermeasures. They're heading towards a mountain peak. Fortunately, we're not going there, Luo Fei said and looked at Feng Jiao. He had concealed his nascent soul aura. If they didn't know that he had already entered the nascent soul stage, they wouldn't have been able to tell that he was already a nascent soul cultivator. Rest. There's no need to hide anymore. If we continue to hide and get discovered, the situation will be very bad. Just follow the countermeasures we discussed just now. Feng Jiao gestured. The sky was not bright yet, so he asked them to sit under a tree and rest. The few of them nodded and sat down under the tree to rest. 2 hours later, a powerful aura suddenly attacked them. A pressure that no one could ignore enveloped them and woke them up with a start. Actually, they had already woken up. After all, who could sleep at this time? However, they were all smart people who didn't know how to pretend. Who's there? Feng Jiao asked and looked at the sky. There, a gray-robed elder stood in the air. His robes fluttered in the wind, and a strong pressure spread out from his body. That kind of pressure was definitely not something that a golden core cultivator could withstand. Because of this, Duan Yi and the others who stood behind him were pale. The blood in their bodies surged, and a trace of blood flowed out of their mouths. Beads of cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads. They felt as if someone was strangling their throats, making it difficult for them to breathe. When Feng Jiao saw this, he also secretly forced a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed with difficulty. Greetings, Senior. Their expressions and actions were all seen by the gray-robed elder. He stood in midair and sized up the few youths below. Seeing that they were all at the gold core stage, there was nothing out of the ordinary. However, the red-robed youth in front of him surprised him a little. Under his pressure, he actually knew how to salute. Therefore, he retracted his aura and asked in a low voice, "Who are you? Why are you here?" When the pressure was withdrawn, it was as if a huge rock had been removed from their chests. They couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, but they didn't dare to relax. Duan Yi and the others directly fell to the ground after the other party withdrew his pressure. Their faces were slightly pale as if they were frightened, and their bodies trembled as they fell to the ground. Only Feng Jiu managed to catch his breath and respectfully replied. Replying to Senior, we're the sons of noble families who are training in the outer regions. Because the sky was dark, we decided to rest in the forest. Did you hear or see anything unusual? The old man asked again, his gaze falling on Feng Jiu. Abnormal? I think I heard the cry of a phoenix when I was sleeping, but it disappeared after a while, Ning Lang said as he wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. Yes, that's right. Someone should have advanced before this. We also heard the sound of heavenly thunder. It seems to have come from that direction. Song Ming nodded and pointed in the direction they were originally at. Hearing this, the old man narrowed his eyes and asked, Since you heard the thunder, aren't you curious? Didn't you think about going over to take a look? Chapter 1168. The one who spoke was Luo Fei. He looked at the old man and said, Senior, you don't know, but there seems to be a formation set up there. There are many cultivators there. We only have a few people, so we don't dare to go forward. Don't dare to go forward? The old man's gaze swept over them, as if he was thinking about their words. Ning Lang's chubby face had a silly smile. He scratched his head and said, Yes. Before I left Yemen, my father told me not to squeeze with people in crowded places and not to fight for things with others. Senior, is there something wrong? Hearing this, the old man stared at Ning Lang for a while and asked, Did you see anyone suspicious passing by this area? Suspicious person? Feng Jiu thought for a while and said, I think there was one, but I couldn't see him clearly. I only knew that it was a middle-aged man in gray clothes. He flew through the forest with his sword very low and disappeared in a while. We thought it was someone else, so we didn't dare to make sound. The old man's expression changed and asked, Where did he go? It was reasonable for a middle-aged man to be able to enter the nascent soul realm. As for the few youths in front of him, a few of them were early golden core cultivators. The young man in red was a middle golden core cultivator. Therefore, he wouldn't think that these people were the same as the person he was looking for. Seeing that the old man flicked his sleeves and left after glancing at them, the few of them looked at each other and sat down under the tree. The crisis was over, right? We'll leave at dawn. Feng Jiu, who was sitting against a tree, said. He looked at the sky and said, You guys sleep. I'll keep watch. The few of them looked at each other and thought for a while, then said, We can't sleep either. Why don't we leave now? Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled. Scared? Scared? No, but that person's cultivation was very strong. We couldn't see through him, so he's definitely not a nascent soul cultivator. Yes, he's not a nascent soul cultivator. Someone who can enter the depths of the Hell Mountain range is definitely not a nascent soul cultivator, she said softly as she looked at the twinkling stars in the pitch-black sky. Her gaze softened. She had entered the nascent soul stage. Even though the 10-year period was not up yet, she could go to the 8 great empires. However, before that, she had to go to a first-tier country and bring her mother back to reunite with her father. Only then could she be at ease and leave for the 8 great empires. Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled and they asked, Then what's above the nascent soul stage? In all the big and small countries, even in a first-class country, the highest level of cultivation was the nascent soul stage. Then, what was the level above the nascent soul stage? Was it like the previous expert, who possessed a powerful pressure and aura? It was as if a single glance or a single strand of divine sense could kill them all. Was it that powerful? What's the level above the nascent soul stage? Feng Jiu murmured to himself. After a long time, he smiled and said, Since we haven't come into contact with it yet, it's pointless to say it. When we come into contact with it in the future, we will naturally know. Chapter 1169. The few of them were not sleepy, so they chatted there until dawn. Only then did they prepare to leave, planning to leave this place first. However, just as they were about to leave on their swords, a giant snake appeared 10 meters in front of them. It raised its head and flicked its tongue at them. Snake! Ning Lang was startled and cried out in surprise. His early morning cry broke the tranquility of the forest and alerted the others in an instant. Is this the snake you were talking about? Duan Yi looked at Feng Jiu and asked, Why is this snake chasing after you? Song Ming asked curiously. But when did this snake come? None of us noticed it. Luo Fei was surprised. If the snake attacked them, and they did not know, then Feng Jiu also found it strange. Why didn't this snake attack them? Moreover, it lurked 10 meters away without making a sound. They were too careless. Hiss! When the snake saw Feng Jiu looking at it, it made a hissing sound and wriggled its body forward. Let's go. This snake is poisonous. Feng Jiu gestured for them to fly up on their swords and avoid the snake. Hearing this, they flew up on their swords and waited for him in the air. Feng Jiu also threw out a feather and sat on it to leave. Unexpectedly, the snake suddenly jumped up and slapped its tail on the ground. Not long after, it spat out a lot of things. There were chinquin pouches, jade pendants, short daggers, and some glowing treasures. All of them were piled up in a small pile in front of her. It nudged the pile with its snake head, then looked at Feng Jiu, who was in midair, and hissed. Wow, these are all valuable things. Ning Lang's eyes lit up. He looked at Feng Jiu and asked, Is it giving these things to you? Duan Yi and the others also looked at Feng Jiu. A snake spat those things out to Feng Jiu? How strange. Feng Jiu was also stunned. I don't know either. Last time, it chased after me with a group of small snakes. But this time, there seems to be only one of them around. Those chinquin bags and whatnot were probably taken from the people he ate. As for why he gave them to me, I really don't know. Shall we go down and get it? Ning Lang suggested. Go down? Aren't you afraid of being swallowed by a snake? Luo Fei glanced at him and said, I don't think so. Look at it. It doesn't look like it wants to deal with us. Also look, that was a small mountain of treasures, and there was already so much outside. Who knew how much more was in the chinquin bag? If we don't take the treasure when it's right in front of us, it's not right. Seeing this, Feng Jiu sat on Flying Feather and flew lower. He looked at the giant snake and asked, Is this for me? Hiss. The giant snake hissed as if it could understand Feng Jiu's words. It nodded as if it could understand her. It made sense. Sacred beasts had spiritual intelligence, so it was normal for them to understand. Is it really for me? She was a little surprised and asked again. She had moved the spiritual fruit tree back into the space. This snake had wanted to eat her for a long time. Why was it suddenly so kind? Hiss. Chapter 1170. Seeing this, she got down from the Flying Feather and walked to the pile of treasures. With a flick of her sleeve, she kept all of them into her space. At this moment, she saw the snake slapping its tail and lying on the ground, hissing. It looked like it wanted to come forward, but was afraid of scaring her away. She couldn't help but laugh. I'll accept this. As the gift goes, I'll give you something too. She threw out a medicine bottle. The giant snake caught it and bit in its mouth. The thing in this bottle can help you enter the level of a divine beast. Consider it my compensation to you. With that, she stepped onto the Flying Feather and returned to their side. Seeing the giant snake below raise its head and shake its tail, as if it was saying goodbye to them, the few of them only felt surprised and astonished. Snakes were cold-blooded animals. They were the most emotionless creatures. Snakes gave people the impression that they were ferocious, bloodthirsty, cold, and heartless. They didn't expect that this venomous snake with a big meat bump on its head would give them a gift. All right, let's go. We shouldn't stay here for long, Feng Jiu said, and flew them out of the forest. Compared to when they first came in, they were already very familiar with the way out after living here for almost a year. When they came in, they were only in the foundation establishment stage. A year later, they were already golden core cultivators. Just thinking about it made them excited. They reckoned that when they returned home, their families would be very happy to see their improvement in strength. With a happy mood, they flew out on their swords. However, when they left the forest and arrived at the tree spirit forest where they couldn't fly, Feng Jiu made a sound of surprise before they even landed. What's wrong? The few people beside her asked. Look at that person below. Doesn't he look familiar? She gestured and pointed at the intersection of the two forests below. There was a disheveled figure hidden in the ravine. Familiar? We don't know anyone here, so we probably have a lot of enemies. As Luo Fei spoke, he looked down and saw that the figure was filthy and could still move. However, it seemed to be injured, and that was all there was to it. Who is it? Ning Lang asked. He looked down and didn't recognize the person. Let's go down and take a look. As soon as Feng Jiu finished speaking, Fei Yu had already descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the bottom of the mountain and walked towards the ravine. The person hiding in the ditch seemed to have sensed someone's arrival, but he didn't move or run. He just sat there, leaning against the mud and chewing on the bark. Feng Jiu walked closer step by step. When he saw that person, he couldn't help but be startled. It's you? This person was none other than the Golden Core mercenary who had led the way. He was also the one who had spoken out to help them. However, why was he here? And he ended up in such a sorry state? Ah, you're that mercenary. Ning Lang also recognized him and exclaimed, How did you end up like this? Hearing this, Duan Yi and Luo Fei also remembered that person. However, they didn't expect that mercenary to be like this. What happened? In any case, he was a Golden Core cultivator. How'd he end up in such a sorry state? The mercenary who was chewing on the bark raised his head and looked at them. There was a hint of surprise in his calm eyes. So it's you? Chapter 1171. Be careful. Try not to move his leg. Okay. The few of them responded and jumped down to work together to move him out. Seeing this, the mercenary was startled. He only looked at them for a long time before lowering his eyes. The few of them moved him to a flat area and let him sit against a rock. Only then did they smile and say, Okay, this should be enough. Feng Jiu took out some food and water from his space and handed it to him. Eat something first and drink some water to moisten your throat. Thank you. He opened his cracked lips and thanked them. He reached out to take the food and water. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. While he was eating, Feng Jiu checked the wounds on his body. There were wounds on his arms and back. Although they were not deep, they had worsened due to improper treatment. The most serious one was the wound on his left leg. Not only was it fractured, but was also badly mutilated. It should have been caused by a wild claw. Your injuries are not light, especially this leg, Feng Jiu said and stopped because he was still eating. Yes, I can only wait for death here. He smiled, but that smile carried a bit of sorrow. Maybe it would be better to just die. Waiting for death like this is really worse than death. Abandoned by the team, abandoned by his companions. He really wanted to ask them, why didn't they just give him a quick death? Wouldn't that be better? The team leader he had followed for so many years, the brothers who had gone through fire and water many times, had abandoned him, who was injured and could not walk. He did not know what he was doing alive. He knew that he would either be killed here sooner or later, or be dragged away by the ferocious beasts, but he still used the dagger they left for him to peel the bark and eat under his extreme hunger. It turned out that human nature could be so selfish. It turned out that what brothers said about being able to support each other through life and death was all a lie. When he was abandoned by the brigade, none of the brothers who he had saved in the past stood up for him. Those brothers who were extremely friendly in the past, when he could not walk or fight, only looked at him coldly. They even took away his Chinquan bag. He only left him with a rusty dagger. A rusty dagger. Feng Jiu looked at him. His entire person was different from when they first met. There was no longer any spirit in his eyes, and there was no longer any vitality in his body. There was only coldness, sorrow, and an extremely disappointed aura. Without asking what he had been through, Feng Jiu only said, "Bear with it. I'll treat your wound." Then he gestured for them to take off his clothes and his dirty pants, revealing the wound on his thigh. Luo Fei, find a branch for him to bite on. She instructed without raising her head. "No need. This pain is nothing," he said, then said to Feng Jiu, "I can bear it." Hearing this, Feng Jiu looked at him, then nodded. He took out a small knife and removed the infected and rotting flesh on his arm and back. Then he used medicinal wine to clean the wound, applied medicine, and bandaged it. After treating the wound on his arm and back, Feng Jiu took care of the wound on his thigh. Other than the wound, there was also a fracture, which was more troublesome. Chapter 1172. Don't I look like one? Yes. He looked at Feng Jiu, who was treating the mercenary's wound without looking up, and said, "You're very skilled. Maybe it's because I'm often injured or bandaged." Speaking of this, she looked up and smiled at him. "However, I'm not like you, who would easily save people and fight for justice. The mercenary was stunned. He knew that the young man was talking about how he had protected them when they first met. However, just as he was distracted by the young man's words, he suddenly heard a cracking sound. He let out a muffled groan as sweat dripped from his forehead. "All right, I've fixed the dislocated bone for you. The next step is to apply medicine and fix it." As she spoke, she looked up at him and saw that he was sweating profusely. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, it won't hurt later." A few people at the side grinned. "You're really lucky to meet us here. Otherwise, if it wasn't for the ferocious beasts, you would probably have died here. All right, don't be so long-winded. See if anyone has clothes in their chinquin bag that he can wear." Game is set. After Fengjiu quickly treated the mercenary's wound and fixed his broken leg, he walked to the side and washed his hands with water. "He's so big, he definitely won't be able to wear our clothes. However, among the things we obtained, there are many other people's clothes. There should be something that he can wear." As Ninglang spoke, he took out a chinquin bag and rummaged through it. Not long after, he found a set of clothes and compared it to the mercenary's body and smiled. "Yes, this should be fine. Come, I have something to tell you." Luo Fei pulled Fengjiu to the side and asked in a low voice, "What do we do now? There's one more person. Should we wait here for him to recover and leave together?" "Yes, let's wait for his leg to recover and leave together." Fengjiu nodded and said, "Are we really leaving together? Broken bones can't be healed in a few days." Luo Fei looked at the mercenary over there. Although he felt that it was quite pitiful for him to be alone, they had to accompany him here for half a month. Fengjiu smiled. "No need. Let him rest for a while. He'll be able to leave in less than 3 days." How could this be? That's a fracture." As Luo Fei spoke, he saw the confident look on Fengjiu's face. He could not help but swallow the doubts in his heart. Forget it. If he says he can, then he can. In any case, they weren't in a hurry to leave. Moreover, the experts who came out from the depths should have already left by now. Even if they stayed for another 10 days or half a month, they could afford to wait. Therefore, they rested here. Although they had food in their space, it wasn't enough for a big meal. Therefore, 2 of the 4 went to pick up branches, 2 went to hunt, and Fengjiu stayed with the mercenary. "You've all advanced to the Golden Core stage?" The mercenary looked at Fengjiu with unconcealable surprise in her eyes. Fengjiu nodded. "Yes, we advanced some time ago, so we decided to go back. This training is already over." She then asked, "Are you going back to the mercenary union after you go back?" Chapter 1173. Hearing this, Fengjiu chuckled and waved his hand. No need. I saved you because you advised me out of kindness and defended me. Let's call it even." The mercenary lowered his head and said in a low voice, "I don't have any family or friends. I've been following the mercenary team around to gain experience. I've saved at least half of the brothers in the team. However, when I couldn't fight anymore and couldn't walk anymore, I was abandoned. No one came out to speak for me. They even took away my chinquin bag and my belongings, leaving me only a rusty dagger. I won't go back to the mercenary team." Fengjiu rested his chin on his hand and listened without saying a word. "Sir, let me follow you. I can be your guard and protect you. I'm a cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. After I recover, I can still deal with some people. I don't lack guards, and I don't need anyone to protect me. Why don't I help you ask them?" She tilted her head and looked at him as she asked. "Sir, you're the one who saved me." He fixed his gaze on Fengjiu, as if he had already decided on him. Hearing this, Fengjiu frowned and thought for a moment. This person's heart wasn't bad. She knew this from the first time they met. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come down to save him after seeing that he was the person below. However, following her, she really didn't lack people by her side. "Sir, I'm good at tracking and scouting. My tracking skills are quite famous among the mercenaries. If you take me with you, I might be able to help you in the future." Fengjiu rested his chin on his hand and tapped his face lightly. He thought for a moment and said, "You have to swear an oath to be my subordinate. I can't tolerate betrayal and disloyalty the most." Hearing this, he was overjoyed. He immediately pointed 2 fingers to the sky and swore an oath, establishing a master-servant contract. After the light flashed into the space between his eyebrows, the mercenary said respectfully, "Sir, from now on, you're the master of Su Mountain." "What master?" Luo Fei and Duan Yi walked back, carrying a wild boar. Behind them, Ning Lang and Song Ming followed. "I'll take him." Feng Jiu turned around and smiled, looking at them as he spoke. "Ah, you took him in? Why don't you take us in as well?" Ning Lang ran back to Feng Jiu after hearing what they said. He threw the branch aside and walked quickly to Feng Jiu's side. "Feng Jiu, take us in too. We'll be your lackeys. What's there to collect? I'm too lazy to care about you guys. Let me tell you, once you leave this place, go back to the academy and report yourself. I still have things to do. I won't be bringing you back." "Ah, you're not coming back with us?" When they heard this, their faces immediately turned gloomy. They thought that they would have to go all the way back to the academy. "No, I still have something to do," she said with a smile. "Then how do we find you in the future? Why are you looking for me? Haven't you caused enough trouble for me in the past year? It's better if we don't meet her," she said with a half-hearted smile and waved her hand, not telling them where to find her. "Ah, how can you do this?" The few of them glared at him. Chapter 1174. Hearing this, the few of them sighed. Did he want them to go to the 8 great empires? Although their family also had this intention, they had never taken this matter seriously. Today, when they heard him say this, they faintly felt a trace of desire in their hearts. "We should enter a 1-star academy and prepare for the nebulous sex disciple recruitment ceremony." The few of them had already made up their minds. After reporting to the academy, they would go back home and then go to the 1-star academy. "Well, that's fine." She gestured, "Hurry up and deal with the wild boar. Let's have a good meal." "Okay." So, the few of them worked together. After a while, the wild boar was roasted on the grill. The few of them sat around the fire, barbecuing the meat while chatting. When the fragrance spread, they took out a knife and cut some meat. Using a leaf bun, they gave a piece to Feng Jiu. "Try it." Feng Jiu took it without hesitation. He cut a small piece and tried it. He nodded. "Well, it's good. Don't burn it. Here, this piece is for you." Ning Lang handed a piece to Su Shan and smiled. "Since you're with Feng Jiu, you're one of us. You don't have to be polite with us." Su Shan thanked him and began to eat. Strange, that eagle didn't seem to come back after leaving. Ning Lang looked at Feng Jiu. Could it have been caught? It shouldn't be. It probably knew that we were leaving, so it didn't come back. Feng Jiu cut a piece of meat and ate it. He looked at Ning Lang and asked, "Where's your pet?" "It's in the spirit beast space. I saw that it was still small, so I told it to stay inside and not come out." "Well, don't show off before you have the strength. Otherwise, it will be taken away," she reminded. "I know," Ning Lang replied with a nod. The few of them chatted and ate until late at night, when they closed their eyes to rest. They were resting, but Feng Jiu was not. She was responsible for the safety of the surroundings. Therefore, after releasing her divine sense, she found that there was no movement in the surroundings. Seeing that the few of them were asleep, she came to Su Shan's side. "Master." As soon as Feng Jiu approached, Su Shan, who was resting with his eyes closed, sensed it. He immediately opened his eyes and was surprised to see that it was Feng Jiu. "I'll heal you." As she spoke, she gestured for him not to make any noise and wake them up. She then placed a hand on his injured leg. A green light, like the vitality of a tree, surged out from her palm and seeped into his bone marrow. It quickly healed his broken bones. Even his wounds were quickly healing. However, they were bandaged with cloth so no one could see. It was a green aura that was visible to the naked eye. It was a source of life force that was as warm as a flame. Su Shan was surprised. After about half an incense stick's time, he saw that his master's face was slightly pale and his forehead was sweating. He hurriedly asked, "Master, are you all right?" "I'm fine. It's just that I've used up too much energy. Stand up and move around a little." She wiped off her sweat. This was the first time she had used her vitality ability to heal someone. She wondered how effective it would be. Can I stand up now?" Su Shan asked in surprise. After seeing him nod, he then moved his leg. However, with this movement, he could clearly feel that the pain in his leg had completely disappeared. It was as if his leg had never been injured. Chapter 1175. What you guys doing? Ning Lang rubbed his eyes and asked. He looked carefully and saw Su Shan walking back and forth. He couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't your leg bone broken? Duan Yi and the others were also stunned. Seeing him walking there, it was obvious that he had recovered. But how is that possible? Wasn't his bone broken? No matter how good the medicine was, it shouldn't have healed so quickly, right? Yes, it's healed. Look, I can walk and jump now, he said happily and even shook his broken leg. But he didn't feel any pain at all. All right, as long as you're fine, don't show off. Feng Jiu waved his hand and motioned for him to stay at the side. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Lang and the others pulled him back. Feng Jiu, do you have any miracle medicine for bone fractures? Give me a bottle too. Otherwise, I'll buy it from you. Ning Lang looked at him fawningly, his chubby hands balled into fists and pounded on his shoulders. No, she said straightforwardly. Why not? Look, his leg is healed. Don't be so stingy. I'll buy it from you, so you'll owe me a favor. I really didn't. It's my hands that can save people. It's not my medicine. All right. Since you guys are awake, keep watch. I'm going to sleep for a while. As she spoke, she walked to the tree and sat down. Hey, Ning Lang wanted to say something, but was stopped by Su Shan. Young Master Ning, my master is a little tired. Let him rest. Hearing this, Ning Lang and the others noticed that Feng Jiu's face was a little pale. They felt strange, but didn't pester him. Instead, they asked Su Shan, then tell us, how did he treat you? What medicine did he use? Take off the cloth on your leg and let me see. Hearing this, Su Shan shook his head. That won't do. My master said he would tell you, but he didn't. I can't tell you either. I'll go keep watch. You could do as you please. Seeing that this big guy refused directly, the others were stunned. They looked at each other and didn't say anything else. Fine. It wasn't like they didn't know about Feng Jiu's strange temper. He was full of secrets, so there was no need to talk about it. It wasn't until early in the morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone down, that everyone used water to wash their faces and rinse their mouths. Only after eating something to fill their stomachs did they prepare to leave. Feng Jiu looked at them and said, This forest is fine during the day. If we speed up and don't go in the wrong direction, we should be able to pass through it in a day. Follow me. The few of them nodded and replied, yes. As he followed them, Su Shan became more and more surprised. He thought they were all young masters, but he didn't expect them to be more familiar with the environment and danger than he was. When they first came in, they didn't know how long they had walked through this forest of tree spirits. Moreover, they were constantly attacked by the tree spirits, but they seemed to be used to it. Moreover, what surprised him was the leadership ability of the master he had just acknowledged. His words were firm and straightforward, which really made people have a whole new level of respect for him. Thinking of this, he felt that he had done the right thing by pestering his master. Chapter 1176. The group of people followed the red figure in front of them. They channeled their spiritual power and walked at an extremely fast speed, almost without stopping. Along the way, they did not encounter any attacks from other cultivators or ferocious beasts. In the evening, they passed through the forest of tree spirits and arrived at the place where they first entered. They saw the cliff on the opposite side and also saw a group of rogue cultivators guarding the cliff on this side of the mountain range. Look, a fat sheep actually came to our door. A burly man among the rogue cultivators grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth as he stared at Feng Jiu and the others with a sinister look. I didn't expect it to be just a few brats. They look easy to deal with. Another person's face was filled with excitement. Moreover, these brats are so soft and tender, especially the one in red. He's even more beautiful than a woman. Damn it, I've stayed in this lousy place for almost a year and haven't seen any decent beauties. This red-clothed brat is mine. The rogue cultivator in the lead was a cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core realm. His face was fierce-looking, and he looked more like a bandit than a bandit. Boss, you're right. We don't have to go in and be attacked by ferocious beasts by waiting here. If we see something good, we can just snatch it. This decision is really too wise. A lackey cultivator said fawningly at the side. His small eyes stared at Feng Jiu and the others with evil intentions. From their point of view, These 5 brats were only in their teens. Only the big guy was a bit stronger, and he was a golden core cultivator. The others were only in the foundation establishment realm. They would be stupid not to snatch these people. In fact, they did not know that because they left this place, Fengjiu had suppressed his cultivation level. He did not want to be too conspicuous. After all, at their age, being at the foundation establishment realm was already considered very demonic. When Ninglang, Duan Yi, and the others saw that Fengjiu had suppressed his cultivation level to the foundation establishment realm, they also suppressed their cultivation level to the foundation establishment realm. Their thinking was very simple. Since Fengjiu had suppressed his cultivation level, they naturally would not show off their golden core realm cultivation. Moreover, they also hoped to give their families a surprise when they returned home. As a result, he suppressed his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. However, he didn't expect to encounter such a blind thing as soon as he left the forest. "Master, you all step back. I'll deal with them," Su Shan said as he pulled out the long sword that Fengjiu had given them from his waist and pointed it at the rogue cultivators. "You blind thing, you're full of filthy words." Su Shan's spiritual aura gushed out. It was a bloodthirsty battle intent. Although he was a middle-stage golden core cultivator, he had experienced no less than 100 battles, and the battle intent on his body was not something an ordinary loose cultivator could compare to. Seeing this, Fengjiu gestured with his eyes, and they retreated to the side. The group of rogue cultivators only had a dozen people. Among them, except for the peak Jindan stage cultivator, the rest were all in the foundation establishment stage. They could take this opportunity to see where Su Shan's combat power was. When Ning Lang and the others saw this, they stood aside and watched. Su Shan was now Fengjiu's guard, so they should also help him check whether he was really qualified to stay by Fengjiu's side. If his combat power was too weak after leaving here, Fengjiu could send him back. However, when they saw the fierce battle intent and terrifying murderous intent that burst out from his body, they were a little surprised. His attacks were swift and clean. They could not see it. He really had some skills. If one person could defeat more than a dozen people, it would not be bad. Whoosh! Chapter 1177. The sharp sword aura struck out, and a visible stream of air hit the throat of a foundation establishment cultivator with a whoosh. Blood splashed out, and the man staggered backward, falling into the abyss behind him without even a chance to scream. Immediately after, the sword and saber collided. The long sword turned and brushed past the saber in the hand of the peak golden core cultivator. Sparks flew, and the sharp sword aura pierced forward. The peak golden core rogue cultivator avoided the fatal point in his panic, but his face was still injured by the sword aura, leaving a bloody gash. He quickly retreated, wiped the blood off his face, and shouted angrily, "Go!" He waved his saber, indicating for the surrounding foundation establishment cultivators to go forward and take him down. He aimed at the few youths who were watching a show at the side, and his heart was filled with anger. Damn it, these brats are quite carefree. Let's see if they can still be so calm when they fall in my hands later. He cursed in his heart and was about to move over when he saw the big guy kick a few foundation establishment cultivators down the cliff and kill a few more with his sharp sword. In less than half an incense stick's time, he lost more than half of his men. Boss, save me." Some people were still crying for help when they fell into the abyss. Some were shocked when they saw this, and fear rose in their hearts. The more they fought, the more they were no match for him. They couldn't help but cry out and try to escape. Trying to escape? Su Shan's sharp eyes swept over them, and he kicked out a piece of gravel, hitting the back of their heads with a few bangs. With a muffled groan, they fell to the ground one by one. Seeing this, the peak golden core cultivator suddenly took a big step forward and reached out to grab Fengjiu in red. "You dare to offend my master. You're courting death." Su Shan turned around and saw the rogue cultivator reach out to grab Fengjiu. He immediately turned and stepped forward, grabbed the rogue cultivator's foot with one hand, and pulled him back fiercely. Fengjiu, Duan Yi, and the others watched quietly. Even when they saw the peak golden core cultivator attacking them, no one dodged, as if they knew that he couldn't hurt them. That's right, a golden core cultivator wanted to hurt a nascent soul cultivator? In this world, how many monsters like Fengjiu could kill a nascent soul cultivator? How dare he attack Fengjiu? He was tired of dying too slowly. However, Su Shan's skills and fighting strength opened their eyes. Even if they fought him, they wouldn't be his match. He was a true middle-stage gold core cultivator. His combat prowess and fighting spirit were gathered from every slaughter and battle. He had combat experience that they did not have. Although, of a person. To him. Chapter 1178. He put away his long sword and turned around. Master, we can go now. Fengjiu nodded and was about to walk away when Ning Lang, who was beside him, jumped forward excitedly and picked up the Chinquan bags and other things from the ground. Seeing this, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and she couldn't help but want to hold her forehead. This brat was still the same. Which Jindan stage cultivator would care about such a small thing? Which golden core cultivator would be as greedy as him? Ning Lang, you didn't do anything. Aren't you embarrassed to take it? She said casually and saw the smile on his face stiffen. He looked up at her embarrassedly. I didn't want to keep it for myself. Didn't I count the spoils for Su Shan? As he spoke, he gave Su Shan all the things he got from the rogue cultivators. Here, you can have it. Keep it well. This. Su Shan wanted to decline, but he heard his master's voice. Take it. Didn't those mercenaries take all the things you have? It's a good chance to add some things so that you won't be empty-handed. Yes, thank you, master, he answered and took the things. I helped you count them. Why don't you thank me? Ning Lang snorted and said, Thank you, young Master Ning. Su Shan smiled and cupped his hands. That's more like it. Ning Lang smiled and looked at the place in front of them. He looked at Fengjiu and asked, Are we still going over the same way we came? Yes, that's fine. Fengjiu nodded. Song Ming walked out from the side with a smile. Watch me. He came to the side and shot arrows at the other party in the same way as they came over. He pulled the rope to help them. Not long after, a few people walked over the rope one after another. After they came to the other side, Song Ming retracted the rope. The group continued to walk forward under the cover of the night. They didn't leave this place until dawn. The sun is out and we're out too. I didn't lose an arm or a leg, and I even earned a lot of good things. I'm so happy. Ning Lang opened his arms wide and cheered at the sky. His fat body ran up and down the mountain path. He couldn't hide his joy, and people couldn't help but smile. Fengjiu chuckled and said, Not only did you not lose an arm or a leg, but you also probably gained weight. Didn't you notice that your stomach protruded again? She looked down, and her gaze landed on his round stomach. Hearing this, the people around her also laughed. And my stomach. Why aren't our stomachs as round as yours? If you're fat, so be it. Stop looking for excuses. What's there to hide? Luo Fei chuckled and stared at his round stomach teasingly. Seeing this, Song Ming waved his hand and said with a smile, all right. Let's not talk about him. How can he be called Little Fatty if he's not fat? Don't you think so? Haha. Chapter 1179. The few of them laughed as they talked. The breeze blowing on their faces made their mood sore. Also, after a year of experience, they had experienced many dangers inside, and now that they had come out alive, their strength had also improved. Not only that, but the friendship between the few of them had also become stronger, which was something that they could not get in their own families. 2 days later, in the evening, the few of them came to a city and checked into an inn. The first thing they did was to ask the waiter to prepare hot water for them to take a hot bath. After ordering a table of food and wine, Luo Fei said with a smile, I can finally have a good rest. Tomorrow I will sleep until I wake up naturally. Don't wake me up. Well, I also want to have a good sleep. I haven't had a good rest in there, but I can finally have a good sleep here. Song Ming also nodded and said, Wait until you have a good rest. We are not in a hurry anyway. Ning Lang also nodded. Yes. Let's rest for 2 days first. Duanyi looked at Fengjiu and asked, Where are you going next? You really don't want to go back to the academy with us? I go to first-class country, so I won't go back to the academy. You can go back and report it. By the way, ask the dean to send a message to the 6-star academy. A first-class country? Why don't you come with us? Anyway, we're going there. Wouldn't it be better to have companions on the road? If you have something to do, maybe we can help. No, I can do this by myself. She smiled and said, It is not good to sleep after eating. Do you want to go out for a walk in a night market and then come back? Okay. The few of them agreed. If they went with him, they would still be willing to go out for a walk. Although things like going to the night market were mostly liked by women, they did not understand why Fengjiu would also like to go shopping. So, the few teenagers who did not like to go shopping accompanied Fengjiu to the night market, while Su Shan did not follow and stayed in the inn. These people were all teenagers. Their faces were outstanding and handsome, each with their own unique characteristics. Coupled with their luxurious clothes, one could tell at a glance that they were the sons of aristocratic families. As they walked on the street, they naturally attracted the attention of many people. Among them, most of them were teenage girls. Seeing those young girls raising their handkerchiefs to cover half of their faces and looking at them shyly, Songming proudly raised his chin, putting on the appearance of a noble young master, and said, This young man is valiant and formidable. As expected, I can charm thousands of young girls wherever I go. Fine. Luo Fei glanced at him and said, You were clearly looking at me. How is that possible? You're looking at me. Ning Lang rubbed his round belly and grinned with his eyes squinted into slits. Duan Yi rolled his eyes. These idiots. Those women were clearly looking at Fengjiu, not at them. Young master. Someone called out softly. They raised their heads and saw some fruits being thrown down from a nearby building. Fengjiu was stunned for a moment, then reached out to catch it, returned a charming smile, and directly took the fruit and ate it. Seeing this, the few people behind him were stunned. Then, they heard a surprise scream from upstairs. He took my fruit. He ate the fruit I threw. I want to throw too. Young master, take my fruit, young master. Young master, and mine, young master, take the fruit. Chapter 1180. For a moment, the women in the pavilions on both sides of the street leaned half of their bodies out. Some threw down fruits directly, while others wrapped the fruits in handkerchiefs and threw them down. For a moment, fruits flew all over the sky, stunning everyone on the street. Hurry up and catch them. What are you waiting for? Don't waste the girl's good intentions. As Songming spoke, he patted the shoulders of the people beside him and pulled up his robes to catch the fruits that were thrown down. Oh! Ning Lang was also stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. Coincidentally, there was a stall selling baskets next to them. He picked up 2 baskets and caught them. Not only were the girls upstairs throwing fruits down, but some girls on the street also bought fruits and brought them up directly. They put the fruits in the baskets and ran away shyly. All right. Stop throwing them. We can't carry them all, Ning Lang shouted. He carried 2 baskets full of fruits to Fengjiu's side. Seeing that he was eating fruits in his hands, he couldn't help but say, Fengjiu, how can we finish all these? Let's go. We'll rest at the pavilion by the lake. Let's go. Fengjiu helped carry the baskets. Their figures flitted across the street. Not long after, they arrived at the pavilion by the lake. They put the fruits in the pavilion. Other than Ning Lang carrying 2 baskets, the others also filled their pockets. Looking at so many fruits, they couldn't help but shake their heads. They looked at Fengjiu. What should we do with so many fruits? Eat. This fruit is quite fresh. It's crispy, sweet, and juicy. She picked up another one and ate it, saying, Girls nowadays are too enthusiastic. This isn't the first time I've collected fruits. Eat. How can we finish all these? Songming also picked up one and ate it, saying, It'll spoil if it's left for too long. That's easy. I have an idea. Ning Lang grinned and looked at them, saying, Look, there are many tourists here. We can sell the fruits here. Hearing this, Fengjiu and the others were stunned. They looked at him strangely and said, You can sell them if you want. I'm not going. I'm not going either. Duan Yi also shook his head. We're not going either, Luo Fei and Songming said. They weren't that short of money. Selling fruits? If this were to spread back, people would laugh themselves to death. Ning Lang chuckled. You're really not going? All right then. I'll sell it myself, but I won't share the money with you. As he spoke, he carried a basket of fruits to the pavilion and looked at the tourists around him. They were all in pairs, so he thought for a moment, cleared his throat, and shouted, "Sweetheart goal, betraying your lover. Lover fruit? What Valentine fruit?" A young man and woman walked over and asked curiously. When they saw that it was just a fresh fruit, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. "This is the lover fruit. One green and one red for a pair. I only sell these fruits to my lovers. If you don't come in a pair like the two of you, I won't sell them." Ning Lang smiled and squinted his eyes as he spoke. He picked up a pair of fruits and handed it over. "Young master, buy a pair. Please treat this beautiful and elegant lady to a Valentine's fruit. It's crispy, sweet, and delicious." Chapter 1181. "All right, 1 gold coin, please," he said with a smile as he handed the fruits over. What? These 2 fruits are only worth 1 gold coin? Are you trying to rob us?" The man was a little dumbfounded. Even his expression changed. 1 silver coin on the streets could get a caddy of fruits, but here, 2 fruits were worth 1 gold coin? It would be fine if it was silver coins, but why did it have to be gold coins? Had this person gone crazy from thinking about money? No, it's just 1 gold coin. This is already a very good and cheap price, Ning Lang introduced. As he spoke, he introduced the fruits to them. "These 2 fruits aren't expensive, but they've passed through my hands. Moreover, they're lover fruits, so that's different. Do you know who I am? With my status, I'm selling these fruits. Of course, these fruits can't be sold for ordinary money." Ning Lang smiled and squinted his eyes as he spoke. Seeing the man's stiff face and the woman's slightly lowered head, he continued, "Besides, I can see that you have a noble aura around you. You're definitely not someone who is shy about money. Moreover, you're buying it for this beautiful lady. Don't tell me that this lady isn't worthy of you spending a gold coin to treat her to the Valentine fruit." Feng Jiao and the others who were sitting in the pavilion were also a little dumbfounded when they heard this. This fatty was robbing them. Moreover, it was a blatant robbery, but it was like a snake hitting its weak spot to promote its position, grasping the thoughts of the man and woman. Not to mention that these 2 fruits were only worth 1 gold coin. Even if they were worth 10 gold coins, the man would still buy them. Otherwise, this pair would probably break up this time. Was he selling lover fruits? If this fruit didn't sell well, it would break up the couple. The few people in the pavilion sat and watched while eating the fruits. In the end, they saw that the man bought a pair of fruits and left. The woman was happy. Seeing this, the man felt a little aggrieved, but he could only force a smile and walk away. This was probably the most expensive, ordinary fruit he had ever bought. "Look, I've earned 1 gold coin." Ning Lang turned around and smiled at them proudly. He shouted again, and more people came over one after another. In the end, they were all the same. Some were happy to buy, while others were unhappy. But no matter what, even the fruits in the pavilion were sold out by Ning Lang in the end. Looking at Ning Lang, who was sitting there counting the gold coins, Feng Jiao and the others sincerely admired him. This little fatty really lived up to his name of being a money grubber. Wherever he went, he would think about making money. It was amazing that he could earn so much just from those fruits. "I'm already satisfied that I can earn so much just by visiting a night market." As Ning Lang spoke, he carefully put away each gold coin, "Especially those that I don't have to share with you." "Ha! All right, it's getting late. Let's go back and rest." Feng Jiao shook his head and stood up. He was happy. They were watching here, but many people left with stiff faces. He made a lot of money from selling these fruits, but there were indeed many people who felt that they had been cheated. Actually, what he said was not unreasonable. He was the son of the richest man in the country. Since he was buying fruits, the fruits naturally couldn't be sold at the market price. Not to mention 1 gold coin. He could probably sell them for 100 gold coins. However, by then, the buyers would not be ordinary people, but people who knew his identity and wanted to get close to him. They would be happy to spend 100 gold coins to get close to him. Chapter 1182. They returned to the inn to rest together. During this period of time, their tense minds were completely relaxed after lying on the bed of the inn in the city. Therefore, they quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Feng Jiao and Su Shan quietly left the inn early in the morning. After leaving the inn, Su Shan asked, "Master, why didn't you say goodbye to the young masters?" What if they can't find you? We have to say goodbye sooner or later. It doesn't matter if I say goodbye or not. Anyway, they know that I'm leaving. Feng Jiao said, looking at the street where there were fewer people in the morning. Let's go. Yes. Fei Shan replied and left with him. After a year, even Duan Yi and the others didn't know that Feng Jiao was a woman. They didn't know that the person they had been calling him was actually her. Duan Yi and the others didn't know, let alone Su Shan, who had followed Feng Jiao halfway. Even if he recognized Feng Jiao as his master, he didn't know that his master was actually a woman. He also didn't know that Feng Jiao was the ghost doctor. He also didn't know that Feng Jiao's strength had reached the nascent soul stage. He only knew and recognized that Feng Jiao was the person who saved him. He gave him a new life. Therefore, he was willing to protect him with his life. It wasn't until noon that Duan Yi and the others in the inn woke up one after another. After washing up, they went out of the room and sat down on the first floor. When they were about to order something to eat, they found that the four of them were all present. However, Feng Jiao and Su Shan were nowhere to be seen. Where's Feng Jiao? Is he still asleep? Ning Lang asked. He looked around and didn't see Feng Jiao's figure, so he stood up. Order something good first. I'll go up and take a look. Luo Fei and the others nodded. They called the waiter and ordered a few dishes and bowls of rice. Ning Lang, who went up to the guest room on the second floor, knocked on the door of Feng Jiao's room and called out, Feng Jiao, are you still asleep? We're all awake. We're just waiting for you to eat. Feng Jiao. He slammed the door a little too hard, and the door was slammed open. Seeing this, he walked in. Feng Jiao? He didn't see anyone inside or outside, nor did he see the cloud-devouring beast. He couldn't help but be startled. Just as he was about to go out and ask the shopkeeper, he saw the shopkeeper walk in. Young master. This young master left early in the morning. The shopkeeper came in and said, He's gone? Ning Lang was shocked and raised his voice a few notches. Yes, he left early in the morning. His bodyguard also left with him. It's been several hours, the shopkeeper said, and then left. Ning Lang immediately strode outside and walked down quickly to Duan Yi and the others. The shopkeeper said that Feng Jiao has left. Moreover, I didn't see him in his room. This is too mean. Why didn't he tell us that he was leaving? He left so quietly just like that. Seriously. The few people sitting at the table were drinking wine. Ning Lang couldn't see their expressions clearly because of their lowered eyes. He only heard them say, We heard what you said to the shopkeeper upstairs. You don't have to say anything. He said that he was going to leave, but we didn't expect him to leave so soon. Ning Lang sat down and didn't say anything. He only felt a little sad. After being together for so long, he suddenly left. They didn't even know where to find him. Just thinking about it made him feel bad. Chapter 1183. He should have gone, but I don't know. What is he going there for? Song Ming said thoughtfully. With Feng Jiao's reputation as the ghost doctor, what kind of things would he need to do personally? No matter what, let's go to the academy first. After we return home, we will go to the one-star academy to report. With our family background, as long as we want to, we can directly enter the one-star academy. Besides, with our current strength, there are not many people in the one-star academy who can compare with us. That's true. Then let's do it. After we finish eating, we will set off. The few of them put aside the matter of Feng Jiao's departure for the time being. After a year of experience outside, following Feng Jiao and experiencing so many things, their temperament and character had changed a little, and they were able to think further. They knew that Feng Jiao was bound to go to the 8 great empires. And since that was the case, they also had to go there. They were the people he had brought out. How could they stay here after he left? Half a month later, Feng Jiao brought Su Shan into the Qitian country and arrived at the Shangguan clan's imperial city. Feng Jiao, who was dressed in red and had a handsome face, was still very dazzling even in the imperial city of a first-class country. As he queued up to enter the city gate, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. He was dazzling and flamboyant, and people could see him in the crowd at a glance. At her feet, there was a small beast with snow-white fur, Tun Yun, and behind her was Su Shan, who was wearing a black bodyguard's uniform. Su Shan's figure was robust, with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, standing behind Feng Jiao. He looked like a small mountain. Because there were many people entering the city, he followed closely behind Feng Jiu to guard him, paying attention to not let any unknown people come close. Coincidentally, he was also a registered mercenary of the Qitian country's mercenary guild. They used to live in the imperial city, but he did not expect that his master would actually come to this familiar place. There was a ban in a first-class country, and non-first-class citizens were not allowed to casually enter. However, when he followed behind and saw that his master was respectfully allowed to pass after handing over the token, he was a little surprised, but he did not ask any questions. Since he was a bodyguard, he could not ask too much about his master's matters. He knew this point. Sushan, didn't you say that you grew up here? Then you can choose an inn to stay in. Feng Jiu walked leisurely, from time to look at the shops and stalls on the street. Yes, Sushan replied. Master, there's an inn, is an old inn in the imperial city. Although the price is twice the price, the environment and the treatment is the best inn. We could go book a room first, and then this subordinate will take you around the city. Visit Tess, have a tour around the city. Yes, Sushan replied, and brought Feng Jiu to the inn in front. When Feng Jiu entered the city, almost all the people from the large families received the news. After all, the ghost doctor's name was too well known, and the various powers in the imperial city had long since obtained a portrait of the ghost doctor. Therefore, they had always sent people to keep an eye on the imperial city's gates, and once they saw the ghost doctor in their imperial city, they had to immediately report back. Chapter 1184. While some of those people followed, and some left, Feng Jiu, who was still walking leisurely on the street without noticing anything, turned his head slightly and looked to the side. The corners of his lips curled up slightly as he continued to walk. What? You're saying that the person in the portrait is here? Is that true? The master of one of the aristocratic families in the imperial city was pleasantly surprised when he heard his subordinate's report. That's right, your subordinate wouldn't have seen wrongly. He was dressed in a red robe and had a handsome face that was dazzling. It was indeed the young man in the painting. Your subordinate had ordered someone to follow him in secret so he could report back immediately. The guard said respectfully, You've seen him? That means that the other aristocratic families have noticed him as well. The master pondered for a moment before saying, Quick, bring the young master here. I want to bring the ghost doctor to our residence before they do. At this moment, the housekeeper stepped forward and said, Master, the young master left early in the morning. He said that he was going to go shopping. I'm afraid that. You still have to send someone to look for him. Find him and bring him back. He waved his hand and strode out. On the other side, another aristocratic family was pleasantly surprised when they heard the news. That means that the ghost doctor has really come to the imperial city of Qitian country? That's great. Quick, come with me to bring him back so that the other old men don't get the upper hand. The master of the house said as he led his men out. Meanwhile, in the Shangwan household, they were astonished when they heard their informant's report. The ghost doctor has come to the imperial city? That means that all the powers in the imperial city know about it? The master of the Shangwan household said. He didn't seem too excited, as if he didn't feel anything. That's right. My informant has already gone back to report it. Pfft. Those old men are quite nimble. He's just a young man who knows how to refine some impractical things. What's so special about that? When it comes to refining pills, which aristocratic family can compare to our Shangwan household? The guard lowered his head and didn't say a word. He listened to the master's angry and disapproving voice reverberate throughout the hall. Just have someone keep an eye on him. Find out what he's doing in the imperial city. He waved his hand and gestured for him to leave. However, at this moment, an old man walked in from outside. Patriarch, I heard news that the ghost doctor has come to the imperial city. Did our Shangwan clan send someone to pick him up? The person who had come was the third elder of the Shangwan clan, whom Feng Jiu had met once before. He's just a teenager who just made his debut. Third elder, you think too highly of him. Our Shangwan clan is an alchemy clan in a first-class country. If we try to curry favor with a teenager of unknown origin, wouldn't we become a joke? The master of the Shangwan family was not the old master of the Shangwan family, but the old master's eldest son, who was Feng Jiu's uncle. Hearing this, the third elder frowned slightly. Master, this Feng Jiu is not an ordinary person. Even our Shangwan clan cannot refine the things he refines. This is undeniable. If this person did not come to our imperial city, it would be fine. But if he did come to the imperial city and we did not invite him, wouldn't we be giving this opportunity to someone else? Chapter 1185. Hearing his words, the Shangwan family head frowned and pursed his lips as if he wasn't too willing. That was true. Their Shangwan family was a well-known alchemy family in the first place, with an outstanding position and revered status. However, ever since the appearance of this mysterious youth called the Ghost Doctor, the limelight had completely overshadowed their Shangwan family, a family with 100 years of history. Even a random pill or medicine from him could cause the various countries to go crazy, with all the strong cultivators fighting over it. The prices were raised to sky-high prices. What was even more hateful was that he would only put a few up for auction from time to time, and then there would be no news for a few months or even longer. However, all the various powers seemed to be possessed by his pills and medicines, asking everywhere for them. Ever since the appearance of this ghost doctor, the number of people who came to the Shangwan family to ask for medicine had decreased by quite a bit. How could he swallow this anger? He even had to invite the ghost doctor to their Shangwan family to treat him as an important guest? He wasn't too willing and wasn't too willing. Since Third Elder has said so, then I'll leave this matter to you. The Shangwan family head stood up, flicked his sleeves, and walked out, obviously not wanting to bother with this matter. Seeing this, Third Elder shook his head and sighed softly, then looked at the guard who had retreated to the side of the door, asking, "Where is the ghost, doctor?" Replying to Third Elder, when this subordinate came back to report they were heading towards the inn. At this moment, they might be in the inn, and we have people following them. Lead the way." He gestured for the guard to lead the way. "Yes," the guard replied, and walked out of the residence with him. At the same time, Fengjiu and Sushan walked out of the inn after booking a room. Sushan lowered his voice and said, "Master, it seems like someone has been following us, and it's not just one group." "Then let's dump them," she said indifferently, and walked with him on the main street. Sometimes they were fast, sometimes they were slow, and sometimes they stopped to look at the things on the side of the street. The people following behind them were a little anxious, afraid that they would lose them, but also afraid that they would be discovered if they followed too closely. After about the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. Where are they? Why have they disappeared? Two men walked out from the shadows and saw that the two people who were looking at the stall in front of them had disappeared. They weren't the only ones who felt this way. Some of the other people also started to look around after they lost track of the person. With so many people watching, how could they lose track of the person? How was he going to explain this to the higher-ups? On the other side, Fengjiu and Sushan were sitting in the corner of an inconspicuous stall. The stall was partially covered by a cloth, and since they were sitting in the corner, they were blocked by the people outside, so no one saw them. Fengjiu ordered some snacks and a bowl of sweet soup. He sat there and ate leisurely. "Master, those people have passed by." Sushan paid attention to the people who were secretly following them. He searched around and walked through the streets outside. "And don't bother with them." She drank the sweet soup, knowing that they were probably people from the various great clans in the imperial city. She didn't disguise herself when she came here, nor did she try to hide her identity. Since these people from aristocratic families had her portrait in their hands, they would naturally make some preparations. It wasn't strange that they knew she was here. Chapter 1186. What are you doing? How could you lose track of such a good person? Didn't I tell you not to get too close to him? You must have been discovered by him. Otherwise, why would he dump you? Why aren't you looking for him? What are you doing here? Go look for him. In front of the inn, a few family heads were instructing their subordinates. Because the family heads of the large families in the city had personally come to the inn, the people on the street thought that something big had happened and gathered around to watch. Even the owner of the inn personally came out to inquire. Only then did they know that an important guest had come. The family heads in the city wanted to invite him back, but they didn't manage to do so. Family heads, don't be anxious. The innkeeper just told me that that young master booked 2 rooms and should be staying here. Family heads, why don't you wait in the inn? Maybe you went to the city for a stroll, and we'll be back in a while." Hearing that, no one said anything else. Since they didn't see him, they would naturally wait here. They just didn't know if the ghost doctor would come back to the inn if he knew that they were watching him. If he didn't come back, where would they go to find him? "Oh, family heads, you're here too?" The Shangwan family's third elder walked over with only one guard. Seeing that everyone was here, he smiled knowingly. "Are you all here to look for young Master Feng?" Third elder, "Why ask when you already know the answer?" A family head said, glancing at him and saying with a fake smile, "Why isn't the Shangwan family head here but third elder? Looks like you don't put young Master Feng in your eyes." You all don't know, but I've met young Master Feng before. We can be considered old friends." Knowing that he came to the Imperial City, this old man didn't dare to neglect an old friend, so I personally came to receive him. Hearing that, everyone's expressions changed. The ghost doctor knew someone from the Shangwan family? How is that possible? They hadn't heard of this before. Third elder, "I'm afraid you've made a wasted trip. Young Master Feng went out and hasn't returned yet. It's all right. I have nothing to do anyway, so I can wait here." With that, he smiled and walked into the inn. When the owner of the inn saw that all the leaders of the various forces in the city had come, including the third elder of the Shangwan family, he was slightly surprised and hurriedly ordered people to serve tea and snacks to entertain them. Because of this, the people in the inn also came out to watch curiously. They whispered to each other, thinking that something was going to happen. On the other side, Feng Jiu continued to stroll around after eating the food and sweet soup from the stall. He saw a high-end jewelry shop in the city, so he said to Su Shan, "I'll go in and take a look. You can wait for me at the door." "Yes." Fei Shan answered and waited at the door. As soon as he walked in, the shopkeeper came over and asked with a smile, "Young master, please take a look around. You can tell me which one you like." Feng Jiu answered and slowly walked in, looking at the jewelry on display. These were all just jewelry. There were gold, jade, crystal, and precious stones. After skimming through them one by one, his eyes fell on a set of jewelry. Chapter 1187. "I'll take this set," she indicated as she tapped the table. "All right." The shopkeeper revealed a smile and took out the set of jewelry. He placed it on a tray and followed behind Feng Jiu. "Take this set as well." She pointed at another set of sky blue gemstones in the cabinet. She planned to give this set to her grandmother. "All right." The shopkeeper's eyes narrowed with a smile. After taking it out, he continued to follow as he said, "Young master really has good taste. Our jewelry here is one of a kind. In the entire Imperial City, our jewelry shop is the largest and most comprehensive. Moreover, all of our jewelry has our own logo and the quality is top-notch." Feng Jiu walked around inside. It seemed that the two sets of jewelry would enter his eyes soon. He said, "All right, let's settle the bill." "All right, young master, please come this way." The shopkeeper led him to the front. After helping him settle the bill, he placed the items in an exquisite jewelry box. "I wanted to come 2 days ago, but I couldn't find the time. Let me tell you, this is you." 3 beautiful women walked in together. However, one of the women wearing a red dress saw Feng Jiu putting away the jewelry box from the shopkeeper and immediately let out a sharp cry. Feng Jiu looked up and glanced at her. He didn't remember seeing this woman before, so he didn't pay her any attention. After putting away the things, he moved to walk out. "Stop!" The woman in red reached out to stop him. She angrily glared at the dazzling and handsome Feng Jiu in red. "Why are you here? Who are you? How strange." She waved her hand, and an invisible force came out from her sleeves. She pushed the man away and walked out. The woman staggered back a few steps and was supported by the 2 people beside her. Just as she was about to walk forward, she was stopped by the 2 women. "What's wrong? Do you know him?" "Humph. I would recognize this brat, even if he turned into ashes. I have a big grudge with him," the woman in red said through gritted teeth. She shouted at the red figure walking out, "Stop right there." As soon as his voice fell, a whip lashed out with a swoosh. It fiercely streaked across the air, bringing with it the sound of wind breaking. Feng Jiu, who was walking out, turned her body slightly and dodged the attack behind her without looking back. The whip flew past her face, but it didn't hurt her at all. At this time, Su Shan, who was guarding outside, stepped out and caught the whip with one hand. With a tug, the woman holding the whip was pulled out and fiercely fell onto the street outside. "Who are you? How dare you injure my master?" Su Shan shouted in a deep voice. The pressure of the Jindan stage was released, making it impossible for the woman on the ground to even get up. After all, this was the imperial city of the Chi-Tian country, where the Shangwan clan resided. Furthermore, this woman was the young mistress of the Shangwan clan, who would have the guts to attack a member of the Shangwan clan in their own territory. Wasn't this courting death? It was because they knew that no one would dare to touch a member of the Shangwan clan. Therefore, when the young mistresses of these clans went out in the imperial city, they didn't have any bodyguards to protect them. However, they didn't expect to meet someone who wasn't afraid of the Shangwan clan today. He had directly taught the young mistress of the Shangwan clan a lesson. Chapter 1188. "Let's go," Feng Jiu said and withdrew his gaze. He didn't put the woman in his eyes and turned to leave. Su Shan saw this and hurriedly followed behind him. When the woman saw this, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Her eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness as she stared at the man who left. He entered the imperial city and hurt her, yet he still wanted to leave? Humph! She would let him know what the consequences of offending her were. While the woman went back to the Shangwan family to call for her master, Feng Jiu took Su Shan to the black market. After receiving the black order, he personally came out to greet the president of the black market. Su Shan was surprised to see this. What was his master's background? Even some family heads couldn't meet him. Why did the president of the black market come out to meet him in person? While he was surprised, he was taken to the side to rest by the people of the black market, and his master was invited inside. Even he didn't know what they were going to do inside. "I just heard that Master Feng arrived in the imperial city, but I didn't have time to visit you." The president of the black market smiled and gestured. Looking at Feng Jiu, sitting in the first seat on the left, he asked, "May I know why Master Feng came to the imperial city? Is there anything we can help you with?" He took the initiative to ask. After all, his identity was not ordinary, and he was on good terms with the black market. If he could help him, it would also help him. The servant served tea and retreated. Feng Jiu glanced at him and said, "I came to get some information from the president." "Oh, what information does Master Feng want?" "Information about Shangwan Wanrong from the Shangwan family." "Shangwan Wanrong?" The president of the black market was startled and then asked with a smile, "I remember that I investigated her before and gave it to Master Feng. But Master Feng hasn't shown up recently. Maybe you don't know that Shangwan Wanrong from the Shangwan family left half a year ago." Hearing this, Feng Jiu frowned slightly. "She's not here? What do you mean?" It's like this. I think Master Feng has heard of Shangwan Wanrong's reputation. She is the most outstanding alchemist among the several generations of the Shangwan family. Although she rarely came out, I know she was in the Shangwan family. But half a year ago, she was taken away by the Danyang sect. Speaking of this, the black market president smiled. This Shangwan Wanrong is also very lucky. I don't know how she caught the eye of the Danyang sect's 3 Yangtze, the biggest alchemy sect in the 8 big empires, and was taken away by him as his last disciple. This matter caused a sensation half a year ago, and people in all the big countries have heard about it. So if she wanted to find her mother, she had to go to the Danyang sect? She had originally thought that she would definitely bring her mother back home to reunite with her father, but she didn't expect her mother to have joined the largest alchemy sect in the 8 great empires. As a result, it would be much more troublesome for her to bring her mother back. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but frown. What should she do next? Chapter 1189. Feng Jiu looked up at him and chuckled. "If I have the chance in the future, of course I will." She stood up. "Since the person I'm looking for is not here, I have to go. Goodbye." "Master Feng, it's rare for you to come to the imperial city. Why don't you stay here for a while and let us show you around?" "No, I have something to do. I will come again in the future if I have the chance." "In that case, I will see you out." He personally saw him out. Su Shan, who was outside, saw Feng Jiu come out and went to greet him. He followed behind Feng Jiu and left the black market with him. Seeing them leave, the black market president stood there for a while before turning to go in. Su Shan saw that Feng Jiu was not in a good mood after coming out and could not help but feel strange. Seeing that he wasn't walking towards the inn, but instead seemed to be walking aimlessly on the street, he followed behind him to protect him. When he reached the main street, a group of mercenaries happened to enter the city. He glanced at them and looked away. However, he did not intend to pay attention to them. When the mercenaries saw him, they called out, "Su Shan!" A voice made the group of mercenaries stop in their tracks and look around. When they saw Su Shan, who was dressed in black, they widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't believe it. Su Shan, it's really him. Why is he here? Why is he still? Why is he still alive? The mercenaries were in disbelief and disbelief. They had just returned from the mountain range. Dozens of them went, but only less than 20 returned. Moreover, they were all covered in wounds. On the other hand, Su Shan, whom they thought was dead or eaten by a ferocious beast, was standing there in one piece. This visual impact made it difficult for them to calm down. They thought that he was dead. When they saw him, they thought of what they had done to him. After a moment of disbelief, they could not help but lower their heads in shame. The cultivator at the peak of the Golden Elixir realm was the one who called out to Su Shan. He looked at Su Shan, who had a piercingly cold aura, and walked up to him. "Su Shan, that's great. You're still alive." He reached out to put his hand on Su Shan's shoulder. If it had been in the past, Su Shan would have returned the gesture. However, at this moment, Su Shan avoided him with an indifferent expression. "Excuse me, please make way." Su Shan looked at the man in front of him. This was his captain and his brother. He had once risked his life to save him, but in the end, when he thought of the scene of him being abandoned in the Hell Mountain Range, and the scene of them not only abandoning him, but also taking away his Chinquan bag, his heart was as cold as ice. He took a step forward. These people no longer had anything to do with him. "Su Shan, where are you going?" The mercenary leader turned around and blocked his path. Looking at the imposing Puma Mountain, he said, "Puma Mountain, come back. I need you. We all need you." If he had not abandoned Su Shan, perhaps their team would not have suffered such heavy losses. Abandoning him was the worst decision he had ever made. Chapter 1190. Is that so? But I don't need you anymore. He reached out and pushed the people in front of him away, then walked forward. After being pushed, the mercenary leader's anger and humiliation surged. He stepped forward and shouted, "Su Shan, you're a member of my mercenary team. Have you forgotten?" "I'm sorry, but he's one of my men now." Feng Jiu, who was in front, slowly walked back and looked at the mercenary in his tattered uniform. "Where did this little brat come from? Get out of my way." He raised his hand and pushed. The force was strong enough to make a teenager fall 2 meters away. However, the person he bumped into was Feng Jiu, and she was in a bad mood at the moment. Thus, when she saw the man reach out to push her, she did not dodge. Instead, she lifted her leg and kicked it. The tip of his foot, which contained a hidden force, accurately kicked the left wrist of his outstretched hand. With a cracking sound, his whole body was pushed back by a hidden force and fell several meters away. Hiss! The man's bones broke from his wrist to his hand. The mercenary leader's shrill scream shocked the surrounding people. The commoners saw that the situation was not right and quickly retreated. The mercenaries quickly surrounded Su Shan and Feng Jiu. Two of them quickly helped up the mercenary captain who had fallen to the ground and was clutching his wrist. "Take this brat down." The mercenary leader gritted his teeth and shouted. His left hand was completely limp, and he could not use any strength. Even the slightest movement would cause pain to the bone marrow. The intense pain and anger mixed together and surged up. His entire body was filled with murderous intent. A strong desire to kill occupied his mind. "Let's see who dares." Su Shan strode forward, and his sharp eyes swept across the mercenaries who wanted to come forward. He threatened in a low voice, "If anyone dares to touch a hair on his head, I, Su Shan, will not let him go." "Su Shan, you betrayed our mercenary team, and now you dare to say such words to us." Hearing this, the surrounding mercenaries were stunned and looked at the mercenary leader who spoke. They saw him step forward and angrily stare at Su Shan, Disloyal and unrighteous people like you, who betrayed the team for benefits, betrayed your brothers. Today, I must clean up the family for our mercenary team. Brothers, listen up. Kill this Su Shan on the spot. People like him shouldn't be alive. When Su Shan heard his words, he was also stunned for a moment. However, the more he listened, the more incredulous he felt. So this was how he inverted black and white. How could he say something like that? Were these really the people he knew? The mercenaries instantly understood what he meant. Su Shan had come back alive. If he told others about how they had abandoned him in the mountains, it would certainly have a great impact on their mercenary group. Moreover, they had lost a lot of people this time. If this matter were spread, no one would want to join their mercenary group. Since Su Shan didn't want to come back, then don't blame them for being cruel. That day, they did not kill him because of their old friendship. Today, they would send him on his way. A person like him who should have died a long time ago shouldn't be alive. Su Shan, if you know what's good for you and end your own life, we'll leave your corpse intact on account of our brotherhood.
Chapter 3301. The matter is over with one punch. A quarter of the bones in the three-star general's body were broken. Although he looked battered and exhausted, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground, he didn't suffer any serious internal injuries. Although his cultivation was also at the heavenly passage realm and was an entire realm stronger than Yi Xian, under such circumstances, it was clearly abnormal for him to only suffer from superficial wounds to such an extent. The three-star general wasn't an idiot, so he immediately understood. Yi Xian didn't intend to kill him with one punch. He just wanted to teach him a lesson. Of course, he also wanted to force him to open the recently closed air passage. Thinking of this, the three-star general immediately felt conflicted. He didn't dare to give this order. Otherwise, he would definitely be beaten to the ground. His official career would basically be over. But now, this damned little fiend clearly had his eyes on him. He wasn't satisfied with just one punch, so he swung his fist and chased after him. This was clearly a prelude to crippling him if he didn't give the order. If that really happened, he probably wouldn't be able to continue as a three-star general. As a Grotto Heaven Realm expert, although broken limbs could be replanted and flesh could be regenerated, his opponent was clearly an expert in this field. He didn't hold back at all when it came to torturing people. The three-star general didn't doubt that Yi Xian definitely had the means to break his bones and sever his tendons. If that really happened, he would be the unlucky one in the end. His official career would come to an abrupt end, and he would be crippled for life. Thinking of this, he shuddered, and his mind was immediately shaken. This body's bones are very strong. A fist bigger than a person, and he actually didn't die from one punch? This young master doesn't believe it. Let's try another punch. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything and seemed to be planning to take it head-on, Yi Xian sneered inwardly. But on the surface, he continued to tease him. Before he finished speaking, he was already in front of him again. He raised his fist bigger than a person and punched. Don't. Misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding. When he saw the fist that was larger than a human approaching his head, the three-star general was so scared that his body trembled. Without hesitation, he turned his head to look at the air passage defense fortress in the distance and yelled at the top of his lungs, "What are you guys still standing there for? Open the air passage immediately and let them pass. Release him immediately. That's more like it." Bang. Yi Xian's heart relaxed slightly when he heard the three-star general finally let him go. However, he didn't plan on retracting the punch that he'd already thrown out. Almost at the same time as his words appeared, a huge explosion sounded out. PFFF. The three-star general opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Another quarter of his bones were broken, and this time, he fainted. This was something Yi Xian had done on purpose. Since the order to open the air passage had already been given, this guy was no longer of any value. There was no harm in knocking him out with a single punch. Otherwise, it would be bad if he were to do something else. Very quickly, Yi Xian turned around and left after punching this fellow until he vomited blood and fainted. As for the three-star general that fell down from the sky, he was quickly caught by the other starry sky experts. Otherwise, if they continued to fall like this, although the entire void was sealed and they wouldn't directly die when they hit the ground, they would definitely be bombarded by the killing energy from the void above. In a situation where they couldn't avoid it, they would definitely die. Looking up, The air passage at the edge of the formation was indeed slowly opening. Seeing this, not only was Yi Xian completely relieved, but the other Starry Sky Masters who were imprisoned in the formation also breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the thousands of experts who were imprisoned in the formation were basically all injured. There were even some people with weaker cultivations who had directly died. They could only consider themselves unlucky if they were killed even though they had only activated half of the killing formation's power. As for the hundreds of shuttles and patrol ships, they were basically all destroyed. The Starry Sky Masters inside the shuttles had all abandoned the shuttles and escaped. They had never experienced such a sullen battle before. At this moment, their gazes towards Yi Xian were filled with incomparably dense fear and dread. Even Tua Ba Xiong, Gong Yang Bu Hui, and Long Yu Jinglong were the same. How was this a little demon? This was clearly a big demon. The 3-star general had already given the order to open the air passage and let him leave, but that terrifying giant fist that was even bigger than a person still smashed down without hesitation. At that time, Tua Ba Xiong and the other two clearly saw that scene, causing the 3 old fellows to tremble in fear. If one were to speak of it, the 3-star generals didn't have any enmity with Yi Xian, yet they were still treated like this. Compared to this, the 3 of them had schemed against Yi Xian more than once or twice, but if the result was, it was simply too creepy. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Tua Ba Xiong, Gong Yang Bu Hui, and Chong Yu Jinglong's faces immediately changed, turning deathly pale. Because at this moment, Yi Xian, who just blasted the 3-star generals to the point of vomiting blood and fainting, turned around and actually chased after them. Looking at the pair of terrifying steel fists that were even larger than a person, the 3 old men with pale faces turned around and fled, howling as if their lives depended on it. Ling Huchong, what are you doing? The air passage has already been opened. Don't go too far. Fine, fine, fine. Don't take advantage of the situation and stop while you're ahead. Otherwise, once the top experts of Tianchen arrive, you won't have the chance to leave even if you want to. That's right, young man, your own life is more important. Don't be impulsive, impulsiveness is the devil. Pang! 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 As soon as the 3 old men finished speaking, they all received a heavy punch in the back. Yi Xian's speed in this space was extremely fast, so he could just charge forward and did not have to worry about the various killing energies falling from the sky landing on him. However, the others were different. They could only run in a roundabout way and avoid the attacks. As a result, the difference in speed between the 2 sides was obvious. In this situation, Yi Xian caught up to the 3 old men in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he punched each of them until they spat out blood and fainted. Even though it was only one punch, the power of this punch was 30% stronger than the 2 punches that the 3-star general had taken. Old friends, of course I have to take care of them. After these 3 punches, Yi Xian finally vented most of the resentment in his heart. Calculating the time, he estimated that the peak experts of the Heavenly Qin Nation would arrive soon. He didn't dare to delay any longer and directly waved his hand to put away the void-piercing shuttle. His figure shot out from the quietly opened passage in the atmosphere, and his figure appeared in the vast void of the universe outside the atmosphere of the Heavenly Qin planet. Chapter 3302. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations: The 3 arts of medicine, weapon, and array. As soon as Yi Xian left, 5 to 6 figures descended from the direction of planet Tianchen like meteors. Behind these 5 to 6 figures, there were 7 to 8 10,000 meters wide space fortresses following behind them. However, their speed was not as fast as these 5 to 6 figures. These figures were all supreme masters of the Void Realm, the 12th realm. What happened here? Damn it, who opened the atmospheric passage? Where is Ling Huchong? Where is he? Damn it, you bunch of trash. Rice buckets. All of you are rice buckets. Among these 7 or 8 figures, there were experts from the Tianchen country as well as experts from the Heavenly War Empire who were stationed here. The strongest among them was even a peerless expert of the Genesis realm, the 13th Great Realm. They had all rushed over after receiving the call for help. Unfortunately, before the Great 5 Elements Annihilation Array was deactivated, nothing could be seen in this part of the void. It was blocked by the 5 elements energy of the array. Even the 3-star general's flustered and exasperated roar was intentionally released by Yi Xian. Otherwise, the guards in the defensive fortress outside the formation wouldn't have been able to hear it. Because of this, Even the 7 supreme masters of the Void Realm who were rushing over had no idea what had happened in the Great Five Elements Annihilation Array. When they arrived and saw how chaotic the situation was, they immediately flew into a rage. Thousands of starry sky overlords, many of whom were in the Grotto Heaven state, joined forces. There were also hundreds of shuttles and patrol ships, as well as more than a dozen planetary and stellar warships. In the end, not only were they unable to capture a single black hole stage ant, they were actually crushed by the other party. The entire scene was extremely miserable. This scene was truly too infuriating. If these Void Realm experts really had a fiery temper, they would simply want to slap all of them to death on the spot to vent their anger. Soon, the 3-star general, who had already woken up, was carried over and reported the general situation.
What? You ordered the atmospheric passage to be opened? I'll slap you to death.
Upon hearing that it was the 3-star general who had ordered the opening of the atmospheric passage, the strongest of the 7, the Genesis realm, was immediately enraged.
Boom!
At the same time the furious roar rang out, a palm actually slammed down.
A huge explosion rang out.
Other than the 3-star general who was carried on a stretcher with nearly half of his bones broken, even the 2 military soldiers carrying the stretcher were turned into a bloody pulp by this palm.
Trash. A bunch of trash.
This kind of peerless genius can even refine a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure private battleship, and he even engraved such a terrifying large-scale killing array on the battleship, yet you let him go because you fear death. Do you know what this means?
So what if he's a genius in refining weapons? So what if he's a genius in refining pills?
None of that is important. The most important thing is that he's also a terrifying master of formations. If we can keep this person and make him work for the dynasty, then every warship of our dynasty can be engraved with such a terrifying killing formation. Our combat power will increase by more than 10 times or even 100 times. Every starry sky fortress engraved with such a large-scale killing formation is a super killing weapon. Once the killing formation is activated, it can immediately seal off a part of the void and form a domain inside, creating a killing formation. If we can have 10 or even 100 of these new starry sky fortresses, once spread out in the void battlefield at the same time, the Heaven's Legacy race wouldn't be able to use the same number of starry sky fortresses. They would still be trapped and destroyed.
You bunch of trash.
You missed such a great opportunity for the overall strength of the dynasty to increase by leaps and bounds. Once that Brad is forced to join the Heaven's Legacy race, this terrifying battleship killing formation system will fall into the enemy's hands, and the entire human race will face a great calamity. You will all be sinners of the human race for all eternity. PFFF. At the end of his speech, this peerless Genesis realm expert actually opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, all the surrounding starry sky experts were so scared that they began to tremble. Even Tuoba Xiong, Gong Yang Buhui, and Chong Yu Jinglong were no exception. At this moment, they finally realized how monstrous and terrifying that guy called Ling Huchong was. So what if he was a master in both medicine and tools? His most powerful ability was still his formation ability. He actually engraved a killing formation that could cover 100 li of void on a small private battleship. What kind of method was this? This was clearly the rhythm of the 3 masters of medicine, tools, and arrays. No one had ever done it before, and no one would ever do it again. No wonder this peerless expert with Genesis Realm Cultivation Base, who was said to be the uncle of the Tianzhan Emperor, was so angry that he spat out blood and even slapped a 3-star general of the Tianqin Kingdom to death in front of everyone. Now it seemed that compared to the mess they made, not to mention a 3-star general, if this matter spread to the imperial capital, the immortal emperor might even slap the king of the Tianqin Kingdom to death in a fit of rage. At the thought of this, the pale-faced fellows began to tremble even more violently. This time, they had truly poked a massive hole in the ground. If the other side had truly been forced to seek refuge with the Heaven's Legacy race, once the imperial court became enraged and decided to settle the score, none of them present would be able to escape. Scram, you bunch of good-for-nothings, scram immediately. Out of sight, out of mind. Perhaps it was because he had slapped a 3-star general to death and finally spat out that mouthful of blood that was stuck in his chest, but this peerless Genesis realm existence seemed to have calmed down a little. He coldly swept his gaze over the 1,000 experts trembling in the void, rolled his eyes and waved his hand. As if they had been pardoned, the crowd hurriedly retreated. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. It seems that the rise of the human race has truly arrived. Even the peerless genius of the 3 absolutes of medicine, tool, and array has appeared. Only after these people left did the Genesis Realm Elder sigh and say, "Unfortunately, we discovered this too late. Those pieces of trash have already offended the other side. Otherwise, the other side wouldn't have been forced to the point of exposing the void-killing array. But speaking of which, this is a small contribution from those pieces of trash." Humph, if that wasn't the case, this old man wouldn't have let a single one of them go and slapped them all to death. It's useless to say this now. No matter what, this peerless genius cannot be allowed to join the Tianji clan. Immediately contact the Imperial Emperor fleet on the Tianjon planet, and tell them to return immediately after wiping out the zombie army. At the same time, contact the Imperial Court immediately and report this matter. Also, publish it on the Imperial Court's main network. On one hand, ask for reinforcements from the Imperial Court and ask for reinforcements from the 2 fleets on the capital star. On the other hand, disclose this matter and pressure that brat, cutting off any possibility of him joining the enemy. Chapter 3303. Imperial Star Recovery Heaven Battle Planet. In less than 10 days after Yi Xian left, the Headless Corpse Emperor, Tuoba Linfeng, who was hidden within the entire zombie army, secretly led the entire zombie army. With the fastest speed possible, they covered the entire continent of the Heaven War Planet. All the human cities had fallen into their hands. In just a few short days, after Yi Xian's tragic massacre, there were only 2 to 3 million zombies left in the zombie army. The number of zombies once again snowballed, and in the end, it reached more than 40 million. More than 40 million cosmic zombies, a black mass that made one's bone marrow feel cold just by looking at it. Then, before the fleet of the Undying Star arrived, the army of more than 40 million zombies fell into chaos. There seemed to be a huge problem within the army, and all the zombies in the universe started killing and devouring each other. As the zombies began to devour each other, the zombie army that had just reached 40 million started to decrease sharply, and in just 2 days, it fell below 10 million. At this time, the 2 large fleets that had rushed over from the Undying Star had finally arrived. The Empire's Recovery Legion, who had been waiting outside the atmosphere of the Heaven Battle Planet for a long time, led the 2 large fleets from the Undying Star through the atmosphere of the Heaven Battle Planet and entered the planet. In the next moment, an earth-shattering energy beam fell from the sky like rain. This scene was too tragic. A large number of space zombies were blasted into pieces by the energy beam, but at the same time, a few battleships were torn apart by the space zombies with their bare hands. Yes, they were torn apart with their bare hands. In just half a month, the space zombie army evolved into a large number of extremely terrifying existences, and some of the space zombies even turned into zombie fortresses. Their bodies were as large as mountains, and when they sat on the ground, they actually had the ability to attack from a distance. When they fired a cannon, a large amount of corrosive liquid would whiz out, and once a battleship was hit, it would instantly melt like ice and snow. There were even some space zombies that evolved into terrifying zombie giants. Their bodies were thousands of zhong tall, like a giant mountain peak, and even a normal planet-level battleship was like a small in front of them. Although the giant fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters were bigger than them, they were obviously not strong enough. These zombie giants rushed into the sky, and with one punch, they could destroy a space fortress. The entire Heaven Battle Planet's interior and sky had turned into a tragic battlefield. No one noticed that while the battle was in full swing, in different regions of Heaven Battle Planet, there were about 100 space zombies that had deliberately concealed their presence, and even their bodies, and one after another, they came out of the atmosphere. These 100 space zombies that had the ability to conceal their presence were the followers that the Headless Corpse Emperor Tuoba Linfeng had chosen. Before the battle of extermination on Heaven Battle Planet had ended, he and these 108 highly evolved space zombies had already left Heaven Battle Planet in batches, and had successfully met up on a deserted planet in the distance. At this time, Tuoba Linfeng, who looked no different from a human and didn't have the slightest bit of zombie aura, and even his cultivation was difficult to distinguish, but he vaguely emitted a wisp of aura that made people tremble in fear. He was currently hovering outside the atmosphere of this deserted planet, expressionlessly looking at Heaven Battle Planet in the distance. In the end, he let out a cold snort, turned around, and flew towards the vast void in the distance. The 108 space zombies behind him all looked like normal humans, but from their bodies, one couldn't detect the slightest bit of human aura, only an extremely cold and terrifying aura. In the blink of an eye, the entire high-level zombie army had completely disappeared. And in the direction they were heading, there was an ordinary planet that belonged to the Heaven Battle Empire, but it was quite far away and relatively remote. That place seemed to have been chosen by this high-level zombie army as their first hunting ground. Rumble. Hong. A woo. Screech. In the atmosphere of Heaven Battle Planet, the battle had already fallen into a one-sided slaughter. As the headless corpse Emperor Tuoba Linfeng led the 108 highly evolved space zombies to silently retreat, the millions of space zombies left on Heaven Battle Planet were like dragons without a leader, and the scales of the battle were tilting more and more. High up in the sky, 200,000 meters in diameter interstellar fortresses stood firmly in the void, and didn't participate in the battle. They would only fire a terrifying death ray cannon from time to time, and when it landed in an area where the space zombies were densely packed, a single cannon would be able to wipe out more than 100,000 space zombies. At this time, the entire space zombie army had already been slaughtered to the point where they couldn't even gather together anymore. The earth-shattering cannon fire prevented them from gathering together and stubbornly resisting. There was no more suspense in this battle. Although the entire Heaven Battle Planet's interior was riddled with holes from the continuous cannon fire, and it would take a while to repair after the battle. Adding on the fact that before they could fully repair the planet after the battle, they still had to clean up the entire planet's interior, which was very troublesome. But no matter what, Emperor Planet had finally recovered. Just this point alone was enough to make Heaven Battle Emperor Zhang Wuzi happy. At this moment, he was inside one of the 200,000-meter-wide interstellar fortresses. The two interstellar fortresses were the flagships of the two fleets that came from the immortal planet. Although the soldiers and elites in the two fleets were all human, the two fleets belonged to different factions. One belonged to the dynasty's immortal army. The other belonged to the Federation's Overwatch Council's Senlon fleet. The dynasty's immortal army's fleet was led by a 3-star general, Kun Bin Ong, and the eldest prince Long Xiang was probably there to steal the battle achievements. As for the Federation's Overwatch Council's Senlon fleet, it was led by Yi Xian's old enemy, Deputy Inspector Hong Do Lifeng. This person looked like a middle-aged expert in his 40s or 40s. He had a short beard and long hair, and he was quite handsome. He didn't like to talk, but he always gave people a very stable and mature feeling. His cultivation was not bad, and he was slightly stronger than Naples. He was a level 5 Mystic Light Realm existence. Of the 5 deputy inspectors of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Hong Do Lifeng was ranked first, and he was Long Huai's most trusted aide. Looks like this space zombie army is only I haven't played to my heart's content, and it's going to end soon. Seeing that the zombie army in the universe had completely collapsed, and the credit was about to be in his hands, the eldest prince Long Xiang stretched lazily and said this rather bored. Just at this moment, the communications officer on the side rushed over with big strides. His face was full of excitement, and before he even stood still, he had already said loudly, "Lord Prince, Lord General, great news, great news." Chapter 3304. The Gathering of Wind and Clouds inside the Immortal Army's flagship fortress. What? Medicine, weapon, and array arts? There's such a monstrous talent? First Prince Long Xiang's face was filled with shock. Emperor Tianzhan and 3-star Admiral Kun Binong's expressions were the same. They were all stunned. I know this Ling Huchong. He should be the young master of the Ling Huchong family. After recovering from his shock, Emperor Tianzhan explained to the first prince and Long Xiang in detail. This person's talent in alchemy is truly terrifying. Previously, during the Medicine King Summit held by the Empire's 16 top gentry clans, there was a Medicine King's tablet taken from the Medicine King's relic. The tablet has 3 stages. Even among the elders of the 16 top gentry clans, only a few of them could pass the first 2 stages, and they barely passed. But this person passed all 3 stages in a short time, and it was perfect. The Medicine King's tablet was refined by him, and recognized him as its master. Now there's new news. He stayed in the Tuoba family's Tianqian branch for more than 10 days. He actually helped the Tuoba family refine another kind of level 10 liquid by himself, including a tube of level 11 liquid. Just this alone is enough to prove his alchemy talent. It's terrifying. That's not much. The key is that his alchemy talent is also monstrous. This person's armor, weapons, and personal worship are all quasi-starry sky treasures, and they were all made by him. The power of the weapons is still unknown. Although he has used them before, he has never used them to kill an enemy. I'm afraid they are not weak. But the battleship is too amazing. It has 2 forms. The first one is the light battleship form that we are familiar with. The second one is a top-level fighter mecha form that is over 30 meters tall. It has a mini death ray cannon and can attack from a distance. Just with this armor, he can even surpass an entire realm to defeat enemies. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is his quasi-starry sky treasure class personal warship. The other powers of this warship are unknown, but one thing is certain. That is, this warship has a large void-killing array system. Previously on the Tianqian planet, the Tuoba family, Gongyang family, and Longyu family wanted to keep him here. This matter was reported to the Tianqian kingdom, and the king ordered the planet defense array to be shut down to prevent him from leaving. This person actually took out a small private warship on the spot, and activated the void-killing array system on the warship. In an instant, thousands of shuttles and patrol ships, as well as thousands of powerhouses, were crushed by this array system without resistance. However, the other party clearly did not have the intention to kill. Otherwise, none of those fellows would have been able to escape. In the end, only a few unlucky fellows died. As for Linghu young Master Linghu Chong, he calmly left. Pa! My brother is so powerful. Without waiting for Emperor Tianzhan to finish, the eldest prince, Long Xiang, slapped his thigh and excitedly continued the conversation. The three masters of alchemy, weapons, and array. TSK. 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 This Linghu Chong really lives up to the title of a peerless genius. Whether it is alchemy, weapon forging, or array formation, it is extremely difficult for an ordinary person to master any one of them. It depends on luck. But he has the strength of a master in all of them. He is too awesome. From what I see, this Linghu Chong is definitely much more powerful than that invincible god of war in the cultivation camp. No matter how powerful the invincible god of war is, he is only one person, after all. But Linghu Chong's three masters of alchemy, weapons, and array formation are different. This is a peerless genius that can create a large number of powerhouses and increase the overall strength of our dynasty. Actually, Long Xiang didn't say anything. Although he still couldn't confirm whether the invincible god of war in the cultivation camp was Tian Qianzi or Prince Xian's clone, he still felt that it was the latter. After all, the way they did things was too similar, so Long Xiang had always been hostile towards that invincible god of war. Now, another peerless genius that could compete with the invincible god of war had appeared. As long as he could subdue this person, even if that invincible god of war was really Long Xian's clone, he would have nothing to fear in the future. When they competed, he wouldn't lose to him. Thinking of this, Long Xiang immediately became excited as if he had been injected with steroids. At this time, the battle on the Emperor planet had finally ended, and all the space zombies had been killed. Emperor Tianzhan left behind a few battleships to take care of the cleanup work, then hurriedly returned to the Tianqian starfield. The Empire's immortal army led by First Prince Long Xiang and 3-star General Cubanong, as well as the Federation's Overwatch Council Senlon fleet led by Hongdou and Lifeng, also followed, at the same time, as everything that happened on the Tianqian starfield was publicized on the dynasty's main network. The entire Federation was in an uproar. Not only was the human race's technology camp shocked, but even the cultivation camp was shocked. The various races of the Second Universe's Federation were even more shocked. Another peerless genius had appeared in the human race. Was the human race really going to prosper? Only the Tianji race still didn't do anything. No one knew if they were just observing, or if they had already secretly made a move. While they were shocked, all the major powers started to move. They all sent their elite forces to the Tianqian starfield. The other 13 families who had just left the Heavenly War Kingdom's territory had returned. They had come for the level 10 and level 11 formulas in Linghu Chong's hands. Of course, that included the other half of the Medicine King's inheritance. If they could rope in this new peerless genius, that would be even better. The Bodhi technology, celestial beings, and Shinnong genes from the immortal land. The Shenyuan, Huangfu, and Nangong families from the Tianming Empire. The Duanmu, Wu Ma, and Shinta families from the Tianfeng Empire. There were also 4 other families that were idle but could also refine level 8 elixirs. The Huyen family, the Bailey family, the Pengcheng Pharmaceuticals, and the Life Genes. These 13 families and forces, plus the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu families that were currently on the Tianqian starfield, were about to reunite again. This time, other than the 16 families, the dynasty also sent a fleet. The Overwatch Council, the headquarters of the Federation, even sent a blue fleet. In addition, the Tianfeng Empire and the Tianming Empire each sent a fleet. The entire human race's technology camp was on the move. This wasn't all. It was said that the 2 peerless geniuses from the human race's technology camp, Xiao Yaozi and Yin Xiaoferi, were also on the move. There were even rumors that the self-cultivator camp was also on the move. In short, the entire third universe of the human race was surging with turbulence. All the powerhouses were gathering in the Tianqian starfield. If it weren't for the fact that the various races of the Federation in the second universe weren't in the same universe, they would most likely also come this time. However, because this matter concerned the future of the human race's surveillance at the wormhole was even stricter. It was to prevent outside forces from infiltrating. Chapter 3305. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation 7th Order of the Origin. As soon as the news spread, the other 13 top-notch families and forces in the Imperial Dynasty immediately set off. In order to save time and prevent other forces from getting the upper hand, all the forces spared no expense and used long-distance teleportation formations to hasten their journey. In just 5 days, almost all the forces had arrived. Only the forces that had mobilized a large fleet of warships were still on their way. As they could not directly use long-distance teleportation formations to send their warships, they could at most use wormholes to jump. However, wormholes were not everywhere, so these large fleets were still on their way. The Shenyuan family from the Heavenly Underworld Empire, the Duanmu family from the Heavenly Wind Empire, and Bodhi technology from the Immortal Star of the Imperial Dynasty had already arrived. They were now stationed in various cities on the Heavenly Chen Star. As for the Heavenly Chen Star Empire, it was already overcrowded and could not be accommodated. As soon as the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru arrived, they immediately gathered together and began gossiping. The 3 girls all had expressions of indignation on their faces as they gnashed their teeth. They felt like they'd been bullied by Yi Xian. This time, when they came with the family team, other than inspecting the effects of the second fusion of the battle armor, as well as delivering the third fusion treasure that they'd just collected. More importantly, they wanted to continue blackmailing Yi Xian. The 3 girls were already dissatisfied with just asking him to refine a piece of armor. This time, they had to agree to new conditions. Even if they did not start refining now, they had to agree to them first. This guy is too evil. Sister Ziying, you're so close to him, but you didn't know that he had such a terrifying cultivation in formations. I feel bad for you. Yes or no, I'll definitely help you vent your anger this time. He even hid it from you, Sister Ziying. He doesn't treat you as one of his family. But then again, Elder Sister Ziying's insight is truly amazing. Even though that fellow is a bastard, his monstrous talent is undeniable. Putting aside refining pills and refining weapons, who would have thought that he would be even more amazing in the area of formations? A small private warship was actually able to imprint such a terrifying killing formation system. Once it was activated, the space within a 100-mile radius would be sealed. That's right, that's right. When I arrived, I inquired about some of the people who were present at that time. It was said that when the Great Killing Formation was activated, all kinds of killing energies fell down like dumplings. Even Tuoba Ba Xiong and Gongyang Buhui, who were at the 10th level of the Profound Void Realm, had to cover their heads and run away. Humph, I've known that bastard is a formation master for a long time. When I first met him on the Heavenly River Star, I knew it, but I didn't expect his level of attainment in formations to such a terrifying level. Previously, I thought that he had only engraved a speed formation, an attack formation, a defensive formation, and a concealment formation on the Dongshu shuttles. I didn't expect that he could even engrave the massive formation of the killing formation system. This matter isn't over yet. In any case, this time, he has to agree to help each of us refine a shuttle, even if it takes some time. I'm just a little worried about his safety now. At the end, Duanmu Xiaocha suddenly frowned and said with a worried face, I don't know what he's thinking. Why did he have to hide his real identity and use the identity of young Master Linghu? I heard that after the Immortal Army of the Flying Dragon Special Forces and the Blue Fleet of the Hongdo Liefeng returned to the Heavenly Chen Star, they immediately set out to search the entire star field. Once they find him, I'm afraid it won't end well. In their eyes, my idol is a complete nobody. He's an existence that can be easily bullied. But with his violent temper. Sai, please don't fight with him. Yi Xian was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Right now, he was still in the Heavenly Chen star field. 5 days ago, after leaving the Heavenly Chen star field, Yi Xian took the Dongshu shuttle to an extremely remote star field in the Heavenly Chen star field. He found a barren non-life-bearing planet and entered a secluded place to begin his closed-door cultivation. In terms of his physical body and blood energy, he had already reached the 9th realm, the origin level 5. He was about to enter the late stage of this realm.
Yi Xian already had the level 10 liquid.
As soon as he reached the peak of the origin level 9, he could immediately take a tube of the level 10 liquid and enter the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. As long as he entered the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm, he could use the shortest amount of time to accumulate his physical body and blood energy to reach the peak of the Grotto Heaven realm. If that was the case, he would be able to break through to the Mystic Light realm after consuming another vial of the level 11 elixir. He would be able to enter the Mystic Light realm. That would make him a true Starry Sky expert. Yi Xian also had the level 11 liquid. This was no longer a dream, and it was not far away. For the first time, Yi Xian truly felt the benefits of using the gene cultivation fluid to break through the genetic evolution path.
It was simply too fast and violent. Of course, this was only for him.
If it was anyone else, on one hand, it would be difficult to obtain more gene cultivation liquids, and on the other hand, even if they broke through a realm, it would take a long time to reach the peak of the origin level 9.
However, Yi Xian felt that since he had an advantage, he had to make good use of it.
Putting aside the 11th realm, the Mystic Light realm, he had to at least raise his physical body and blood energy to the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. Because of this, he did not immediately leave the heavenly Chen star. In fact, he did not know where to go at the moment, so he randomly chose a remote star and began his closed-door cultivation. 2 days ago, he had broken through from the origin level 5 to the origin level 6. Now, 3 days had passed, and Yi Xian was breaking through to the origin level 7. Once this period of seclusion ended, he would be able to progress to the origin 7th tier. After that, he would only need to make 2 more minor breakthroughs to reach the pinnacle of the origin 9th tier. Then, he would be able to continue consuming the 10th tier elixir.
This was Yi Xian's original plan.
He would cultivate until he reached the peak of the origin level 9, then consume a tube of the level 10 liquid to raise his physical body and blood energy to the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. After that, he would decide what to do next. Ding! Congratulations to host. Your physical body and blood energy has increased. Current realm. Origin level 7.
Everything went smoothly.
After another 3 days of closed-door cultivation, Yi Xian opened his eyes. The familiar system notifications sounded in his mind at the right time. He had finally entered the origin level 7. At this time, before the smile on his face could fully bloom, a shocking change suddenly occurred. Wang! Wang! A rapid high-frequency vibration suddenly sounded without warning, and Yi Xian instantly felt his entire body sink. He had been discovered.
Chapter 3306.
Confinement of the Void. Wang! Wang! Yi Xian was stunned for a moment as the rapid high-frequency vibrations sounded out without any warning. His entire body suddenly sank, and his heart sank as well. There were at least 200,000 meters wide space fortresses. This was definitely not something the heavenly Chen nation could have. If he was not mistaken, the dynasty's fleet from the immortal planet had arrived. It seemed that the commotion this time was not small. Even the immortal army had been alerted. He just did not know who had come. After all, if even 100,000-meter wide space fortress had been mobilized, the dynasty would definitely have sent an important member to oversee the situation. This is a huge contribution. I don't think the 5 princes will let it go so easily. It would be great if one of them came this time. I can take advantage of this opportunity to teach them a lesson and vent my anger. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was not in a hurry to leave. He grinned, and faintly felt a little excited. There's also that old bastard Hong Do Lifeng. I left the immortal planet in too much of a hurry, and did not have the chance to take care of him. How good would it be if he came this time? The more he thought about this, the more Yi Xian did not want to leave. Even though the other party had completely sealed off the space around the star with a super oscillator on top of the 100,000-meter wide star fortress, even if Yi Xian took out the Dongshu shuttle, he wouldn't be able to escape at an extremely fast speed. Even the teleportation formation and concealment formation of the battleship would be ineffective. For ordinary experts, no matter how strong they would be at a loss when faced with such a situation. However, Yi Xian was different. He did not care at all. If he wanted to leave, he could use his interdimensional jump ability to leave at any time. He could go to the Death Star vortex in the gap between the 2 territories of the human race. He could even jump between universes. In that case, he could directly go to the black hole of life in the first universe. However, now that he realized that a dynasty prince had come, Yi Xian's evil sense of humor was also brought out. Those 5 guys were really despicable. As Prince Xian, he could not beat them up too harshly. However, Ling Huchong did not have such concerns. This was a rare opportunity. He did not want to miss it. He decided to stay and have some fun. At the same time, outside the atmosphere of this desolate planet, the immortal legion of the elder Prince Long Xiang and the blue fleet of Hongdu Laifeng, the deputy inspector of the Federation, were all there at the moment. Led by 2 space fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, hundreds of battleships surrounded the entire planet from all directions. It was actually a coincidence that they were able to discover Yi Xian's hiding place. The Immortal Army and the Senlon fleet had originally been searching separately. Although they had guessed that Yi Xian was still hiding in the starfield, they did not know where he was. Thus, whenever they came across a deserted star, they would immediately sweep through it and monitor for any signs of life. In the end, they really did capture a weak sign of life on this planet. They also confirmed that this expert was in seclusion. Furthermore, his cultivation level should be at the origin realm, which matched Ling Huchong's basic information. Based on the principle that they would rather catch the wrong person than let the wrong person go, Hongdu Laifeng, who discovered this suspicious point, immediately reported this matter. The immortal legion of the elder Prince Long Xiang was the first to arrive. In order to prevent the commotion from alerting the enemy and giving him a chance to escape, the 2 fleets immediately activated the shipborne super-oscillator and completely sealed the void around the entire planet. The other fleets of the Heavenly Battle Empire and the Heavenly Qin Nation, as well as the teams of the various top clans, were also rushing over from the Heavenly Qin planet at full speed. Although the Crown Prince Long Xiang wanted to take all the credit for himself, he knew how powerful the enemy's quasi-starry sky supreme treasure private warship was. If he didn't surround the entire planet and maintain the sealing effect caused by space oscillation at all times, the enemy would escape as long as he wasn't careful. In order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, he could only choose to gather more battleships and experts. Although this would share some of the credit, as long as he could make Ling Huchong stay and bring him back to the immortal star in the end, the biggest credit would still go to him. Not long after, the fleets and the teams of experts from the 16 top clans from the Heavenly Qin planet all arrived one after another. Except for the large fleets of the Heavenly Dark Empire and the Heavenly Wind Empire that were still on the way and had not arrived in the starfield. Basically all the forces and teams that had gathered for this matter had all gathered here. Of course, the monarch of the Heavenly Qin Nation and the emperor of the Heavenly Battle Empire would not come in person. After all, this kind of thing was a little difficult to show up in public. The emperor of the Heavenly Battle Empire's identity was not to be underestimated, so it was not appropriate for him to come in person with such great fanfare. As for the elder Prince Long Xiang, his identity was not made public. At least, the officials did not explicitly state that he was in charge of this immortal legion. For a time, nearly 1,000 battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes surrounded this small abandoned planet. This scene was like a helpless little lamb surrounded by a group of ferocious space beasts. No one thought that young Master Ling Huchong, who was hiding in this abandoned planet, could possibly escape. After all, this planet and a large area of the void around it had been confined by the space ripples released by a large number of space oscillators. No matter how powerful his small private warship was, it was impossible for it to ignore the space confinement and teleport away directly. If that was really the case, there was no need for everyone to chase after him. The space technology that the other party had mastered was far beyond the current era. Everyone could just pat their butts and scatter, and it would be useless even if they continued to torment him. When all the fleets and teams of experts arrived and completely blocked this abandoned planet, there was no need to worry that the other party would have the slightest chance of escaping. Finally, the elder Prince Long Xiang was relieved. He waved his hand and said, "Brother Ling Huchong should have already noticed and may even suspect that we intend to capture him. This is not a good thing. This time, we are here to recruit him, not to make enemies. There has already been a misunderstanding before, so it is not good to continue to expand. Therefore, in order to show our sincerity, this prince has decided to personally invite Brother Ling Huchong. You all just need to send some elites to accompany him, just in case." Seeing that the elder prince was going to personally go, everyone's spirits were lifted. In their opinion, even if Ling Huchong was the young master of the Ling Huchong bloodline, the Ling Huchong bloodline was only one of the top families in the Heavenly War Empire. In the face of the elder prince, who was a peerless existence, no matter how unruly Ling Huchong was, it was likely that he would be subdued on the spot and be recruited in one fell swoop. Everyone thought that going with the elder prince this time would be a great opportunity for them to share in the merit for free, so they all asked for permission. In the end, the elder prince made the decision. He also wanted to use this opportunity to win people's hearts and tie the younger generation of the 16 great families and the various great factions to his war chariot. All right, you older generation don't need to fight. Let the younger generation of the various great factions go with this prince. Chapter 3307. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The rhythm of beating the prince soon. The eldest prince led a group of young people from the 16 top clans on a planetary warship. Like a small boat on a raging wave, they charged through the abandoned planet's atmosphere and entered the planet. The Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were among them. As for the other top-notch clans, although most of their previous successors had already met with mishaps, now that there was a new batch of people taking over, they were eager to show off their prowess. Thus, they were all extremely agitated and followed behind the first prince, almost howling like wolves. Apart from that, there were also some young people from the top clans who followed along. For example, the Heavenly Battle Empire's Crown Prince Zhang Lingfeng and the Heavenly Qin Nation's Crown Prince Su Biqing. Naturally, they would not let go of such an opportunity. On one hand, they could show their faces to the entire human race. On the other hand, they could build a relationship with the eldest Prince Long Xiang. They could even familiarize themselves with the peerless genius young master Linghu, who was about to surrender to the dynasty. Why not? Under the lead of the first prince of the dynasty, Long Xiang, a total of dozens of young people from the top aristocratic families boarded a planetary-level battleship. After entering the atmosphere of the abandoned planet, they directly headed toward the northern region where the Wisp of Life Aura was located, heading straight for the northern region. The northern region of the planet had already finished cultivating. Yi Xian, whose physical body and blood cultivation had reached the 9th realm, origin rank 7, had been waiting for a long time. He was not in a hurry because he knew that the other party was more anxious than him. He only wanted to use this opportunity to teach the dynasty prince and Hongdou Laifeng a lesson. However, the other party was different. They had a strong motive. They must have taken a fancy to his terrifying formation skills and wanted to recruit him. To put it a little arrogantly, this time, Yi Xian completely controlled the initiative. As long as he wanted to, he could definitely lead the other party by the nose this time. Although the other side had more people, they seemed to have the absolute advantage, and even the entire abandoned planet was imprisoned in the void. In their opinion, perhaps the initiative was on their side, because Yi Xian was already fighting like a trapped beast and couldn't escape this calamity. But Yi Xian knew his own business. His heart was as clear as a mirror, and he was not anxious at all. The only thing he was worried about was whether Hongdou Laifeng had come or not. Also, was the royal powerhouse who came with the dynasty's immortal army one of the 5 princes? If he was disappointed in both of these aspects, then Yi Xian would find it boring. He would lose interest in staying behind to play with this bunch of bastards. If he lost interest, it would not be exciting. However, his worries soon disappeared because a planet-level warship that was 1,000 meters long had already passed through the atmosphere and landed on the northern ice plains of the planet in front of him. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was in his throat. He really wanted to see those familiar faces. If none of them came, Yi Xian felt that he would be depressed. In the end, he grinned. This was because the first prince had led a group of young prodigies from various factions out of the planetary-level battleship's cabin. There were indeed many familiar faces among them. For example, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were among them. They were grinning at Yi Xian. Seeing these 3 girls, Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes. Even if he used his heels to think, he would still be able to guess the thoughts of these 3 girls. Damn it, they were still haunting him. This time, he was afraid that these 3 girls would ruthlessly take advantage of him again. Otherwise, once they revealed their true identities, this matter would really become lively. At that time, Yi Xian, who was using the identity of Prince Xian, would be completely put in a spot when faced with such a huge army of enlistment. He would not know how to end this. Sigh. I really owed them in my previous life. After realizing that he had been pinched by the first prince and could not do anything to those 3 girls, Yi Xian immediately sighed inwardly. Although he had accepted his fate, the anger in his heart also rose because of this. Of course, the target could not possibly be the 3 girls from the Purplish Warbler. He did not dare to do so. Thus, when the first prince's figure entered his line of sight, Yi Xian's eyes instantly turned green. He was like a mad wolf that had been starving for half a month. He could not wait to devour someone. Other than the three girls from the Purplish Warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha, there were a few other familiar faces. After all, during the last exploration of the Medicine King's relics, not all of the younger generation of the 16 great clans had perished or met with mishaps. This time, half of the 16 great clan successors were old faces, while the other half were newcomers. Yi Xian did not recognize any of these newcomers and did not intend to pay them any attention. However, the group of old people nodded politely when they saw him. After all, they had interacted with Yi Xian in the past. They were not like Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yongji, who had offended him. Thus, when they greeted him with smiles, Yi Xian could not directly fall out with them. As such, he could only vent his anger on the newcomers. Among them, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Chen Kingdom, Su Biqing, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Battle Kingdom, Zhan Lingfeng, were clearly more eye-catching. The two of them followed behind the first prince, Long Xiang. Furthermore, their cultivation was also relatively strong. They had both reached the origin stage. What surprised Yi Xian was that Long Xiang's cultivation had also reached the origin stage 4th level after not seeing him for a while. He was only a few levels away from Yi Xian. However, although his cultivation was slightly weaker than Yi Xian's, his status as the first prince of the dynasty was still there. Long Xiang's sense of superiority was clearly very strong. In his opinion, as the first prince, being able to personally come over to recruit Ling Huchong was already giving him a lot of face. No matter how unruly Ling Huchong was, that was only on the level of the empire. In front of the first prince, who came from the imperial capital, he was half a level lower and most likely would not be able to get his head up high. Therefore, when he led the prodigies of the various major factions out of the planetary-level warship's cabin and landed on the ground, he immediately raised his hand and signaled for the other prodigies of the various major factions to stop. With a serious expression, he said, "Brother Ling Hu is very nervous now. After all, there are too many of us here. In addition, with the invisible aura of this prince and the impenetrable encirclement outside, he's the only one who's brave enough to hold on. If it were anyone else, they would have fainted from fright. So, all of you stop and don't follow me. Just let this prince bring Zhan Lingfeng and Su Biqing over. This prince has condescended, and he will definitely be grateful to Ling Ti. In just a few words, he will follow this prince back. Don't worry, we're all good brothers. In the future, when this prince is in charge, all of you will have to follow me and do your best. This credit will be given to all of you. This prince will personally take care of this matter. Everyone who comes, don't miss a single word of your name in the book of contributions." When they heard this, the group of young geniuses from the various powers instantly became excited and started shouting. Only Shenyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru looked at each other. Although they didn't show it on their faces, they were extremely excited in their hearts. Chapter 3308. Feel is different. Brother Ling Hu, I've heard so much about you, ha ha ha. You might not know who I am, but it doesn't matter. I am Long Xiang, the first prince of the empire. You should have heard of me, right? Don't be agitated. Calm down, you must calm down. This prince has always been low-key and approachable. I have a strong premonition that we will become very good friends. Behind him was the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Battle Kingdom, Zhan Lingfeng, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Chen Kingdom, Su Biqing. The first prince, Long Xiang, had his hands clasped behind his back as he walked towards Yi Xian. In his opinion, after he told Ling Huchong about his background and identity, the shocked Ling Huchong would fall to the ground immediately. He would be terrified at first, but he would be convinced by his amiable words. As the first prince of the imperial court, he actually said that he had a strong premonition that they would definitely become good friends. This was bending over backwards to befriend him. The other party would definitely be wild with joy. At this time, he couldn't be arrogant. He had to be friendly and approachable. He had to help him up and say to him with a choked voice, "Good brother, I finally found you. From now on, we won't be apart and we'll fight together." And so on and so forth. If there were no accidents, this unruly Ling Huchong would be his man of sacrifice in just a short while. With this beautiful hope, the first prince's smile grew even more radiant, making him seem even more approachable. This scene made the young elites of the various powers and clans sigh in amazement. The crown prince was indeed the crown prince. Coming from the immortal star of the imperial capital, he was on a completely different level. In comparison, the Crown Prince Zhang Lingfeng and the Crown Prince of the Tianqian Kingdom, Su Biqing, paled in comparison. They were like the Crown Prince's followers, completely lacking in brilliance. Only the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, subconsciously raised their hands to cover their eyes. They shook their heads slightly and hid at the back, sighing inwardly. Sigh. What a tragedy. If you don't seek death, you won't die. This young lady finally understands the true meaning of this sentence. Big bastard, this place is going to shake the entire human clan again. He really won't stop. Wherever he is, there will be a storm. He alone is the condensed version of the entire Jianghu. Wherever he goes, there will be disasters. Prince. The first prince? Are you the crown prince of the empire, Long Xiang? At this time, the first prince, Long Xiang, was walking as he spoke. He had already stopped 3 zhang away from Yi Xian. As soon as he finished speaking, young Master Ling Hu's face was filled with shock. At first, he was stunned for a few seconds, then his expression became incomparably excited. His breathing quickened as he roared loudly to confirm Long Xiang's identity. This scene made Long Xiang very satisfied. Behind him, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly War Empire, Zhang Lingfeng, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Qin Country, Su Biqing, also flew into the air with smiles on their faces. Humph! It seems that I have overestimated this little brat. Once he heard that the first prince of the empire had personally come, he was so excited that he almost knelt down and cried. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. He has never seen the world, so he can't keep calm. Looking at his mental state, he was only competing with the Tuoba family, the Gongyang family, and the Chongyu family. If he really met someone with a strong background, not to mention the first prince of the empire, even the crown prince of the heavenly Qin country would be enough to make him dizzy. That's right, it is this prince. I guarantee it. Could it be that you don't believe me? Although this is a little unbelievable, but it is the truth. Facing Yi Xian's incomparably excited expression, the first prince, Long Xiang, was extremely satisfied. The vanity in his heart had been greatly satisfied. At this time, he was floating in the air. With a kind smile on his face, Long Xiang waved at Yi Xian and said in an amiable manner, Come, 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 I told you not to be so excited. Look at how excited you are. Come here. Don't doubt your life. Surprises come so easily. Remember, we are brothers in the future. This prince will allow you to come closer and confirm my identity. But let me say this first. Don't get too excited. This prince is very approachable. As these words were spoken, Ling Hucheng, who was about 10 meters away, seemed to have been possessed. His eyes were dull, and his expression was wooden. However, his breathing was rapid, and it was obvious that he was extremely excited. With a trace of timidity and yearning, he slowly walked towards Long Xiang. The first prince began to sigh inwardly. A country bumpkin will be a country bumpkin. This prince had only told him his identity, and he was already so excited. It seemed that he had overestimated this kid's mental endurance. But this was also good. When he came closer and confirmed his identity, Long Xiang would have to act more amiable. It would be best if he immediately bent down and helped him up. Then, he would grit his teeth and squeeze out 2 drops of tears. He would choke and say, Brother, I've finally found you. This way, this kid would definitely be loyal to me in the future. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Long Xiang's smile became even brighter. He felt like he was floating. At this time, Yi Xian finally walked in front of him and stood a step away. Then, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Pa! Pa! Pa pa pa! Before Long Xiang could react, Yi Xian, who was standing in front of him, raised his hand and began to slap Long Xiang's ears. Backhand, 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 backhand. In less than 3 breaths, more than 10 slaps had landed on Long Xiang's ears. Long Xiang was completely stunned. He spun in circles on the spot, seeing stars in front of his eyes. Yi Xian, on the other hand, finally stopped after a dozen slaps. His face was filled with excitement as he lowered his head to look at his right hand that had just slapped his ears. He actually choked with sobs as he muttered to himself, That's right, he's definitely a prince from the imperial court. Even his big ears were exceptionally loud. This feeling. Ugh, it's unprecedented. Bang bang. Bang bang. Following this unexpected scene, especially after hearing Yi Xian's choked words, the dozens of successors from the various large powers and top-notch families that didn't follow him fell like dumplings on the spot. Even the mentally prepared purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were shocked. Their mouths were wide open, and their faces were full of disbelief. At this time, Yi Xian, who was choking with emotion, seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Battle Empire, Zhang Lingfeng, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Chen Empire, Su Biqing, who were behind Long Xiang. His expression was extremely excited, and his eyes were about to burst out with a green light. He asked with a trembling voice, "You too, are also princes?" "Ha! No, no, no. No, we are followers." Chapter 3309. A Wu Lackey? AI, this is too disappointing. This young master thought that he would be able to experience the different sensations of different princes today. Hearing Zhang Lingfeng and Su Biqing's words, Yi Xian was greatly disappointed. The right hand that he had been about to raise seemed to drop. Seeing this, Zhang Lingfeng and Su Biqing, who were still in a daze from the previous scene, subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. They had thought that they had finally escaped this calamity. Unfortunately, this was all just wishful thinking. Without waiting for the two to let out a sigh of relief, Yi Xian, who had lowered his right hand halfway, suddenly raised it again and slapped them in the face. Pa! Pa! Pa pa pa! Without waiting for the two to recover, Yi Xian, who was standing in front of them, raised his hand and slapped them again. Backhand, 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 backhand. In less than 3 breaths of time, more than a dozen large slaps had been delivered. Zhang Lingfeng and Su Biqing were also struck senseless. Like the first Prince Long Xiang, who had not yet stopped, they began to spin in circles, seeing stars in front of them. Only now did Yi Xian withdraw his hand. He looked at his right palm and foolishly grinned. He muttered to himself in satisfaction, "A prince is a prince. Even his followers are different from the rest. This feeling is also unprecedented. It's so king satisfying. Pang dong! Pang dong!" Following this unexpected scene, especially after hearing Yi Xian's foolish words, the dozens of people from the various factions and top-notch clans in the distance, who had managed to withstand the first wave of attacks, were completely knocked over. Looking around, besides the dumbfounded purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, no one was able to stand properly. A woo! A woo a woo a woo! Bang! Bang! Only at this moment did the first Prince Long Xiang's mournful howls suddenly rang out. Those who heard it would shed tears and those who heard it would be heartbroken. Large amounts of black clouds were attracted to the sky by his howls, as if a heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Long Xiang's entire face had turned into a pig's head. It was so swollen that no one dared to look at it directly. Then before Long Xiang could finish his howling, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Battle Empire, Zhang Lingfeng, and the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Chen Empire, Su Biqing, also started howling. They weren't any better. Their faces were also swollen like pigs. Even if their father were to look at them for a long time, he wouldn't be able to recognize them. Yi Xian did not continue to attack. He knew that things would get interesting today. It was just the beginning, so there was no need to rush. These 3 fellows couldn't be whipped anymore, at least not before they recovered. Otherwise, if they were to be whipped a few more times, they would be whipped to death, and the rest of the game would be meaningless. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't attack them again, the dozens of descendants from the various top clans and powers finally regained their senses. They crawled up from behind and shot forward like arrows. They didn't dare to say anything to Yi Xian. They all shrunk their necks and helped Long Xiang and the other 2 escape towards the planetary-level battleship that had stopped in space. After a while, everyone entered the battleship. Then the battleship spun around and rushed into the atmosphere as if it was escaping, disappearing directly. Outside the atmosphere, thousands of battleships of different sizes were waiting quietly. In their opinion, with the Crown Prince Long Xiang personally coming to recruit Ling Huchong, there was no suspense. After all, Ling Huchong was just a country bumpkin. Once he heard that the Crown Prince was here, wouldn't he immediately kneel down? In fact, everyone thought that the first prince wanted to use this opportunity to win people over. Perhaps he would say some words that were not suitable to be spread. Therefore, no one spied on him. That would offend the first prince, so there was no need to do so. Thus, ever since the first prince and the others entered the atmosphere of the planetary-level warship, no one had spied on what had happened inside. Naturally, no one knew what had transpired after that. It was only now that the 1,000-meter-long planetary-level battleship roared out of the atmosphere that everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone was instantly excited. The Crown Prince was indeed the Crown Prince. Once he made a move, it was extraordinary. Seeing that the planetary-level battleship rushed out of the atmosphere so quickly, everyone sighed. The Crown Prince's methods were indeed extraordinary. In such a short time, he had made the arrogant and unruly Ling Huchong bow down to him. It was so fast that no one was mentally prepared for it. With this thought in mind, everyone's faces piled on flattering smiles. As soon as the Crown Prince walked out of the planetary-level battleship, they would immediately sing his praises. After all, of the three absolutes of medicine, tool, and formation, young Master Ling Hu, who was known as the second most outstanding genius of the human race, was not to be underestimated. Once the imperial court obtained his help, it would be a matter of time before their overall combat strength would increase several-fold. On the other hand, although the cultivator camp had an undefeatable war god of the same level, he was still alone. His value was not reflected in the same way as young Master Ling Hu. From this perspective, the Crown Prince's success in recruiting young Master Ling Hu was simply incalculable. Perhaps after this battle, the immortal emperor's position would be more or less confirmed. Unexpectedly, when the battleship approached and the cabin door opened, before the Crown Prince could appear, the first thing that came out was the howling of wolves. A woo! A woo! The starry sky experts waiting outside trembled in fear. 3-star General Cubanong and Hongdo Liefeng's expressions changed as they quickly went to welcome the Crown Prince. At this time, a group of several dozen young elites from various factions and top-notch clans walked out, escorting 3 pig-headed clansmen. However, the Crown Prince was nowhere to be seen. Everyone's expression changed as they realized that something had happened. Kun Binong and Hongdo Liefeng were the most anxious. They rushed forward and ignored the 3 pig-headed clansmen. Instead, they turned to Shen Yuanziying and the other young elites from the various factions and clans and began to berate them. Why are you the only ones back? You even brought 3 pig-headed clansmen with you. Are the other races of the Second Universe Federation here as well? He actually made his move before we did. What exactly happened down there? That's not important. The important thing is, where is His Highness the Crown Prince? And the Empire's Crown Prince Zhang Lingfeng and Heavenly Chen's Crown Prince Su Biqing. Where did the 3 of them go? A woo! A woo! Just as Cubanong and Hongdo Liefeng finished speaking, the howling of wolves immediately began again. The 3 pig-headed clansmen who were surrounded by the young elites from various factions and top-notch clans looked as if they had been struck by lightning. They were extremely agitated, and if not for the people beside them holding them back, they would have charged forward to fight Cubanong and Hongdo Liefeng to the death. Chapter 33:10. The Emperor's Order, Kill him. You must kill him. Awa. This prince must kill him. Awu. What are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear the first prince's order? That guy deserves to die. Awu. Around them, countless masters of the starry sky race wore strange expressions as they stared blankly at the 3 pig-headed clansmen in the middle of the crowd, not even daring to breathe loudly. On the other hand, the 3 pig-headed clansmen were incomparably excited. Their mouths were howling like pigs being slaughtered, one after another. The 3 of them were Long Xiang, Zhang Lingfeng, and Su Biqing. They were the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Chen Kingdom, the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Battle Kingdom, and the first Prince of the Immortal Dynasty. But now, they had all become members of the Pig-Head clan. Their target, Yi Xian, had each given them a dozen slaps, directly turning them into pig heads. No one would have thought that Yi Xian would be so cruel. This guy is simply crazy. That was the consensus of all the Starry Sky cultivators. So with the return of the first prince, Long Xiang, and the others, the follow-up actions were temporarily stopped. Facing such a crazy person, anyone would be nervous. The key was that this person was too important, and they couldn't kill him, so they would be in a passive position. Very soon, amidst the howls of the first prince, Long Xiang, and the other 2 princes, the younger generation of the various major powers and top-notch clans who were in a daze recounted the events that had transpired. The Starry Sky cultivators were originally a little confused, but when they heard that Ling Huchong slapped the first prince's ears without saying anything, he even said that the feeling was different. That was too arrogant, too much. You've gone too far. The Immortal Army's commander, Cubanong, was furious. He immediately wanted to send troops to attack Yi Xian, shouting that he would destroy the entire star. The first prince, Long Xiang, had followed him to the heavenly Chen galaxy. Now that he was in such a big trouble, his face was so swollen that it could be compared to the pig-head clans. If he didn't give a proper explanation, he would be in for it later. So, Cubanong had no choice but to push a duck onto a perch. He had to make Ling Huchong pay the price for this. This matter is indeed too much. That brat is arrogant and unruly. It seems that it won't be so easy to recruit him. Besides, we can't sit idly by and watch the prince humiliate him. This matter can't be settled peacefully. In comparison, the Blue Fleet's commander, Hong Do Lai Feng, who represented the Federation's Overwatch Council, was much calmer. But even so, he didn't dare to offend the first prince. Although he wanted to comfort him, he didn't dare to say too much. After all, this is the heavenly battle galaxy, and the Emperor is the ruler of this galaxy. No matter how angry we are, we can't do anything about it. I believe the Emperor won't just sit by and do nothing. Furthermore, if something really does go wrong in the end, with the Emperor's order, the first prince can. The meaning behind his words was very clear. He clearly wanted to pick him out. If he was the one who gave the order to launch an all-out attack, he was afraid that if something went wrong, he would be the one to carry the burden. But if this matter was given to the Emperor, no matter how big the mess was, there would be someone else to hold it up. It had nothing to do with him. The elites of the various factions present were all smart people. They all understood the meaning behind this. Immediately, many people puckered their lips in secret while the gazes they shot at Hong Do Lai Feng were filled with disdain. Shenyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru even rolled their eyes because they felt displeased no matter how they looked at this old fellow because he was truly too sinister. If the Emperor really gave the order to attack, wouldn't Yi Xian in the atmosphere of the galaxy be in danger? Emperor Tianzhan was naturally reluctant to talk about this matter, but now that the old geezer had instigated the first prince, Long Xiang, to bring it up, Emperor Tianzhan couldn't turn a blind eye to it even if he wanted to. Bastard! Humph! How dare you trick my idol? Just you wait. I'll report you to the Emperor. Not everyone can provoke a bastard. Old man, you actually dared to stab us in the back. This time, you've taken the bait. The three girls' faces were full of displeasure. They muttered to each other in a voice that only they could hear. Looking at each other, they had already privately sentenced Hongdo Lai Feng to death. Zhanling Feng, what do you say? First Prince Long Xiang clearly agreed with Hongdo Lai Feng's suggestion. He immediately looked at Zhanling Feng, who was also swollen like a pig, and roared like thunder. Your Highness, leave this matter to me. This is a test. Whether I'm your father or not, it all depends on this. Zhanling Feng was also full of resentment. There was no need for Long Xiang to pressure him. He gritted his teeth and opened the StarNet communication. Then, there was a mournful cry that made all the Starry Sky elites collapse on the spot. Father. There was no suspense in the final result. Although Emperor Tianzhan did not express his opinion on the spot, for extremely powerful elites of the heavenly stellar planet arrived 4 hours later. No one knew whether this was Emperor Tianzhan Wuzi's personal decision, or the result after he reported it to the Empire. However, one thing was certain, and that was that the 4 elites sent by Emperor Tianzhan Wuzi were going to attack young Master Linghu on this abandoned planet. The 4 old men were all existences of the 12th realm, Void Rank 9 Perfection. They came with the Emperor's decree. Their cultivation bases were only 1 step away from the 13th realm, Genesis realm. As for Linghu young Master Linghu Chong, according to the latest information, which was obtained after the first prince and the others came into close contact with him and suffered a dozen slaps in the face, his cultivation base was the 9th realm, Origin Rank 7. The 9th realm, Origin Rank 7, against the 12th realm, Void Rank 9 Perfection. What kind of concept was this? The difference of 3 realms was more than that. To be more precise, it was 3 realms plus 2 small realms. With such a terrifying difference in cultivation bases, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a chasm between heaven and earth. Even if only one of these existences was dispatched, young Master Linghu was destined to be completely crushed. There was no suspense. This was a one-sided massacre. No, it was not just a massacre. The disparity in strength was so great that the latter had an overwhelming advantage over Ling Huchong's life and death. If he wanted him to live, he would live. If he wanted him to die, he would die. If he did not want him to die, Ling Huchong would not be able to self-destruct even if he wanted to. Chapter 33:11. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Zhan clan, the four supreme existences at the great perfection of the Void Realm Level 9, attacked at the same time. They rushed into the atmosphere of the abandoned planet, intending to attack Yi Xian, who was only at the origin level 7 of the 9th Great Realm. Seeing this, all the Starry Sky powerhouses secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Now, no matter how monstrous that young Master Ling Hu was, he was helpless. Even if he summoned that quasi-Starry Sky treasure-level private warship with a shipboard killing system, it would be useless. Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were so angry that their eyebrows were raised. They wished they could slap these four shameless old men to death. However, they did not have the strength to do so, and they did not dare to show too much of their resentment. Otherwise, it would arouse suspicion, which would be even more unfavorable to Yi Xian. He had his own reasons for wanting to hide his true identity. Although the three girls did not understand, they would not make a decision on their own and cause trouble for him. More importantly, they had confidence in Yi Xian. Even if these four shameless old bastards joined forces, they still believed that Yi Xian could resolve the crisis. At the very least, he could always escape. Thinking of this, little girl Chua was relieved and was no longer so worried. The four old men who attacked this time were at the great perfection of the Void Realm Level 9. They were the top experts of the Heavenly War Empire's royal family. Even the current Emperor Heavenly War, Zhan Wuzi, had to call them his uncles. Of course, these four people were not the strongest in the Heavenly War Empire's royal family. In fact, even their junior, Emperor Heavenly War, Zhan Wuzi, had reached the great perfection of the Void Realm Level 9, which was equivalent to their strength. There were still stronger existences in the Heavenly War Empire's royal family. However, it was already very generous of the Emperor Zhan Wuzi to send out these four uncles who were on par with him. After all, he was only dealing with an ant in the 9th realm, the Origin 7th Order. Any one of the four would be able to crush him. Now that they were working together, there was no suspense at all. Very few people knew the name of this old man, but because he was one of the elders of the Heavenly War Empire and appeared the most frequently in the Empire's affairs, over time, the officials of the Heavenly War Empire affectionately called him Zhan 1, Zhan 2, Zhan 3, and Zhan 4. Although the four of them were Origin Level 9 of the Void Realm Level 9, because of their different cultivation techniques, they all had their own strengths. Zhan Yi was the most domineering. The martial art he cultivated was a kind of boundless slaughter mantra. He possessed 3 types of slaughter divine abilities: Heaven Illusion Earth Slaughter, Heaven Exterminating Slaughter, and Boundless Slaughter. War 2 was a sword cultivator. Over the years he had condensed 9 sword talismans: the Origin Sword Talisman, the Life Sword Talisman, the Death Sword Talisman, the Thunder Sword Talisman, the Illusion Sword Talisman, the Lightning Sword Talisman, the Fire Sword Talisman, the Slaughter Sword Talisman, the God Sword Talisman, and so on. As for War 3, he was an expert in the Bloodline technique. His technique was called the 3 Dragon Snake Transformations: the Flood Dragon Transformation, the Giant Dragon Transformation, and the Thunder Dragon Transformation. War 4 had encountered an extraterrestrial demon during his cultivation and had a close shave with death. In the end, it was a blessing in disguise. He accidentally comprehended the life and death chi and cultivated the life and death Tao formula. He turned into the yin-yang face and the life and death body. He was the most mysterious among the 4 of them. At this moment, the 4 Void Realm old monsters rushed into the interior of this abandoned planet at the same time. They immediately took up positions in 4 directions in the northern ice field of the Star Realm, surrounding Yi Xian, who was standing in the center of the ice field with a sneer. "Kid, you can't escape today. I advise you to stop resisting so that you won't suffer more pain. You're too conceited." Indeed, since ancient times, there are very few young people like you who have such monstrous talent in the 3 fields of medicine, equipment, and array. But remember, you haven't grown up yet. No matter how monstrous a talent you are, if you can't grow up, you will eventually be annihilated in the long river of time and forgotten by history. The Celestial Emperor loves talents and can't bear to see you die so early, so he asked the 4 of us to come. At the same time, the 4 of us also admire you. Now, we'll give you a chance. As long as you immediately swear a Tao oath in front of the 4 of us to be loyal to the Zhan clan of the Heaven Battle Empire, we'll spare your life today. Furthermore, from now on, my Zhan clan will fully support your growth. The entire Heavenly Battle Empire will be your support. Your path to growth will be smooth sailing, and you won't have to worry about dying before you've fully matured. Kid, this is a rare opportunity. Whether it's the Celestial Emperor of Heaven Battle or the four of us, we don't often have this kind of kindness. Don't make a mistake. You must seize this rare opportunity. Bah! After the four old men finished speaking, Yi Xian rolled his eyes and directly spat loudly. Then, he sneered and ridiculed. What is the Zhan clan? Just now, there was a guy who claimed to be the first prince of the Heaven Battle Empire who came to recruit me. Is the Immortal Dynasty not better than your Heaven Battle Empire? You don't even put this young master in your eyes, slapping him in the face. What are you four dogs worth? Also, the prince of the Immortal Dynasty just came to recruit me, and you four bastards immediately ran over, saying that you represent the Zhan clan of the Heavenly Battle Empire, and asked this young master to swear a Dao oath in front of you, that I will be loyal to your Zhan clan. This young master wants to know one thing: does the Immortal Dynasty know what you're doing? If they don't know, isn't this the same as deceiving the Emperor? If this young master goes out and spreads what you just said, how many days do you think the so-called Zhan clan of the Heavenly War Empire will be able to live freely? Bold thief, you dare to sow discord. When have we ever been disloyal to the Heaven Battle Empire? It seems that we can't let you live today. That's right. This kid harbors ill intentions. Although he possesses extraordinary talent, his heart is too wicked. Today, we have no choice but to kill him here. I presume that he has left behind some jade slips related to the 3 ultimate techniques of medicine, tools, and formations. The effects will be the same if we seize it. Humph. Do you really think that you can look down on the world with a top-level battle armor and a small private battleship engraved with a void-killing array? Today, the 4 of us will teach you how to behave. Why talk nonsense with him? He's just a little ant. Just kill him. Seeing that not only did Yi Xian not appreciate their kindness, but he even mocked them coldly and threatened to announce what they had just said, the 4 old fellows were instantly enraged and their killing intent rose. At the same time, a monstrous aura roared out from the bodies of the 4 old things. 4 supreme existences at the pinnacle of the 9th step of the void had joined hands to deal with a junior at the 7th step of the origin. At this moment, they had actually unleashed their full cultivation. It was clear that they were determined to suppress Yi Xian on the spot. Chapter 33:12. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Yi Xian went berserk. You're just 3 shameless old men. What right do you have to scold this young master? Aren't you just relying on your superior numbers and powerful cultivation? This young master would like to see if you have the ability to suppress this young master today. Before the 4 old men could finish speaking, Yi Xian interrupted them with a shout. As he ridiculed them, he waved his hand and summoned the indestructible glass armor and directly entered the 2nd mecha state. Moreover, the withered demon Bloodblade was also summoned. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a ferocious-looking blood-black demonic blade with monstrous flames. It was nearly 10 feet long, about the same height as the giant mecha. The mecha raised its right arm and held it horizontally across its chest. An incomparably ferocious murderous aura instantly spread out. This was the first time the 4 old men had seen such a scene. It was too mighty. The giant mecha was 10 feet tall, and the ferocious demonic blade was 10 feet long. The two were perfectly blended together, and the momentum was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, the 4 old men were shocked, and their murderous intent grew even stronger. Heaven Illusion Kill. Death Sword Talisman. Thunder Dragon Transformation. Wither and Glory Dual Evils Wither Sky Dome. As the murderous intent rose in their hearts, the 4 shameless old men summoned their trump cards at the same time. With a roar, their figures flashed, and endless murderous power rolled toward Yi Xian from 4 different directions at the same time. On the east side, Zhan Yi summoned one of the 3 killing techniques of the limitless slaughter mantra, the Heaven Illusion Kill. As a terrifying energy that overturned the sky and earth surged out from his body, that part of the sky turned into a murderous cage. The strong wind was endless, and it covered Yi Xian from head to toe. On the west side, Zhan too summoned one of the 9 sword talismans, the Death Sword Talisman. The endless murderous aura that surged out from his body drew in the sharp metal power of heaven and earth, and turned into a killing heavenly blade that was 500 feet long. It shone with a boundless golden light, and with an incomparably sharp momentum, it slashed toward Yi Xian. In the southern region, Jean San had activated one of the three great abilities of the Dragon Snake's three transformations bloodline, the Thunder Dragon transformation. His entire body transformed into a lightning dragon that was nearly 3,000 meters long. His entire body was wrapped in a boundless lightning aura, and lightning exploded as he roared and bit towards Yi Xian. In the northern region, the most mysterious of the four, Zhan Si, stood in place. He didn't make any big movements, but just waved his hand casually. In an instant, he melted an endless ice sheet in the northern region of the ice field. Under the ice sheet, a large number of icy creatures and ferocious beasts that were originally hidden under the ice sheet were revealed. At this moment, the vitality of these endless ice beasts seemed to have been sucked out of their bodies in an instant, and they turned into dry bones at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, in less than half an instant, countless dry bones of the ice-field beasts rushed into the sky and gathered together, condensing into a white bone-withered demon beast that was 10,000 feet long. With a monstrous withered demon aura, it seemed to want to devour all the vitality between heaven and earth, and it rushed toward Yi Xian. The four supreme existences of the 9th level of the Void Realm Perfection stage all attacked at the same time. They used the magical powers that they were best at, whistling toward Yi Xian from 4 different directions. This scene was so shocking that even Yi Xian felt a sense of trepidation in an instant. He had no doubt that if these 4 terrifying magical powers and techniques hit him at the same time, or even if it was only one of them, even if he had the protection of the indestructible glass armor, the final result would still be the same. Perhaps the full force of these 4 old fellows wouldn't be able to destroy the quasi-starry sky treasure indestructible glass armor, but Yi Xian, who was inside the armor, was too weak after all, and was 3 whole realms away from them. In this kind of situation, even if the indestructible glass armor was undamaged, it was extremely likely that Yi Xian would be forcefully shaken to death within the armor. Back then, hadn't he also used the Thunder Emperor seal to kill that powerful core member of the Tianji clan using this method? Thinking of this, Yi Xian did not hesitate. He immediately put away the withered demon blood blade that he had just summoned. He had indeed planned to fight to his heart's content with these 4 old guys, but now, it seemed that he had been too confident in himself. Although he had the terrifying ability to fight above his level, at most, he could only fight above 1 realm. If the cultivation gap between him and his enemy was 2 realms, Yi Xian had no chance at all with his own strength and foundation. After all, he wasn't a devouring avatar. That fellow had an innate crystal body, and the strength of his body was frighteningly high. Innate, he was already in an invincible position. In this regard, Yi Xian, who hadn't fully evolved his physical body, would never be able to compare to him. Of course, although the doppelganger was strong, Yi Xian was not weak either. They both had their own strengths. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's main body could not use some of the divine abilities that he was proficient in at the moment, such as the Fallen Sky Bow and the Rai Di Seal. Once these supreme techniques and bloodline divine abilities were used, his identity would be exposed immediately. Then there was no need to use them at all. Rather than that, it would be better to directly activate the planar coordinate jump ability and escape. He could leave this place with a single thought and appear in the Death Star vortex in the gap between the territories of the 2 great factions of the human race. But Yi Xian was unwilling to leave. He was unwilling. If he escaped this time, unless he completely abandoned his identity as young Master Linghu in the future, once he appeared again, all the powerful factions and powerful families of the human race in the 3rd universe would immediately rush over like flies that had smelled the scent. They would quickly surround and hunt him down again. Although these guys were disgusting flies, Yi Xian did not think of himself as a stinking egg. He wanted to fight back. He wanted to beat all of them so that they would not dare to chase after him with such a mentality of absolute suppression. And to achieve this, everything had to start from today's battle. If he successfully counterattacked and defeated these 4 shameless old void monsters in this battle, then even if there were still those who were unwilling to give up and secretly coveted him in the future, at least they would not be as brazen as they were now. In short, killing might was something that was forcefully built up by relying on countless bones and endless deaths. If one didn't want to be bullied by others, if one wanted to be free and unfettered, and not be casually harassed, then the only way out was only one word, and that was kill. Ah! You 4 shameless old flies, do you really think this young master is a soft persimmon that you can knead as you please? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian, whose anger had been completely ignited, raised his head and roared. He had decided to completely throw caution to the wind today. In order to roam the 3rd universe with the identity of young Master Linghu in the future, And in the process of searching for all kinds of follow-up gene fluids, Yi Xian was going to start a massacre today. He was going to beat these shameless guys until they were afraid. Since he was going to make a scene, he might as well make it big. As he raised his head and roared, Yi Xian's eyes were already blood-red. This was the rhythm of a complete rampage. He rarely appeared in this state after entering the starry sky, but as soon as he broke out today, he could not stop. Today, the four of you, even if you don't die, you will lose a layer of skin. Xiao. Chapter 33:13. Cauldron Soar, you four, even if you don't die today, you'll still lose a layer of skin. Xiao. Amidst his furious roar, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. Following an incomparably ear-piercing sound, a green light was suddenly thrown out by Yi Xian. This green light was actually the farmer god cauldron in his knowledge sea. Of course, Yi Xian didn't use the farmer god pestle that came with the cauldron. Just the cauldron alone was enough to make people jealous. In any case, he was only using it to suppress his opponents. There was no need to use the farmer god pestle. Yi Xian didn't plan to use this pair of primordial treasures together. That would be too obvious. Even a fool would know what it meant. And as long as Yi Xian didn't use the farmer god pestle, even if everyone knew that he had already refined and collected the Medicine King's ancient tablet, the tablet didn't show the farmer god pestle's original appearance, so no one would think of that. The reason why Yi Xian decided to use the farmer god cauldron now was because he had no other choice. Ling Huchong was known as the peerless genius of the alchemy, crafting, and array arts masters. Now, he was a supreme treasure in the eyes of the major forces. His identity was only the young master of a fallen family. It could be said that he didn't have any backing. Everyone thought that he was a soft persimmon and wanted to reach out and pinch him. Although his armor was freakish and his small private battleship was equipped with a huge killing array, these methods could be used to deal with some Void Realm Starry Sky Masters. Once he faced the 13th Realm Genesis Realm or the 14th Realm Cosmic Light Masters, they were basically no deterrent. Therefore, if Yi Xian still planned to use this identity to travel through the third universe, he would have to display a new method of deterrence. Even the primordial domain of the 13th Great Realm, or even the cosmic light level experts of the 14th Great Realm, would be able to threaten them. The Fallen Sky Bow and the Rai Di Seal could do this, but Yi Xian couldn't use it. Once he used it, it would immediately be exposed. Helpless, he could only use the farmer god cauldron. In any case, the cauldron had already been refined by him. Even if others were jealous, they couldn't do anything about it. In fact, even before Yi Xian refined it, this cauldron had been standing in the vast void of the Medicine King's remains in the form of a huge star for countless years, but no one had ever been able to move it or take it away. It was said that there was even an almighty figure of the 15th level who tried to attack, but in the end, he still retreated helplessly, unable to move at all. If not for this, Yi Xian would not have taken out this cauldron so easily. Boom! At that moment, as the green light shot out from the center of Yi Xian's brows, it expanded with the wind. In less than a breath's time, it had turned into a huge planet. The atmosphere of the abandoned planet under his feet was blown away. The aura was too strong, and the ground under his feet instantly cracked inch by inch. This abandoned planet obviously could not be protected. After this battle, it would completely collapse and turn into cosmic dust. There was a huge explosion. Zhang Yi had used one of the 3 killing techniques of the limitless slaughtering mantra, the illusory murder of heaven and earth. A terrifying energy that could overturn the heavens and earth surged out from within his body. The killing cage that had been formed by the mighty power of heaven and earth collapsed completely in an instant. For a time, the wind was endless, raging in the vast void of the Milky Way. Immediately afterward, the thousands of feet-long white-bone-withered demon beast that was condensed from the bones of countless ice-field beasts rushed into the sky and gathered together. At this moment, it let out a low howl as if it was unexpectedly frightened. This beast's body was full of a monstrous withered aura, as if it wanted to devour all the vitality in the world. Originally, it was rushing towards Yi Xian with boundless ferocity. But at this moment, facing the farmer god cauldron that was descending with a loud howl, it turned around and retreated. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The giant cauldron was like a huge star that appeared out of nowhere. As soon as it came into contact with the killing cage, it collapsed. Then, at the same moment that the 1,000-feet-long white-bone-withered demon beast turned around, it suddenly smashed towards it without any suspense. Bang! There was no cracking sound of bones, only a low and oppressive bang. The 1,000-feet-long withered demon beast's entire body collapsed in an instant, turning into dust. It was blown away by the terrifying chi brought by the giant cauldron that descended from the sky, and instantly disappeared without a trace. Ding! At the same time, the sword talisman that Jean-Yi used to transport death stimulated the endless killing aura surging out of his body. The heavenly blade of slaughter that was formed by the sharp metal force of heaven and earth also slashed onto the body of the farmer god cauldron at the same time, emitting a crisp sound of metal clashing. This heavenly blade of slaughter was 500 feet long and was condensed from countless sharp metal force. It shone with a boundless and dazzling golden light, and its momentum could be said to be incomparably sharp. Originally, it was aimed at Yi Xian's head, but now, it was directly blocked by the farmer god cauldron. The result made everyone speechless. Accompanied by a ringing sound, the heavenly blade of slaughter that was so sharp that it could almost split open the sky and space actually didn't slow down in the slightest and directly shattered. Countless sharp metal fragments of various sizes that were suffused with golden light instantly exploded, and then rumbled and dispersed, turning into specks of golden starry rain that dispersed and illuminated a small area of space in an extremely dazzling manner. At this moment, Jean-Yi, and Jean-C all opened their mouths at the same time as if they had agreed to it. The world cage, heavenly blade of slaughter, and the withered demon beast earlier were all condensed from their own strongest abilities, and could be said to be closely related to their own bodies. Now that their attacks were blocked and forcefully destroyed, the three old fellows suffered a backlash and were heavily injured in the blink of an eye. Although it was not life-threatening, their faces were as pale as paper. From the looks of it, they would definitely not be able to make a move for a while. It was only at this moment that cries of surprise suddenly rang out. What? This is the Medicine King Cauldron? This is actually the supreme cauldron in the Medicine King's ruins. It has been floating in the void like a star for countless years, and no one has ever been able to move it. How could it appear here now? This is impossible. Impossible, this kid is only at the origin 7th stage. How could he refine the supreme cauldron that even the almighty Chen Kun can't move? This is King illogical. Monster. He's simply a monster. Run, this cauldron is too terrifying. There was once an almighty Chen Kun who tried to cut it open with all his might, but in the end, a supreme divine weapon of the primordial era collapsed. We can't move it at all. If we are crushed by it, even if we don't die, we will be completely suppressed and won't be able to make a comeback. Following these cries of surprise, Jean-E, and Jean-C didn't even bother to wipe the blood from the corners of their mouths. Their expressions changed drastically as they turned around and retreated. At this moment, Yi Xian sneered as he turned around and swept his gaze in another direction. Chapter 33:14. Don't run, little loach, screech. In fact, the moment Shenong's giant cauldron suddenly appeared in the sky, Zhan San's Thunder Dragon transformation bloodline ability had already screeched and turned around to escape. Although its voice was so loud that it could split the clouds, it clearly revealed an extremely strong sense of fear and shock. After all, he was not a real immemorial Thunder Dragon. Although Zhan San's 3 transformations of dragon and snake bloodline magical power was amazing, he could actually use this magical power to stimulate the flesh and blood of his original body and change his form into a thunder dragon that was thousands of feet long. Those who didn't know would most likely think that he was originally a thunder dragon ferocious beast that had transformed into human form. It was a pity that the thunder dragon evolved from this kind of magical power only had the form. Even though Zhan San seemed to have mastered some thunder and lightning power, compared with the real immemorial thunder dragon, it was still too far away. At least, he didn't have the brutal and even violent temperament and momentum that an immemorial thunder dragon should have. If an immemorial thunder dragon from the desolate era was really here, no matter how terrifying Shenong's cauldron was, it would absolutely not turn around and retreat. But everything was still too late in the end. As soon as Shenong's giant cauldron appeared, it destroyed the world cage, the heavenly blade of slaughter, and the withered demon beast one after another, causing Jean-E, Jean-C, and Jean-C to vomit blood and be seriously injured. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a moment, causing people to be overwhelmed and unable to react at all. Under such circumstances, even if the Thunder Dragon transformed from Zhan San's original body saw the opportunity early, it screeched and retreated at the first moment, but Shenong's giant cauldron was really too big, its size even exceeding that of an ordinary star. The abandoned star under its feet couldn't withstand its pressure and was cracking inch by inch was proof of this. With such a huge body, there was no need to expend effort to pursue it all. Just a roll in the void and it could cross an extremely long distance in the starry sky. Yi Xian did indeed do this. He naturally couldn't kill all 4 of these old guys. Otherwise this matter would be counterproductive. His goal was only to display a deterrent means to make everyone afraid and not dare to provoke him. If he killed all 4 of them, the Heavenly War Empire would definitely not let it go and would send stronger existences, which would be bad. However, although he couldn't kill all of them, it was not a problem to kill a few people. This was also the price they should and must pay. Otherwise, it was not enough to show his power. Zhan Yi, Zhan Si, and Si. Yi Xian didn't want to bully the disabled people, so he chose Zhan San. Of course, the crux of the matter was that this fellow was courting death. Instead of being a proper human being, he actually transformed into a ferocious beast that was thousands of feet long. Even if such a huge starry sky cauldron crushed Zhan Yi, Zhan Si, and Zhan Si into meat patties, it looked like nothing special. But it was different for Zhan San. This was 1,000 feet long thunder dragon, and Yi Xian had crushed it in the void with the farmer god cauldron in front of everyone. Just the visual impact and shock was enough to frighten the starry sky masters who saw this scene in an instant. Little Loach, don't run. This young master promises not to beat the shit out of you. Rumble! Yi Xian's figure didn't move as he floated above the massive Shenong cauldron that was as large as a star. Originally, he had his hands behind his back, but now, he slightly raised his right arm and pointed towards the 3,000-foot-long lightning dragon that was fleeing in the north. Puff! When the 3 words Little Loach entered his ears, Zhan San was so angry that he vomited blood. Even though he had manifested 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon body with his bloodline magical ability, he couldn't help but tremble violently. He was so angry. The supreme existence of the 12th Great Realm, the 9th rank perfection of the void, with the stunning bloodline of the divine dragon thunder dragon transformation. How awe-inspiring was the 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon body manifested. In the past, every time Zhan San activated the thunder dragon transformation and manifested 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon body, which time did he not shock the other party instantly? Even those who immediately retreated in horror were not in the minority. But today, he had encountered such a monster. The 1,000-feet-long terrifying thunder dragon had become a little loach in his eyes. Moreover, he was still clamoring not to run, promising not to beat the shit out of him and so on. This was clearly the rhythm of beating him until the shit out of him was directly beaten out of him. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Zhan San's 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon body once again trembled a few times. This time, it was not because of anger, but because of fear. This was a thunder dragon that was thousands of feet long. If it was hung up and beaten in public in this void, that scene was so beautiful that Zhan San couldn't imagine it at all. He didn't feel good at all. If it weren't for the fact that the bloodline magical ability of the thunder dragon transformation needed a certain amount of time to cool down, even if he tried his best to remove it now, it would take at least 7 or 8 seconds. Zhan San simply couldn't wait to do so immediately. At least in that case, once he returned to his human form, if he was really beaten up, he wouldn't be as eye-catching as the current 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon body. Rumble! Just as his speed suddenly increased and he was running forward with all his might, a series of extremely violent thunderous sounds suddenly came from behind him. That feeling was as if there was a part of the world behind him that had completely collapsed. The terrifying power of heaven and earth shattering turned into an invisible shock wave, roaring and chasing after him. These thunderous roars were the explosive sounds made by the Shenong cauldron crushing the void. Its size was so huge that it was more terrifying than ordinary stars. Although ordinary stars also had trajectories, whether it was revolution or rotation, they were untraceable and too slow to be detected. However, at this moment, under Yi Xian's control, the Shenong cauldron was like a meteor that was galloping at an extremely fast speed. Even the void was crushed and the sound of explosions could be heard. It was too normal. At this moment, Zhan San was almost scared out of his wits, because he found that the speed of Shenong's giant cauldron was really too fast. He tried his best, and even used all the strength he had when he was a child. He finally managed to rush out a distance, but this giant star cauldron just rolled and easily covered this distance. According to this trend, at most 7 or 8 breaths of time, the terrifying giant star cauldron would press down on his head. Thinking of this, Zhan San's soul flew out of his body. There was also a human voice coming from the huge mouth of the 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon. He didn't care about his face and begged in public. "Ling Hu, little friend, can we stop chasing? It's a misunderstanding. Everything today is a misunderstanding." Boom! Before he could finish the words in his mouth, the Shengnong cauldron, which was following closely behind, suddenly accelerated. In the blink of an eye, it crossed a long distance in the void and directly arrived above the 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon. Then, with a more violent and intensive sound of sonic booms, the giant star cauldron instantly pressed down with an indescribable momentum.
Ayo! Chapter 33:15. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Everyone was dumbfounded. Roar! Although the thunder dragon's body was huge, at least 10,000 feet, it was too small compared to the Shengnong giant cauldron that was like a huge star. It couldn't even be considered a small The Shengnong giant cauldron pressed down on its head, and only a small part of its edge brushed against its body. The 10,000-feet thunder dragon was completely turned into a dried thunder dragon. Except for the head that was exposed outside, the whole body of the thunder dragon was completely crushed, and that small part of the void was dyed red by the blood mist that burst out. This scene was too terrifying. A 10,000-feet thunder dragon was crushed into a dried dragon in an instant. The mournful howl it let out had no dragon power, but was more like a wolf's howl, which made people feel cold in their hearts. How could the word miserable be enough? In fact, even this mournful and indignant howl didn't last too long. It only lasted for about 2 breaths before it suddenly stopped. At this point, the 10,000-feet thunder dragon no longer had the slightest breath. Jean San had fallen. At this time, in the area of the abandoned star that had completely collapsed, Jean 1, Jean 2, and Jean 4, who had retreated in horror, finally regained their senses. They roared one after another, and their figures rushed over here, wanting to help. Ling Huchong, stop. Don't make a mistake. If Jean San dies, you will definitely die. Impulse is the devil. Ling Huchong, don't court death. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Before these 3 old things could finish their threatening words, there was a loud sound of violent explosions in the void in front of them. The Shengnong giant cauldron pressed down with a loud crash, and a tragic and mournful howl suddenly sounded. Everything happened too fast. From the moment Yi Xian took the Shengnong giant cauldron to chase after Jean San to the moment when the 10,000-feet thunder dragon was crushed into a dry dragon and let out a mournful howl, it only took 3 breaths. It was so fast that even Jean Yi, who had retreated in a hurry and had almost completely panicked. His mind was in chaos, and the 3 supreme existences of the 9th order great perfection were actually unable to rescue him in time. They could only watch as their Jean San was crushed into a dried dragon in front of everyone and died. In fact, even if they took action, the result would be the same. If they had the ability to resist the Shengnong giant cauldron, they wouldn't have been seriously injured and retreated at the same time. About this, Jean 1, 2, and 4 were well aware of it. So Jean San's death at this moment, the threatening words from their mouths at the same time, and their figures that had just rushed out, they also suddenly stopped. A wave of monstrous flames of fury that was similarly boundless and nearly capable of destroying everything surged out from the 3 of them. It surged through the void and actually faintly emitted a faint buzzing sound. However, the faces of the 3 old fellows were incomparably pale. Even though their eyes were as red as blood, as if they were about to spit out substantial flames, their faces were deathly pale. Whiter than snow. This paleness that caused one's heart to palpitate actually represented and revealed the current state of mind of the 3 of them. Only now did they suddenly realize how laughable and powerless the threatening words they shouted at Yi Xian in a moment of desperation were. After all, before the 3 of them could finish their threats, the other party had already crushed the 1,000-feet-long thunder dragon to death. Moreover, that scene was so domineering. It was really like crushing a little loach. He had killed their 3rd brother Jean, in front of everyone. This was clearly a slap to their own faces. Before Yi Xian could do anything, they had already slapped their own faces. Perhaps at this time, they still believed that Yi Xian would undoubtedly die, but at least now they couldn't see that scene. Although there were many starry sky experts in this encirclement, and thousands of battleships, all of which were at least 3,000 meters in length, the entire encirclement army still didn't have the strength to threaten the other party. The Royal Star Cauldron, which appeared out of nowhere, was too terrifying. With it in hand, the other party could suppress a group of void men. Relying on this army, whose strongest was only at the peak of the 9th level, they couldn't do anything. It was also at this time that the momentum came to an abrupt stop. Behind Jean-Yi and the other 2, a large wave of terrified cries rang out like a tide. It was the starry sky experts who were entrenched in the battleships.
They had surrounded the entire abandoned star so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Previously, when Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the Shenong cauldron, this group of people was completely stunned. The scene that followed was even more terrifying. In less than 10 breaths of time, one of the 4 supreme existences at the peak of the 9th level died and 3 were injured. This scene was too horrifying. Everyone was stunned. Only at this moment did their bodies tremble violently. They gasped and cried out in shock. "Oh heavens, let me be blind! What did I see? A 10,000 feet thunder dragon turned into a dried dragon in an instant? It was tortured to death. It's too tragic. This is too much of a bullying dragon. This is a 10,000 feet thunder dragon, but it was tortured to the point of howling like a wolf. How sorrowful and indignant should it be? Terrifying. Ferocious. Young Master Linghu is heaven-defying. He doesn't just have the 3 peerless potions, tools, and arrays. Even his combat strength is the same as that of a peerless monster. He can definitely contend with that monster who is causing trouble in the cultivation camp. Right now, it's still uncertain who exactly is the clone of that monster. He might even surpass that monster. Once the giant cauldron makes a move, even that invincible war god will be suppressed. The #1 monster of the human race. Young Master Linghu definitely deserves this name. He is unparalleled, and his heaven-defying momentum is unstoppable. As these cries of surprise entered their ears, the figures of the heads of the 16 top families of the dynasty, the patriarchs, and the others, who had interacted with Yi Xian many times before, continuously trembled. Their expressions were even more marvelous to the extreme, and it was impossible to describe. It's too terrifying. He hit it too deeply. It turns out that the royal star cauldron that mysteriously disappeared in the King of Medicine's relics was actually refined and taken away by him. At that time, we wanted to harm him and seize half of the King of Medicine's inheritance from the Linghu descendants. If it weren't for the outbreak of the universe zombie riot, I'm afraid we would have already taken action. If that was really the case, it was simply courting death. While muttering to themselves, Tuoba Xiong, Gong Yang Buhui, and Changyu Jinglong looked at each other, and the hair on their back stood up. At this moment, they really didn't want to go against Yi Xian anymore. They couldn't shake him at all. On the other side, the Crown Prince Long Xiang, the 2 princes of the Heavenly Chen Kingdom and the Heavenly Battle Empire, Zhan Lingfeng, and Su Biqing, who were originally waiting to watch a good show and even began to plan how to torture Yi Xian after Zhan Yi and the others captured him. However, they were completely dumbfounded on the spot with their mouths wide open. These 3 guys' heads were originally swollen. Now their mouths were slightly open, their faces were stiff, and their eyes were dull. At a glance, they really looked more and more like pig-headed people. Chapter 33:16. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Heaven and Earth almighty figures were nothing. Even though they knew Yi Xian's true identity and believed that he must have some more powerful tricks up his sleeve, they believed that he would be able to survive this crisis and leave calmly. But at this moment, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were still completely stunned. Only when the surrounding cries of surprise rang out like a tide did they wake up from a dream. Their bodies shook slightly, and they finally came back to their senses. Heavens! An idol is indeed an idol. He's really not an ordinary kind of awesome. Even though this young lady thought highly of him, in the end, I was still fiercely shocked. It seems that my previous estimation was too conservative. This guy is a peerless monster. He can't be treated as a human. Dragon slaying. This is clearly a dragon slaying scene. Even though it was only formed by the bloodline ability, it was still a lightning dragon that was thousands of feet long. At least it had its shape, but it was crushed into a dried husk in an instant. Why didn't I realize that this guy was so ferocious before? That's right, that little temper is too scary. It's left me with a faint psychological shadow. In the future, when I face him, my heart will probably beat wildly. I'm afraid that I'll provoke his little temper. He dares. Humph, don't be fooled by how arrogant he is in front of outsiders. In front of us 3 sisters, he's just a little kitten. I've long been sure of this. That bastard is bad at everything except for one thing. As long as you're sincerely good to him, no matter how you yell at him or bully him, he won't flip out. He's a fool. At the end of the conversation, the girls had already gathered together and discussed quietly. On one hand, They were afraid that others would hear them and reveal Yi Xian's true identity. On the other hand, the three sisters gathered together to discuss how to deal with Yi Xian. Naturally, they couldn't let him hear these words. In front of them, Jean 1, Jean 2, and Jean 4 suppressed the anger in their hearts and spoke again. Ling Huchong, you relied on the royal star cauldron to run amok. You didn't care about dissuasion and killed Zhang San on the spot. This matter can't be resolved. Just wait and see. Our heavenly war empire is not without the power of heaven and earth. What's more, we have the power of the entire dynasty. You have committed many crimes and are extremely evil. Moreover, this day won't be too far away. Today's matter has already pierced through the sky. Once the Almighty of the Empire learns of this, they will definitely be enraged. They will definitely take action at the first moment and suppress you. If you know what's good for you and want to live, hand over the king's cauldron immediately, seal your own cultivation, and beg for forgiveness. Considering that your amazing talent in the three ultimate of medicine, tools, and formations is really rare, perhaps we can consider forgiving you and keep you useful to the Empire to atone for your crimes. These words were really shameless. It was obvious that they coveted the other party's three unique talents in medicine, tools, and arrays, and wanted to recruit him by force. They even mobilized thousands of battleships and even more strong cultivators of the starry sky to carry out a great encirclement and annihilation. There were also 4 supreme existences of the 12th great realm, the great perfection of the 9th rank void space. In the end, even with the 4 of them working together, they were no match for him. They were suppressed on the spot. 3 of them were heavily injured, and 1 of them died. In the end, they actually accused the other party of committing numerous crimes and being extremely evil. Shameless to such an extent, it was simply outrageous. In the team of the huge fleet coalition behind, there were many strong cultivators of the starry sky who curled their lips and rolled their eyes after hearing this. They were afraid that they were actually also participants, and also wanted to do harm to Yi Xian before. At this time, after controlling the Shinong giant cauldron to kill Zhang San, Yi Xian had now thrown away the corpse of the 1,000-foot-long thunder dragon that had been crushed into a dried dragon. He let it float in the void space in the distance, cold and lonely, but he himself had already turned around. This scene was too amazing. The Shinong giant cauldron, as huge as a star, came across the sky. Above the mouth of the cauldron, a 9-colored mist gushed out and filled the air, and Yi Xian was suspended above it, stepping on the 9-colored mist under his feet. His hands were behind his back, and his expression was neither surprised nor happy. He was simply like a banished immortal, peerless and independent, dazzling everyone. On this side, countless strong cultivators of the starry sky were already dumbfounded. The eldest prince, Long Xiang, and the other 2 pig-headed men were even more stunned, and there were all kinds of unwillingness mixed in their expressions. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Qianru, and the other 2 girls were also stunned by this scene. Zhao Qianru was stunned for a moment, and then her cheeks turned red. No one knew what she was thinking. Duanmu Xiaocha was even more direct. Prince Xian was originally her idol, so this girl had never concealed her infatuation with Yi Xian. At this moment, looking at Yi Xian, who was hovering above the giant cauldron like a banished immortal, slowly approaching, her eyes were fixed, and she muttered to herself like a love-struck fool, "Heavens, too handsome. This is my idol, fully deserving of the title, the one and only. Boo-hoo. Why do I have such good taste?" Even the purplish warbler was clearly in a daze at this moment. She stared blankly at Yi Xian, who was slowly approaching. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the figure in front of her was extremely unfamiliar. It wasn't just because Yi Xian had changed his appearance, but also because he looked like a burly man. More importantly, it was because of the feeling that he gave off. The Prince Xian she knew was famous across the 3 universes, and he was revered as the #1 idol of the Federation, with countless fans. However, in reality, all of Yi Xian's achievements that made him famous, including what happened in the first universe in the Demon Domain, and the shocking act of destroying the ancestral grounds of the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates in the territory of the cultivators not long ago. All of this was something that the purplish warbler had never seen with her own eyes. The Prince Xian she knew wasn't that amazing in front of her. However, at this moment, the scene unfolding before her eyes was so extraordinary that the purplish warbler felt like she was seeing an illusion. She suddenly realized that unknowingly, the little independent stellar core realm cultivator she knew had actually grown to such a height. Even she could only look up to him from afar. Soon, Yi Xian was already in front of her. The Shunnome cauldron, which was as huge as a star, was suspended in the void thousands of miles away, pouring out endless nine-colored fog. Yi Xian stood above the colorful fog with his hands behind his back. He was so stunning that even the three old men of Zhang-Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His elegance was truly peerless. As existences at the peak of the ninth realm of the Void Realm, it wasn't too unjust for them to be defeated in the hands of a peerless monster of a generation. Thinking of this, the three old men's hearts immediately calmed down. Just as they were about to continue persuading, Yi Xian had already opened his mouth with a cold smile. I've seen shameless people, but this young master has truly never heard of anyone as shameless as your Zhang clan. Humph, so what if he's a universe almighty? If he wants to take this young master's life, we'll have to see if he has the ability to do so. I'd like to give you a piece of advice instead. Pass this message to that universe almighty of your Zhang clan. It's best to spread the news that he's in seclusion, lest he jumps out and embarrasses himself. In this young master's eyes, the so-called universe almighty is nothing more than a fart. These words were too pretentious. The faces of countless experts in the starry sky turned green, and their hearts beat wildly. They had never seen such an existence who dared to call a universe almighty a fart in public. Young Master Linghu was really going to defy the natural order. He was too arrogant. Impudent. Chapter 33:17. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, come in if you dare. Speak of the devil. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, the supreme existence of the 15th level of the Zhan clan, the only supreme being of the universe, finally made his move. The Zhan clan of the Heavenly War Empire actually had two supreme existences of the universe realm. These two people were called Zhan Tu and Zhan Lu. They were the ancestors of the Zhan imperial clan and had lived for countless years. However, tens of thousands of years ago, Zhan Lu had left the three realms of the universe to explore other realms of the universe. No one knew if he was lost in the endless void of the universe or if he had died. In short, tens of thousands of years had passed, but Zhan Lu had not returned. From then on, the Zhan clan of the Heavenly War Empire only had Zhan Tu, the supreme existence of the universe realm. It was also because of this that Zhan Tu, as the only supreme existence of the Zhan imperial clan, had always been very cautious and rarely went out. He had always been in seclusion on an unknown planet near the Heavenly War Imperial planet. This time, the Heavenly War Imperial planet had encountered an unforeseen event. Zhan Tu, who was in seclusion, did not know about it. However, considering the importance of this matter, not only did it involve the Een Demon clan of the Second Universe, but it also caused a chain reaction. The Heavenly War Emperor, Zhan Wuzi, was worried that there would be other unforeseen events. He ordered him to go to the planet where Zhan Tu, the supreme existence of the universe realm, was in seclusion and invite him out. A few days ago, Zhan Tu had already arrived and stayed behind in the Heavenly Chen nation's capital. This time, he, as the Zhan imperial clan's ancestor Qian Kuan, naturally couldn't lead the expedition personally. That would be too condescending. Right now, although Zhan Tu was still on the Heavenly Chen star, he had already found out about the changes that had happened on the Heavenly Chen star's level 3 star network. In a fit of rage, he immediately manifested his Dharma idol projection and descended. Who would have thought that just as his consciousness arrived in this void, he would hear the arrogant words that Yi Xian had spoken. As a result, he was instantly enraged and immediately attacked, wanting to suppress Yi Xian on the spot. The powers of the universe were extraordinary. They had already come into contact with the mysteries of the universe's great Tao principles. Among the first 15 realms of the universe, they belonged to the most transcendent category of great powers. Even if it was just a Dhamma idol projection, its power was far beyond what the four of them, who were only at the peak of the 9th level of the Void Realm, could compare to. At this moment, with the arrival of Zhan Tu's Dharma power projection, this vast space of the universe was disturbed. A formless sealing force shrouded this area, and the space tens of millions of miles away was instantly turned into a cage, confined by a formless, terrifying pressure. In that instant, even the 100,000-meter-long star fortress that the first Prince Long Xiong had brought with him, as well as the Sandblue Fleet's flagship that Hongdo Lifeng was on, were all affected without any suspense, the super space oscillator on the ship directly going out of action. In the face of the space that was confined by the supreme pressure of the universe, even the super space oscillator installed on the 100,000-meter-long star fortress was rendered ineffective, unable to shake this space to form a vibration effect. A large number of strong masters in the universe felt their bodies suddenly sink, as if an invisible mountain had suddenly descended, pressing down on their heads from all directions, giving them a feeling of sluggishness and hindering their movements. This was the result of the terrifying pressure that had suddenly descended, not deliberately targeting them. Otherwise, it would be even more unbearable. Once the universe was angry, even Old Man Jean-E and the others, who were at the peak of the 9th level of the Void Realm, would be suppressed instantly, unable to resist at all. And the only target of this terrifying pressure, Yi Xian, was obviously in a worse situation. Boom! The starry space exploded, as if the heavens were collapsing. At the same time that furious roar suddenly rang out, the space 10,000 miles above Yi Xian's head shattered inch by inch without warning. The area affected was extremely vast, spanning several thousand miles. This kind of feeling was as if this space was simply made of paper, and behind this fragile thin paper, a supreme fierce beast had appeared. At this moment, the fierce beast was breaking through the boundary, and as soon as it came into contact with this layer of barrier, the space immediately cracked and collapsed like a piece of paper without any delay. Behind this space that spread for several thousand miles and collapsed inch by inch in an instant, an incomparably huge blood-red palm print suddenly descended, its 5 fingers spread open, the palm facing down, covering Yi Xian and the Shenong giant cauldron beneath his feet from head to toe. Although the giant star cauldron was huge, the descending blood-red palm was not small either. The two were evenly matched. If this palm hit the giant star cauldron, although it was uncertain whether the giant star cauldron would be damaged, there was no doubt that Yi Xian, who was standing on the 7-colored fog and hovering above the cauldron with his hands behind his back, would die without a doubt. Or, he would be directly suppressed and captured on the spot. The giant blood-red palm would only need to grab and close, and then it would be able to carry him across the void and disappear. The situation was extremely critical. The giant blood-red palm came suddenly, and its momentum was extremely fierce. As soon as it appeared, it had already pressed down nearly half of the cauldron, only 2,000 miles away from Yi Xian. At this speed, the giant blood-red palm would be able to hit the giant star cauldron in at most a breath's time. At that time, if the other party did not intend to leave him alive, Yi Xian would most likely explode into a fine mist of blood in an instant, and then be vaporized by the terrifying force of the giant blood-red palm, not leaving a single hair behind. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He almost immediately ordered the system to directly activate the interplanar coordinate jump ability, and escape to the death vortex in the gap between the two territories of the human race. But in the end, he restrained himself and did not do so. On the one hand, the Farmer God Cauldron was still here, and now it was obviously too late to put it into his body. Time was too tight. On the other hand, if that was really the case, the consequences and severity of the consequences would be too serious for Yi Xian to accept. The reason why he had used the Farmer God Cauldron was to make an example of him and show off his power, so that this group of people would be afraid of him and not dare to harass him at will. Even if the performance just now was amazing enough and had some effect, if the final result was still to flee, then it would be too embarrassing. Everything he had done before would go down the drain, and the fierce image he had just established would collapse in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, Yi Xian made up his mind and instantly cut off the idea of escaping. His body sank, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the inner space of the Farmer God Cauldron to take refuge. Bang! In the next moment, a huge explosion sounded in the sky, and the giant blood-red palm that came from the crack in the sky directly hit the Farmer God Cauldron, stirring up the dense 9-colored mist at the mouth of the cauldron. But the cauldron, which was as large as a planet, only shook slightly, and did not lose a single hair. Even if a mighty figure of Qian Kuan were to come in person, he would not be able to shake this cauldron. Now, it was only a Dharma power projection of the mighty figure of Qian Kuan that had descended. To be able to make the cauldron shake faintly, it was already the result of an extraordinary performance under the influence of the mighty figure's fury. Chapter 33:18. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The incident escalated. Roar. Brat, aren't you very arrogant? Why are you a coward? Come out if you dare. The giant blood-red palm suddenly shook and turned into the figure of an old man. He was so angry that his beard was trembling. He roared at the Shenong cauldron helplessly. The next moment, a light voice came from the cauldron, frightening everyone. Old bastard, are you a ghost? Come in if you dare. Believe it or not, this young master will pull off your head. It was Yi Xian's voice. In fact, even if one did not listen to the voice, one could guess that he was the one who was arrogant from the arrogance in his words. The one who was called an old bastard and clamored to pull off his head was a powerful figure of the universe in the 15th realm. If it were anyone else, even if they had the protection of the giant star cauldron, they would never be able to utter such words. It was too shocking. Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. In the distance, countless experts of the starry sky in the huge fleet had been scared out of their wits. Even Jean 1, Jean 2, and Jean 4 were dumbfounded. They had been irritated by Yi Xian before, but after seeing how Ancestor Jean 2 was treated, their anger inexplicably calmed down. Compared to the Ancestor, what they did was nothing at all. Even a mighty figure of the universe could be scolded as an old bastard in public by him. What was the little bit of anger that they had suffered? Roar. Rumble. Boom. Ancestor Jean 2 of the universe was so angry that he roared and kept attacking. Huge explosions were heard continuously, and a small part of the void of the universe collapsed. However, the Shengnong cauldron did not move at all. When he had just arrived, he had launched the first attack out of anger, so it could be slightly shaken. But now it had no effect at all. It was like a mosquito trying to shake a mountain. This was too humiliating. Of course, this was for Jean Tuesday. As for the experts of the starry sky thousands of miles away, most of them were embarrassed. A mighty figure of the universe was scolded as an old bastard in public. He stomped his feet and roared. A small part of the void collapsed, but he could do nothing to the other party. However, this scene was witnessed by many strong men in the starry sky. It was really. Many people shrunk their necks and subconsciously turned their heads to look elsewhere. Their eyes drifted away, not daring to look directly at them. There were even some people who pretended not to notice them and started to chat with each other. If only a few people were like this, it wouldn't have aroused suspicion. But now, almost all the starry sky powerhouses outside the battleship were like this. Even a fool could see the problem. Ancestor Chen Kuan of the Zhan clan soon noticed this abnormal situation. He was stunned at first, then his face turned pale and darkened in an instant. At this time, Jean 2, and Jean 4 were pretending to be chatting when they suddenly felt their surroundings become sluggish. The three old things seemed to have a clear understanding in their hearts that this was the ancestor's gaze sweeping over them. They hurriedly shrunk their necks subconsciously, but they didn't dare to meet his gaze. Instead, they chatted even more happily. It seemed that they were completely immersed in the conversation and didn't notice anything else around them at all. "Oh, second brother, look at you. A corner of your lapel is stained red. You were seriously injured just now, weren't you? I clearly saw you spurting blood." Yes. That guy is too annoying. He made second brother so angry that he spurted blood. Next time we meet him, we must catch him and give him a good beating. Ahem, it's okay for you to talk about me, but can we talk about something else? You're still talking about that guy. You're clearly touching a sore spot. Even the ancestor has come over with a black face. Without waiting for Jean, who was scowling miserably, to finish his words, a thunderous roar rang out, shocking the three old things to the point that half of their souls flew away. First, second, and fourth, all of you roll over here for this old man right now. The three old things looked at each other, and their faces darkened in an instant. They raised their eyebrows and hurried to greet the ancestor. They smiled apologetically and trembled with fear. Pass this old man's order. Open the Empire's treasure trove of war supplies, take out all kinds of war supplies, and build the space trap array with all our strength. At this time, old monster Jean 2 was extremely angry, but he calmed down instead. His eyes emitted a cold light, and he said coldly, "Within 3 days, we must complete the construction of the array and completely seal off this void. In these 3 days, this old man will sit here and guard this place to prevent that guy from spying on us and escaping. Once the space trap array is completed, the clan will send another 4 9th rank perfection void masters over. At that time, the 7 of you will each take a side and guard a formation I, maintaining the opening of the array. This old man will leave for a few days and ask an old friend to come out. He will definitely be able to drag that guy out of this sturdy tortoise shell." Old monster Jean 2 didn't deliberately lower his voice when he said these words, so all the starry sky experts in the distance heard it clearly. At this time, everyone's expression had changed. The matter had indeed escalated and become more serious. Old monster Jean 2 was clearly anxious, and he actually wanted to build the space trap array. This was a shocking amount of money. The so-called space trap array's function was to completely seal off a void and cut off the connection between this void and the outside world. Whether it was teleportation or space transmission, it could no longer be used. Even some of the universe's space divine arts would be ineffective in the space concealment array. The various treasures and mineral resources needed to set up this array were all top-grade goods. Even in the three great empires and even the Eternal Dynasty, these things were considered strategic reserves. More importantly, once the space trap array was activated, it must be constantly supplied with energy to keep it running. Once it was stopped, all the treasures and mineral resources used to build the array foundation would be ineffective. This was clearly a terrifying array that could only be used once. Not only were the array foundation materials too expensive, but it also consumed a lot of energy. If it was stopped, it would be useless. In addition, Jean Tu also publicly announced that he was going to visit an old friend and ask for his help. There must be a way to get Ling Hucheng out of the giant star cauldron. How could an existence who could be friends with old monster Jean Tu be an ordinary starry sky expert? At the very least, he must be a universe's mighty figure, or even stronger than old monster Jean Tuesday. At the very least, he must have more means than old monster Jean Tuesday otherwise. Why would Jean Tu personally go and ask for his help? What did this mean? Clearly, at least two universe's mighty figures were alarmed when they came out. This was really poking the sky. Before the starry sky experts who heard this shocking news could recover, the gloomy-faced old monster Jean Tu spoke again. This time, his words made the eyes of all the starry sky experts in the distance light up. They were all a little restless. Of course, before this old man returns, you can also send some powerful younger generation to form a team and enter the giant star cauldron to hunt and kill that boy. Chapter 33:19. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Pulling Hatred. This cauldron has its own rules. It is said that only those below the origin realm can enter. Perhaps it has been refined by this kid, but now the inner field of this giant star cauldron allows experts below the Grotto Heaven rank 1 to enter at will. That kid is only at the origin realm rank 7. Although he has a powerful armor, can he fight against 100 people alone? Any force or expert can enter the cauldron and try. No matter who it is, as long as they can help me drag that kid out of the cauldron, I promise to do one thing for them. This is a reward. As old ghost John Tu finished speaking, most of the starry sky experts in the distance who had given up on continuing to be enemies with Yi Xian were tempted again. Under normal circumstances, how could there be such an opportunity to make heaven and earth owe a favor? Moreover, it was a public promise on such an occasion. If there was a slight reduction when returning the favor, the outside world would definitely laugh at him. Therefore, even if the person who returned the favor was too conservative, old ghost John Tu would definitely take the initiative to be generous. This was related to reputation and reputation. And the truth was just as he said. Although Ling Hu Young Master was a monster with terrifying combat strength apart from his 3 unique talents in medicine, tools, and formations, his terrifying combat strength was comparable to that of the young invincible war god of the cultivation camp. To put it bluntly, he relied on external objects. Without this terrifying giant star cauldron, how could he kill Zhang San with his origin realm rank 7 cultivation strength? Right now, the giant star cauldron had been summoned and was suspended in the void. However, Ling Hu Young Master was intimidated by ancestor Zhan Tu and had no choice but to hide in the space inside the giant cauldron. Under such circumstances, even if the battle started again, he could no longer use the cauldron to fight the enemy. After all, he was restricted by the internal field of the cauldron. Although he still had his quasi-starry sky supreme treasure armor, weapons, and even warships, if a large number of hunters entered the cauldron, he might have a chance to succeed. The internal field of the cauldron was much more relaxed than before. It could allow the highest level of origin realm rank 9 to enter, and there was no longer a limit on the number of people who could enter. Ling Hu Young Master was only at origin realm rank 7. If there were more than 100 origin realm rank 9 to enter at the same time, it was very likely that they would be able to suppress him. In addition, which of the great forces present didn't have 1 or 2 precious treasures in their hands? It could be given to the prodigies of the younger generation who had entered the cauldron. They could be used to defend against enemies or protect themselves. With these precious treasures, the power and advantage of young Master Ling Hu's stunning quasi-starry sky supreme treasures would be offset. This was a very promising move. At the thought of this, the upper echelons of the various factions in the distant fleet began to privately discuss. When this scene fell into the eyes of the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, the 3 girls, they were truly furious. In their opinion, Old Devil Zhan Tu's words just now were clearly to help Yi Xian draw hatred. He was really harboring ill intentions and was too abominable. The three girls were filled with resentment. They exchanged glances with each other and decided at the first possible moment. This time, they would bring the precious treasures of their clan into the enormous star cauldron. If nothing unexpected happened, they would dawdle behind the hunting army. And if something unexpected happened and they needed to take action, they would not hesitate to use the precious treasures of their clan to help Yi Xian. At worst, they would kill all the prodigies of the various factions who entered the cauldron. There was no need to worry about being exposed. Thinking of this, the three girls' eyes burst out with cold light. They looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Soon, following the orders of the Zhan clan's ancestor, Zhan Tu, the three Emperor clan powerhouses, Zhan 1, Zhan 2, and Zhan 4, hurriedly left and rushed to the heavenly stellar star. Previously, when the entire Heaven Battle Imperial clan had evacuated from the Imperial Star, all of the Empire's resources had been stored away in a spatial treasure. These things, like the command talisman that controlled the Imperial Star's defensive formation, were all in the hands of Zhan Wuzi. Now that they needed to use them, they could only return and ask for them from the Emperor Zhan Wuzi. With the edict of Zhan Tu, the ancestor of the Chenkuan clan, there was no hindrance in this matter. A large amount of strategic reserve resources of the Emperor clan were continuously sent over. Then, the Emperor clan experts personally set up the space trapping formation, sealing the huge star-like Shenong cauldron and the vast universe void nearby. At the same time, everything that happened in this space spread out at the fastest speed. Not only was there an uproar in the human race's science and technology camp, but even the cultivation camp, the various races of the Second Universe's Federation, and the First Universe's overlord, the Tianji clan, also took action. Of course, the reason why they rushed to the heavenly stellar starfield after hearing the news was not because of the so-called promise of the universe's almighty Zhan Tu, but because of other motives. Whether it was Ling Hu Young Master's 3 unique talents in medicine, tools, or array, or this enormous cauldron of king medicine that even the universe's almighty beings could not shake, they were all things that made people jealous. Needless to say, the giant star cauldron was an important treasure of the human race. Several alchemy grandmasters in the cultivation camp were very eager to get it. They promised some benefits and asked the powerhouses in the cultivation camp to help them rush over. The various races of the Second Universe's Federation had more complicated motives. They wanted the giant star cauldron and Ling Hu Young Master, who had the 3 unique talents in medicine, tools, and array. Although Ling Hu Young Master was a powerhouse of the human race, he had basically turned against the human race's science and technology camp. Even the human race's cultivation camp would not tolerate him. It was impossible for them to turn against the science and technology camp for Ling Hu Chong. For the various races of the Second Universe's Federation, and even the First Universe's overlord, the Tianji clan, this was definitely a great opportunity. If they could take this opportunity to subdue Ling Hu Young Master, who was already unable to move an inch in the human race, and take him away, with his 3 unique talents in medicine, tools, and array, it would definitely have a significant effect on the overall combat strength of the entire race. In the Third Universe, in the territory of the human race's science and technology camp's Heavenly Wind Empire, the Lingkuan planet, the Carefree Pavilion's master, Carefree Master, who was known as the peerless genius of the human race, rose into the sky from the Lingkuan planet's ocean and rushed toward the planet's atmosphere like a proud dragon. He also learned about everything that happened near the heavenly stellar star zone and finally decided to make a move. Humph. I'd like to see what kind of freak this young Master Ling Hu is to be able to suppress me in such a short time. Carefree Master murmured to himself as he flew. Unfettered Z muttered to himself as he shot forward. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The so-called giant star cauldron is just a joke in front of my desolate antiquity era's barrier breaker boots. That brat is only at the origin level 7, the 9th realm, while I'm at the peak of the mystic light level 9, which is more than 2 realms higher than him. Chapter 3320. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Qigong's confusion. Similarly, in the territory of the Heavenly Wind Empire, the island master of the Jade Dragon Island, Fairy In Xia, who had just claimed sovereignty over the Longxia star, had also quietly left with the Desolation-era treasure, the soul-entangling chain. Ling Kuan star and Dragon Xia star were just a small part of it. In fact, such a scene was playing out everywhere in the Third Universe occupied by the human race. Even the Federation of the Second Universe and the Overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan, were all moving. The First Universe, the Demon Territory, the Demon Emperor Star. A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters set sail from the giant star dock of the Demon Guard 1, heading in the direction of the natural universe oil that led to the third universe of the human race. There were quite a few devil cultivator experts in this small stronghold, including the former great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zhuo Fengtai, who had been taken in by Yi Xian as a devil slave but stayed in the devil domain. Zhuo Fengtai's cultivation was at the origin level 4 before, but now he had broken through to the origin level 9 perfection. He must have had a fortuitous encounter, so his cultivation speed was very fast. He was one of the 4 demon experts who would enter the giant star cauldron arranged by the demon emperor Mo Wentian. The demon expert guarding this small fortress was even more powerful, and his status in the demon imperial family was not small. He was Yi Xian's old acquaintance, the imperial uncle Mo Qigong. Mo Qigong's cultivation realm was the same as the demon emperor Mo Wentian. He was originally in the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm, but the latter was at the Grotto Heaven realm level 9 perfection, while the imperial uncle Mo Qigong was slightly weaker, only at the Grotto Heaven realm level 7. But at this moment, the cultivation aura faintly emitted from Mo Qigong's body was clearly far beyond the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven realm level 12 void realm level 7, which was the same as the Emperor clan experts of the Heavenly War Empire, Zhan 1, Zhan 2, and Zhan 4, only weaker by 2 small levels. It was unknown if he had concealed his cultivation before this, or if he had encountered some kind of heaven-defying opportunity in the past few months. If it was the latter, then the speed at which his cultivation increased was too terrifying. He wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Yi Xian, crossing 2 large realms. The reason why the demon race sent out a small fortress of 50,000 meters, and even the imperial uncle Mo Qigong left the demon emperor star was out of helplessness. Everything was because of the decree of the demon emperor De. De seemed to be very interested in the shocking changes that happened in the third universe human territory of the human race's science and technology territory. The demon emperor clan level 9 emperors level 9 perfection level realm level star territory. Moreover, the edict even clearly stated that if they could fight for the giant star cauldron, they should fight for it. If they couldn't, they had to bring the peerless genius of the human clan, who was known as one of the 3 masters of medicine, tool, and array, to the first universe at all costs. If this matter was settled, De would allow half of the 4 generations of imperial uncles and old uncles who were detained in the Tianji clan's base camp to return. In other words, as long as they could capture or successfully recruit Ling Huchong, 2 of the 4 imperial uncles who were sent to the Heavenly Legacy race's base camp as hostages every time the demon emperor succeeded the throne would return. Such a thing had never happened before. For the devil emperor's bloodline, it was a fatal temptation. If that wasn't the case, imperial uncle Mo Qigong wouldn't have come personally. In fact, other than imperial uncle Mo Qigong, the Tianji clan had also sent a core member of the upper echelon who was also at the 12th level of the Dongshu realm to accompany the army to supervise the battle. Coincidentally, this core member of the Tianji clan named Sha Baofeng had a deep relationship with Yi Xian. Not only was he Yingtai's admirer, but he also had a grudge against Yi Xian for killing his father. Of course, the Tianji clan wasn't human, so they didn't have a blood relationship. However, the reason why Sha Baofeng was able to successfully awaken his own consciousness and become a mechanical life form from an ordinary robot was all thanks to a senior in the clan. In the Tianji clan, this kind of relationship was equivalent to the relationship between father and son in the human race. The expert who helped Sha Baofeng awaken his own consciousness and become a mechanical life form was one of the 2 top members of the Tianji clan stationed in the Death Star territory, who were killed by Yi Xian's Rai Di seal in the Death Star vortex. This person's cultivation could be considered to be terrifying. He'd attained the 14th Great Realm, the Cosmic Realm, and was already able to perfectly display the strongest performance of the dark blue battle mecha. With the assistance of this mecha, the combat strength he displayed was even comparable to a true almighty figure of the universe. Unfortunately, in the end, he still died sullenly. Although the details of this matter weren't spread, the dark blue mecha that was seized by Yi Xian and later integrated into the undying glass armor was a living signboard, which aroused Sha Baofeng's suspicion. This time, he volunteered to go to the Tianji clan's clan leader De to guard the small demonic stronghold and head to the Tianjin Star territory of the Third Universe as the military governor. His purpose was to see the peerless genius of the human race who was known as the 3 masters of medicine, tool and array. It would be best if he could see the second mecha form of the quasi-starry sky true treasure battle armor with his own eyes. Sha Baofeng believed that even though this top-level battle armor had been refined and integrated into the quasi-starry sky true treasure battle armor of the human race, If it was really his father's dark blue battle armor, he would be able to recognize it at a glance. In this way, he would be able to determine who his father's murderer was. Apart from Sha Baofeng, Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong also had a secret plan. Although he didn't know that this so-called young master Linghu was Prince Xian of the direct line of the Imperial dynasty, who was well known in the three universes, he was looking forward to meeting the rumored Prince Xian in the third universe of the human race. Ever since Yi Xian returned to the human clan, his true identity had been exposed. When the news spread back to the first universe, the Tianji clan was furious. Patriarch De fiercely reprimanded the demon emperor Mo Wen Tian in his rage. The entire demonic race was in an uproar. They couldn't accept that the most powerful saint son of the Black Mosquito tribe was actually the direct line of the imperial dynasty of the human race. This matter became the biggest mystery in the Demon Star territory of the first universe. Even Demon King Mo Wen Tian and all the higher-ups of the royal family of the demonic race, including Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, were brooding over this matter. They were also unwilling to accept this fact. They would rather believe that the most powerful saint son of the Black Mosquito tribe was only missing. It could be said that Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong had decided to personally lead a team to the third universe of the human race because he hoped to meet the rumored Prince Xian and solve the mystery in his heart. If he had known that the main target this time, the young master Linghu, who was one of the two unparalleled geniuses of the human race, was actually Prince Xian, the strongest holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe Zhang Wuji, whom he knew. Even the other unparalleled genius of the human race who had recently appeared, the one known as the Invincible God of War, was also his clone. Chapter 33-21. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. Looking down on an arrow in the third universe, in the heavenly Chen star area of the Heavenly War Empire, Yi Xian took out the Shenong giant cauldron and dominated the void of this universe. 3 days had passed. However, not only did this star area not become quiet, but it also became more lively as time passed. The fleets and strong men in the starry sky who had gathered here before did not leave. Some were ready to make a move, and some were just here to watch the show. After all, everyone knew that something big was about to happen in this star area. Strong men from various forces had gathered here. It was said that even the various races of the Federation in the second universe and the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, had secretly sent their forces here. Some of them might still be on the way, but some might have already arrived and were lying in wait in some void of the nearby star area. This star area could be said to be a gathering of the winds and clouds. Unknowingly, it had touched the heartstrings of countless strong men and forces in the three universes. Even the universe realm's 15th great realm had been confirmed to have alarmed at least 2 of them, and they had come with their original bodies at the same time. This kind of big event could only be encountered by chance. If they were in another star area far away, it would be fine. However, they happened to be in the heavenly Chen star area at the right time. If they could not witness everything that happened later with their own eyes, it would be too regretful. Because of this, after 3 days, the number of battleships and strong men in the starry sky gathered around the star area did not decrease. Instead, more and more of them gathered. Now, as far as the eye could see, the surroundings were densely packed with battleships of various types, drowning a large part of the universe void. There were countless strong men in the starry sky inside and outside the battleships. It was too lively. There was a sea of people. And it was a sea of stars. It was enough to show how terrifying the number was. And this was only the forces that appeared on the surface. There were definitely many strong men from various forces that were not suitable to show themselves. For example, some sensitive races from the Federation in the second universe, as well as the army sent by the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, and so on, for 3 whole days, with Zhan Yi Zhan Tu, and Zhan San as the leader. The 7 supreme experts of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan who were at the peak of the 9th Order Void realm had been busy. 3 days ago, a large number of Heavenly Battle Emperor clan experts and the Empire's military elites had formed an army and marched over. Along with them, they had taken a large amount of strategic resources from the Heavenly Battle Empire's Strategic Resource Reserve Vault. There were all kinds of rare minerals and materials, and there were even dazzling finished magical equipment. These resources were all extremely precious. Even when placed at the level of the empires under the rule of the dynasty, they were all strategic reserves. However, this time around, they had been transported over in large quantities and thrown into this void space, where the many experts from the Heaven War Emperor clan set them up one by one in an orderly and efficient manner. In the end, they disappeared into the void and became the bases and energy nodes of the enormous space trapping formation. The experts from the Heaven War Emperor clan and the Empire's military elites who participated in setting up the space trapping formation numbered in the hundreds of thousands. The specific high-level commanders at the scene were Jean II, Jean IV, and the other Emperor clan elders who were at the peak of the Ninth Order Void realm. In addition, the Heaven War Emperor clan's ancestor Jean II also oversaw the entire process and did not leave for even a moment. The entire void space covered by the space trapping formation was too vast. After all, the target of the formation was the giant star cauldron. Just the size of the giant star cauldron was comparable to an enormous star. In order to seal it, even the void space around the giant star cauldron had to be included in the formation's unique field. In this way, the entire space trapping formation occupied a large part of the void space that was close to 1,000,000 kilometers away. It was inexplicably shocking. From this, one could also deduce how shocking and terrifying the amount of rare materials and minerals used to set up this terrifying formation was. Even though nearly 1,000,000 experts from the Heaven War Emperor clan and the Empire's military elites were mobilized, the entire space trapping formation still took a full 3 days before it was finally completely completed. Half a day ago, after the entire space trapping formation was fully set up, Jean II, Jean IV, and the other Emperor clan elders who were at the peak of the Ninth Order Void realm entered the 7 main formation eyes of the space trapping formation at the same time under the guidance of the Heaven War Emperor clan's ancestor Jean Tuesday. Then, their figures disappeared and were no longer seen. In addition, more than half of the nearly 1,000,000 experts from the Emperor clan and the Empire's military elites who were responsible for setting up the entire space trapping formation were left behind. A total of 749,000 people all entered the formation one after another. These 749,000 experts of the starry sky were responsible for the entire space trapping formation's 490 small formation eyes at various levels. Once the space trapping formation was officially activated, they would all go all out without stopping or resting until everything was over. The entire space trapping formation had invested an endless amount of strategic resources and materials. It could be said that it was a waste of manpower and resources. The range of the void covered by the power of the formation had reached a terrifying range of nearly 1,000,000 kilometers. Such a shocking amount of money was simply shocking to the world. The countless experts of the starry sky who had witnessed all this in the surrounding void had long been stunned. They did not know what to feel in their hearts. From a certain point of view, even if young Master Ling Hu could not escape in the end, he had enough to be proud of. This incident would be recorded in the annals of the human clan. Countless years later, the descendants of the human clan would read all of this from the epics. A young expert who could be called a peerless genius of the human clan had once attracted the attention of the 3 universes in the star field, tightly tugging at the heartstrings of countless experts of the starry sky. Just this alone was enough to look down on all the geniuses of an era. Buzz! At night on the 3rd day, an extremely dense and violent buzzing sound quietly rang out. Around the giant star cauldron that had been quietly floating there for the past 3 days, the vast void of nearly 1,000,000 kilometers in radius suddenly lit up at the same time. The strong light of the formation burst out in an instant. At this moment, countless experts of the starry sky in the distance clearly saw a terrifying formation composed of countless nodes and formation eyes of various sizes. All the nodes and formation eyes of the formation were alive and rotating all the time. All of this formed a terrifying monstrous net that covered nearly 1,000,000 kilometers, temporarily separating this part of the void and making it impossible to extricate oneself from it. This was where the name of the space trapping formation came from. It meant that a part of the void of the universe was trapped in an invisible net of the heavens, cutting off all connections with the original plane. The huge space trapping formation disappeared in a flash. Countless nodes and formation eyes of various sizes disappeared in an instant and could no longer be seen. The entire space trapping formation was finally fully activated. This vast void of the universe that was nearly 1,000,000 kilometers in radius became hazy in the blink of an eye, like a dream. Chapter 33-22. Hunting Army. As the Heaven Battle Emperor clan's ancestor Jean II left quietly, the Heaven Battle clan's old Jean E, who was left outside the formation to preside over the follow-up matters, immediately rose into the air. He waved his hand in the void and roared, "From now on, until old ancestor Jean II returns, any powerhouse can enter the giant star cauldron at will and hunt. Including those powerhouses from other races, such as the Federation of the Second Universe, etc. Ling Hu Chong has committed many evil deeds, and everyone has the right to kill him. In this matter, my Heaven Battle Emperor clan will not make any restrictions. We will open an exclusive passage outside the space trap formation. Any starry sky powerhouse with a cultivation level below the 10th level of Grotto Heaven can enter alone or in a group. However, this old man will warn you first. Once you can enter the giant star cauldron through the passage of the formation and start hunting, life and death will be up to fate. If any of the clan's geniuses die, my Heaven Battle Emperor clan will not take any responsibility. Besides, although that bastard Ling Hu Chong's cultivation base is not high, he has quasi-starry sky supreme treasure-level weapons, armors, and even a small private warship. His comprehensive combat power cannot be measured by common sense. Therefore, I would like to give you a piece of advice. All the experts of the major forces who have entered the giant star cauldron, you'd better join forces and hunt him. Everything is to successfully hunt that bastard Ling Hu Chong. Otherwise, if you die, everything will be in vain. After speaking, Zhang Yi slowly looked around at the powerhouses of the major forces in the distance and nodded with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a space passage appeared in the nearly 1 million miles area that had been sealed by the space trap formation. It was directly connected to the giant star cauldron in this hazy central territory of the void. After doing all this, Zhang Yi's figure disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already on another small star not far from the space trap formation. He sat cross-legged and looked at the space passage that had already been opened. He was sitting here and guarding the overall situation. With the appearance of this space channel, the major forces gathered in the distant void were in an uproar. Immediately afterward, the figures of experts rushed out of their respective camps one after another. With lofty aspirations, they shot toward the space channel of the space trap array. Most of these experts were the younger generation of the various major forces. They were all relatively young, but there were also some figures of the older generation. However, their cultivation bases were all at the late stage of the 9th realm. They were either at the 7th or 8th stage, or at the 9th stage of perfection. Not a single one of them was at the first stage of the Grotto Heaven realm. The first to fly out were the young geniuses of the 16 top-notch families and forces in the field of genetic nutrient fluid from the human race's science and technology faction. For example, Bodhi Technology, Celestial Biotech, and Shinong Jin from the Undying Star of the Imperial Capital, the Shenyuan, Huangfu, and Nangong families from the Heavenly Dark Empire, and the 3 local families of the Heavenly War Empire, the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Chongyu families. There were also the Duanmu, Wuma, and Shinto families from the Heavenly Wind Empire, as well as the Huyen clan, Bailey clan, Pengcheng Pharmaceuticals, Life Genes, and other forces that had the ability to concoct level 8 genetic fluid. The 16 top-notch families and forces had sent out many young geniuses at the late stage of the origin realm. Some of them had even met Yi Xian more than once. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were among them. They did not speak with a sullen expression, giving off a feeling that they were unapproachable. The 16 top-notch families in the field of genetic fluid had sent out a total of more than 40 young geniuses at the late stage of the origin realm. On average, there were 3 to 4 people from each force. Some of them were from family forces, while others were in groups of various sizes. In the blink of an eye, all of them passed through the formation channel and entered the giant star cauldron in the central region. As more than 40 of the younger generation geniuses from the 16 top-notch families and forces in the dynasty region, who were in the gene fluid field, were the first to move, they entered the giant star cauldron one after another. The other major forces who were gathered in the distance could no longer sit still. Very soon, more young geniuses from the various forces leaped out. They all had extraordinary bearings and cold arrogance on their faces. For them, this was a rare opportunity to show their faces. The young geniuses who belonged to the various forces in the future believed that this outstanding performance was the beginning of their glorious road to supremacy in the future. With the emergence of the 2 unparalleled geniuses and the 4 unparalleled geniuses of the human race, a new glorious era had begun. None of the young geniuses from the various sects were willing to fall behind. There were even more young geniuses from the various forces who leaped out later. Some of them were from the top-notch families of the human race, and some were even from the human race's camp of cultivators. There were more than 100 of them. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, and some were alone. Very soon, they all passed through the space channel of the space trapping formation and entered the giant star cauldron in the central region. Among the hundreds of young geniuses from the various forces of the human race, there were indeed some famous geniuses. They were even more famous than the fallen demon sun and the demon dust maiden, who had just appeared not long ago. One of them was from the Tenju Heavenly Palace, the overlord of the cultivators' camp. It was said that he was the last disciple of the master of the Earth Jew Heavenly Palace. In just a few decades, he had cultivated to the 9th stage of the origin realm, the great perfection of the 9th level.
This person's name was Gong Wuxin. It was said that he had mastered a secret technique of cultivators called the crystal ball projection technique. With this technique, one could condense a crystal ball with the power of the divine ability and project all the scenes and sounds on the other side of the isolated void. It was said that when this divine ability was cultivated to a high level, one could even peek into the secrets of the heavens and see the past and the future. It was incomparably mysterious. In addition, among this group of young geniuses, there was even a bald, brawny man who cultivated Buddhist techniques. His name was Wu Chunzi, and it was said that he came from a mysterious Buddhist sect in the human race's camp of cultivators. This person was also a rare Buddhist genius in the Buddhist sect. It was said that at a young age, he had already comprehended the small wheel of the 3 trigrams transformation technique to the initial level. This Buddhist technique could be used to advance to the next life. In the blink of an eye, one could experience 3 lives. It could be said to be the supreme Buddhist technique of reincarnation and rebirth. Moreover, Wu Chunzi was particularly proficient in the famous Buddhist technique of the Western Zen chant of Devanaga. This Buddhist technique and the lion's roar technique of Taoism both seemed to be soundwave-related techniques, but they possessed even more extraordinary power. The so-called chant of Devanaga was not just a cultivation method of sound waves. The sound was a form of Buddhist chanting. It could make a person's bones go soft and intoxicated. It could tug at their mind and reduce them to ashes. It was said that when it was cultivated to the highest level, once the chant began, any arcane treasure, technique, or ability that the opponent used would immediately be nullified. It was said that it was extremely profound and had a myriad of uses. In addition, there were 2 other young geniuses who were as famous as Wu Chunzi and Gong Wuxin. One of them was Chou Doufu, who came from a powerful demonic sect in the cultivators' camp. He was skilled in the ghost fire of the heavenly abyss, and he also had the void penetrating finger, void amalgamation finger, and void tribulation finger. Chapter 33-23. Domineering push inside the farmer god cauldron, the secret realm within the cauldron that was like the interior of a giant planet. Yi Xian was currently strolling gloomily in the central region of the cauldron's space. He seemed to be absent-minded, but in reality, his mind was racing as he rapidly pondered. In the end, the sudden arrival of the supreme being of the universe was beyond his expectations, catching Yi Xian off guard. The speed of the universe supreme being was too fast. Although it was only a projection clone that descended, it instantly shattered a piece of space and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian didn't even dare to give the system an order to activate the universe coordinate jump ability and escape. After all, the system needed time to activate the universal coordinate jump ability of the Starry Sky title. If the gigantic blood-red palm in the sky had slapped down before that, then Yi Xian was destined to meet a tragic end. Furthermore, the farmer god cauldron had yet to be collected, so he couldn't leave. This cauldron was different from the situation in the Medicine King's ruins. At that time, it was an ownerless item. Although some people coveted it, they gave up after a series of fruitless attempts. But now, everyone knew that this cauldron had been refined by Yi Xian. If he hurriedly escaped, there would definitely be people eyeing this cauldron and waiting for Yi Xian to walk right into their trap. After all, this cauldron was extraordinary. Yi Xian couldn't completely give it up. If that was the case, then the other party would have too much time to prepare. Even though Yi Xian still had all sorts of trump cards in his hands, his heart was still beating like a drum in the face of the all-powerful existence's calculations. The longer this dragged on, the more uncertain he became. Because of this, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and hide inside the farmer god cauldron. Although there was no need to worry for the time being, this cauldron couldn't be moved even by the almighty Qian Kuan. This had been proven long before Yi Xian had refined it. But in the long run, this wasn't a good thing. Could it be that he could really hole up in this cauldron for the rest of his life? By the same logic, the more time passed, the more space the almighty Qian Kuan would have to prepare and scheme. For Yi Xian, it would be more dangerous. However, if I want to break out of the cauldron and leave by force, I can only use my trump cards like the Fallen Sky Bow or the Rai Di Seal. If I do that, my identity will be exposed, and it will bring me a lot of unnecessary trouble. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian's mind became more and more chaotic. Originally, he had planned to keep the farmer god cauldron and leave immediately. It was better to quit while he was ahead. Previously, he had injured 3 of the Zhan Imperial clan's 9th Order Perfection Void Realm experts. It was an extremely shocking result, and it was enough to deter him. Unfortunately, in the end, he was still one step too slow.
With the arrival of the Dharma idol projection, all of Yi Xian's original plans fell through. Instead, he found himself in a dilemma. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yi Xian had also calmed down and decided to cultivate to pass the time. He planned to plan again after his state of mind had completely calmed down. However, at this moment, just as he finished this cultivation and opened his eyes, in the sky above the space inside the cauldron, in the beautiful dreamy sky curtain filled with 9 colored clouds, suddenly figures of starry sky masters fell one after another, descending towards the land inside the cauldron space. There were many familiar faces, such as the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. There were also people like Dongfang Lin from the farmer god cauldron. They were all the young talents of the dynasty's 16 top aristocratic families and forces in the field of dynasty gene fluid. In just a few minutes, 50 to 60 figures had already descended one after another. After landing, they divided into 2 groups, with about 30 people in each group. One group was led by Dongfang Lin. The younger generation of the 3 aristocratic families of the Heavenly War Empire, including the Tuoba family and the Gongyang family, were all in this group. The other group was led by the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. There were also about 30 people, but the rest were almost all unfamiliar faces. Yi Xian had never seen them before. Seeing that these guys were constantly smiling at the 3 girls, most of them had other thoughts in their hearts. Just as Yi Xian was in a daze, the figures of experts once again descended from the 9-colored sky above him. This time, there were more people, more than 100 of them. These more than 100 experts were basically unfamiliar. Yi Xian basically did not know any of them. Soon, the last 100 or so experts who descended gathered one after another after landing on the ground. In the end, they formed 4 groups, each with about 20 people. The leaders of these 4 teams were Gong Wuxin, the last disciple of the palace master of the Earth Extinction Palace from the 10 Extinction Heavenly Palace, Wu Chenzi from a certain secret Buddha sect from the True Cultivator Camp, and Cho Dofu from a certain powerful Devil Cultivator sect. The last person was said to have the innate true spirit body, known as the first beauty of the cultivation camp, Yu Xianlong. Although these 4 were all young juniors, they had made a name for themselves very early in the human clan cultivation camp. Each of them had extraordinary talents. If not for this, the hundreds of experts who had descended later would not have spontaneously gathered around the 4 of them. In less than 10 minutes, more than 100 descenders had appeared in the originally quiet space of the Shenong cauldron. Except for a few people such as the purplish warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha, who were only at the 1st or 2nd level of the origin, the rest were at the late stage of the 7th or 8th level of the origin. There were even a few peerless geniuses at the peak of the 9th level of the origin. Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others belonged to this group. To Yi Xian, these people were clearly trespassers. This was because the Shenong cauldron had long been refined by him. It was Yi Xian's private property. They're all Origin Realm young geniuses? They descended with such great fanfare. Could it be? Seeing these more than 100 young experts descend and quickly divide into 6 groups to search, the expression on Yi Xian's face became more and more strange. He vaguely guessed the other party's purpose. Then, a sinister smile quickly appeared on his face. If that's the case, this young master won't stand on ceremony. I'll take this opportunity to train my hands. The path of physical evolution should be filled with battles, and I'll grow through the tempering of blood and fire. These guys came at the right time. If it were outside, where would I find more than 100 Origin Realm juniors to train with me? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. A dark purple light rushed out from between his eyebrows and instantly expanded. This time, as soon as the indestructible glass armor was summoned, it was in its 2nd mecha form. It was 100 feet tall and floated in the void in front of Yi Xian like a small mountain. With a thought, Yi Xian stepped into the mecha. Without hesitation, he turned around and rushed toward the northeast of the space inside the cauldron. Amongst the 6 teams of descenders that had split up to search, the one in charge of the northeast region was a team of top-notch clans led by Dongfang Lin. The younger generation experts of the 3 great clans of the Heavenly War Empire, including the Tuoba family, the Gongyang family, and the Longyu family, were all in this team. Yi Xian was going for them. Chapter 33-24. To suppress without exception within the space of the cauldron, in a forest in the northeast corner, Dongfang Lin was leading a group of more than 20 young heavens chosen from the top families of the dynasty. They were flying at a low altitude above the forest at an extremely high speed. Everyone was quite curious about this space inside the cauldron. It was basically the first time that they had entered this place. So, they were looking all around. They were searching for young Master Ling Hu's figure while appreciating the strange scenery of this secret land. What a strange Medicine King's cauldron. I didn't expect that there would be such a vast space within the cauldron. It's simply like a secret realm. The earth is too vast. Not only are there various ferocious beasts and spirit birds, there are also large amounts of spirit fruits and exotic herbs. It's a pity that they haven't reached maturity yet. Otherwise, the harvest this time would definitely be not small. This was the first time Dongfang Lin had entered the space inside the cauldron. Coupled with the fact that there were more than 20 young geniuses from various top clans following behind him for the time being, Dongfang Lin suddenly felt emotional. He shook his head and muttered, "It's a pity that Ling Hu Ju couldn't enter last time. Otherwise, this Medicine King's divine cauldron might not have fallen into Ling Hu Chong's hands. Perhaps I would have refined and collected it. Sigh, I missed my opportunity. If you really want this cauldron, it's not too late now. The prerequisite is that you have the ability to suppress this young master first." Without waiting for him to finish his words, a clear and hearty shout of ridicule suddenly came from afar. A 10 feet tall dark purple silhouette, like a small mountain range, came at an extremely fast speed, and entered the line of sight of Dongfang Lin and the others. It was Yi Xian. Dongfang Lin jumped in fright. His complexion instantly turned as white as a sheet of paper. He complained incessantly in his heart. He secretly cursed himself for being too unlucky. Just as he was showing off, he bumped into the right person. The expressions of the 20 or so young geniuses behind him changed drastically as well. Many of them shouted and unhesitatingly took out their respective magic treasures. For a moment, the sky above the vast mountain forest was filled with dazzling brilliance. All kinds of magical treasures with unique power burst forth and poured down towards Yi Xian from all directions. This group of people had not participated in the previous battle in the heavenly stellar star's atmosphere, so they had not seen the ferocity of Yi Xian with their own eyes. Basically, they had only arrived from outside the heavenly stellar star region a few days ago. Even the Heavenly Battle Empire's 3 top families, the Tuoba, the Gongyang, and the Longyu families had only recently been summoned back by their masters. In fact, they were completely unfamiliar with Yi Xian. Now that they had the advantage in numbers and were stronger than Yi Xian in terms of cultivation, they were fearless. As they summoned their transcendent artifacts, they surrounded Yi Xian in the middle. Their eyes shone with excitement, and they were so excited that they almost screamed. Only Dongfang Lin was an exception. With a pale complexion, his figure actually retreated explosively. In the blink of an eye, he had already hidden behind the group of followers. A bright light flickered in his eyes. It was obvious that he was prepared to retreat at any time. Originally, I only planned to meet the descendants of my old enemy, but since you want to die, this young master might as well fulfill your wish. Everyone will be suppressed. Yi Xian sneered. As his voice came out, his figure had already rushed out. He did not even plan to summon the indestructible glass armor. He waved the mech's iron arms, which were several times thicker than a person's waist, and punched out repeatedly. Rumble! Boom! Bang! Puff! Thunderous explosions rang out in an instant. The mech giant, which was like a small mountain, was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Under the giant fist, it was difficult for it to withstand a single blow. Unsurprisingly, anyone who was hit by the fist would vomit blood on the spot, and fly backwards with broken bones and tendons. Even among the various transcendent artifacts that covered the sky and covered the earth, some were also knocked down by Yi Xian's punch. Although these guys came from the top families of the Eternal Dynasty's gene fluid field, they were all juniors of the clan after all. No matter how high the grade of their transcendent artifacts was, they definitely could not reach the level of a quasi-starry sky treasure. They were not on the same level as Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor. In the blink of an eye, half of the 20 or so figures fell down. In less than a minute, this so-called hunting team completely collapsed. The rest of the fellows who were not injured for the time being cried for their parents. They did not even bother to collect the transcendent artifacts that they had just summoned. They actually turned around and ran at the same time. As for Dongfang Lin, he had already summoned a shuttle-shaped transcendent artifact at the first moment and ran away like a stray dog. This battle broke out suddenly and ended even faster. As the few lucky fellows led by Dongfang Lin fled for their lives, Yi Xian's figure also fell from mid-air. In his line of sight, on the hillside of the forest, 7 or 8 bodies were randomly lying on the ground. All of them had broken bones and tendons. Although they were not dead, they were seriously injured. They would not be able to fight again in a short time. In addition, there were more than 20 transcendent artifacts scattered around the hillside. Although it was impossible to have a quasi-starry sky treasure-level transcendent artifact, these guys were after all the young geniuses of the top families of the dynasty. The transcendent artifacts on them could not be too bad. Basically, they were all starry sky legendary-level transcendent artifacts. Among them, there was even a flying sword and a red copper golden mace, which were actually starry sky epic-level transcendent artifacts. Although the quality was slightly worse, for these guys, it was really precious. Unfortunately, in the eyes of Yi Xian, it was just better than nothing. From now on, you are all this young lord's prisoners of war. I will give you an incense stick's worth of time to heal yourselves. After that, you will leave with this young lord and suppress all enemies. With a wave of his hand, the 20 transcendent artifacts scattered around the forest were all stored into the undying world within his body. Yi Xian coldly glanced at the 7 or 8 figures lying on the ground, each of them wailing in pain. Although his tone was calm, it inexplicably revealed a trace of bone-chilling coldness. If anyone is still unable to stand up after an incense stick's worth of time, then there is no need to leave. Just stay here forever. The people on the ground were frightened when they heard this. In less than a minute, Yi Xian's savagery and ruthlessness were already engraved in their hearts. At this moment, they did not doubt that he would really kill them. For the sake of their lives, they quickly gritted their teeth and crawled up, each of them taking out a healing pill. After pouring it into their mouths, they hurriedly began to heal their wounds. It had to be said that a person's potential was truly limitless. Yi Xian originally thought that these guys would need at least the time of eating a meal before they could barely regain their ability to move. The so-called time limit of an incense stick was just a casual remark. Who would have thought that in the end, at most half an incense stick's worth of time, the 8 of them who were sitting cross-legged to heal their wounds all stood up one after another. Although their faces were still pale, their expressions were extremely obedient. So much so that no one dared to ask Yi Xian a question or beg for mercy. Without exception, all of them obediently stood in a row by the side with their hands behind their backs. They had a look of resignation, not daring to disobey. All right, as long as you guys behave and don't think of escaping, this young lord guarantees that I will not harm your lives. Otherwise. Chapter 33-25. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Chant of the Devanagay. The reason why Yi Xian wanted to keep the 8 captives was because of a flash of inspiration in his mind. Now that he was trapped in the inner space of the Shennon cauldron, there must be many experts from various major forces eyeing him covetously outside the cauldron. Faced with such a dilemma, Yi Xian had not come up with a solution yet. However, the hundreds of young heavens prides from various sects who had suddenly descended here not long ago gave him an idea. Although he was not very confident, at least it was a feasible plan. For Yi Xian, it was just a try. These hundreds of rude intruders came from different forces. Although they were young, they were all at the late stage of the origin stage, the 9th realm. Basically, they were all outstanding talents among the younger generation of the major forces. If he could capture all of them, Yi Xian would have an additional bargaining chip in his hand. At least he would not be as passive as before. In the end, if they really couldn't think of any other way to solve this difficult situation, they could just make up their minds and strangle the 100 or so heaven's favorites of the various sects into a talisman and charge out. At that time, the older generation experts of the various powers that were waiting outside the cauldron would probably be a little afraid. As for Yi Xian, the time he needed to buy was actually very short. In just 10 breaths of time, it was enough for him to suddenly take action and store the Shennon cauldron into his body. The old fellows outside had no way of knowing about this. Therefore, in Yi Xian's opinion, if he could charge out with such a large string of protective talismans in his hand, then the experts outside would be caught off guard. In a short 10 breaths of time, he would have a great chance of winning. By the time they realized that something was wrong, Yi Xian would have already taken the Shennon cauldron and successfully escaped. However, if he wanted to make the old guys fear him enough, Yi Xian had to maximize the number of captives in his hands. It would be ideal to catch all of them in one fell swoop. Just as his mind was spinning and he was quickly calculating the various details of this matter, an extremely arrogant roar came from the void in the southwest direction of the mountain forest. "Ling Hu, you little thief! Come and die quickly. Lord Wu Chunzi will definitely send you to the afterlife today. Ha ha ha. The moment he opened his mouth, he called him a thief. Even if he had a good temper, he was afraid that he would explode, let alone Yi Xian. He was instantly angry. With a cold light in his eyes, he turned his head and swept his gaze to the southwest. In his line of sight, more than 20 figures were flying through the air and were rushing over at an extremely fast speed. The one in the lead was an extremely burly bald man. This person called himself Lord Zhang. He must be a disciple of a certain Buddhist sect in the cultivation camp. Even the big and small sects of the cultivator camp have come? Is this young master so easy to bully that everyone wants to take advantage of me? Frowning, Yi Xian muttered a few words. His expression turned even colder, and the anger in his heart gradually surged. His fists were itching. In this short moment of delay, the small hunting team from the southwest had already closed in to a distance of more than 10 miles. The bald monk in the lead and several others shouted almost at the same time. They either took out their magic weapons or launched their supernatural powers. They had brazenly made their moves before they even met face to face. Exclamation point. Tiger Soul Slash. More than 10 miles away. In the air, several dazzling lights burst out. The most eye-catching one was a crossbow arrow. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already crossed nearly half the distance. Wherever the arrow passed, even the void was torn apart. That unparalleled sharpness caused Yi Xian to subconsciously think of his bloodline, the heavenly fallen bow. This meteor-like golden arrow light came from a man in a green robe on the right side of the bald monk. Although this man didn't look amazing, the strange giant crossbow in his hand was quite extraordinary. Not only did it reach the starry sky epic level, but its quality was almost perfect. Even Yi Xian was quite tempted. After all, although he didn't need it, he could use it to deal with the purplish warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha. What he didn't know was that this giant golden crossbow didn't belong to the green-robed man at all. It was the treasure of the sect behind this guy. It was called the Demon Extermination Moon-Chasing Crossbow. It was said that it was made of 365 taels of Western Tai true gold. It was shaped like a crossbow barrel, and there were 5 golden balls inside. There was a spring in it, and it could be fired at will. It was designed to destroy the demon fire, evil smoke, and poisonous sand. Once the golden balls exploded, a large area would be swept away in an instant. Unfortunately, this treasure had already entered Yi Xian's magic treasure. Today, it was destined to change its master and change hands. Apart from the giant golden arrow, there was also the bald monk in the lead of this rapidly approaching hunting group of over 20 powerhouses. This surprised Yi Xian quite a bit, and he took a few more glances at him. Although Yi Xian didn't know what the so-called chant of the 9 heavens 10 earths of Devanaga was, he could still understand the Buddhist 6 syllables. Just now, the bald monk's tongue was clearly like thunder, roaring out the 6 syllables of Buddha. The bald man was originally carefree, and his appearance was rather speechless. However, at this moment, as he roared out the 6 syllables of Buddha, the playful expression on his face immediately disappeared. He gave off a rather solemn feeling. After the violent roar, the bald monk did not stop there. Following the 6 syllables of Buddha, a series of obscure notes continuously sounded out. There seemed to be a faint holy light of Buddha bursting out from his body at this moment. Yi Xian was caught off guard. For a moment, he was entranced by it, and his consciousness was inexplicably in a trance for a moment. The chant of the 9 heavens 10 earths of Devanaga was not just a Buddhist chant similar to the lion's roar of Taoism and other sound wave attacks. Its power was not to be underestimated, and it had its own mysteries. From the beginning of the bald man's chant just now, he used the famous 6 syllables of the Ming dynasty as a guide, which could be seen a little bit. Its biggest feature was that it had a miraculous effect on people, demons, and devils. When it was sung to people, it could make people's bones as soft as cotton, intoxicated and infatuated, hooking their minds and turning them into ashes. As for the effect of the chant on demons and devils, sorry, even the bald monk Wu Chunzi himself did not know. His cultivation of the chant of the Devanaga, a secret technique of the Buddhist sect, was still far from being able to repel devils and demons. At this moment, the reason why Yi Xian suddenly became absent-minded And even his consciousness was a little dazed was because of the chant of the Devanaga that the bald monk uttered. It had an invading and soul-sucking effect. If it were any other time, it would have been fine. With Yi Xian's state of mind, he would be able to wake up very quickly. It was impossible for him to be entranced by it. However, it was different now. Even if it was just a few short moments of trance, it was extremely likely to be fatal to him. This was because the golden arrow that the green-robed man shot out had also traversed close to 10 miles of empty space in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Yi Xian's left chest. It was already less than 100 feet away. Chapter 33-26. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Mind Reversal. As Yi Xian was distracted by the bald monk Wu Chenzi's chant of the 9 heavens and 10 earths Devanaga, the golden arrow shot by the green-robed man had traversed nearly 5 kilometers in an instant and arrived before Yi Xian in the blink of an eye. Just as it was about to pierce his left chest, the familiar sound of a system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. One after another, they actually instantly jolted Yi Xian's mind awake from his confusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Mind Source Core has leveled up. Current level. Level 7. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Mind Source Core has leveled up. The corresponding mind skills and secret techniques have also leveled up. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the Mind Power Remarkable ability. Mind Reversal. Instantly capture and gain insight into the trajectory of energy. Exert influence with mind power and achieve an instantaneous reversal of energy trajectories. The specific effects and success rate depend on the remarkable abilities level. Current level. Beginner. Do you wish to activate it immediately? The Mind Source Core had leveled up? How was that possible? When he regained consciousness, Yi Xian's first reaction was to wonder if he was hallucinating. His Mind Source Core had originally been at the 6th level, which was second only to the Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian in the entire demon race. If the system notification in his head wasn't an illusion, didn't that mean that the Mind Source Core in his head had once again evolved and become the second person in the entire demon race to possess a 7th level Source Core? However, this didn't make sense at all. It was extremely difficult for a devil person's Mind Source Core to evolve. Even the first Devil Emperor had only reached the 8th level, which was still some distance away from the legendary 9th level Source Core. Even though Yi Xian had encountered many fortuitous encounters and consumed a large number of devil person's mind cores, weeping soul beasts, core sense crystals and other rare items to upgrade his Mind Source Core, up until now, his Mind Source Core had only reached the 6th level. Although he had indeed encountered 2 abnormal existences in terms of spirit cores, Yi Xian still hadn't been able to understand them until now. The first was the Mad Devil Emperor. As a demonic beast, it was already shocking enough for him to possess a Mind Source Core that only demons possessed. However, that old geezer's Mind Source Core had actually reached the frightening level 8. The one who was even more unreasonable was the wretched mosquito butcher. In Yi Xian's opinion, that old geezer was only second to the headless infant corpse in terms of mysteriousness. His Mind Power Source Core had actually reached level 9, which meant that it had surpassed the first demon emperors. However, other than those 2 existences that couldn't be seized with common sense, the rest of the devil cultivators, including Yi Xian, the human who had randomly entered, would definitely not be easy to transform and evolve their spirit cores. They would need to work hard and accumulate experience, and even more so, it would depend on their luck. Now, Yi Xian's mind had been absent-minded for a moment, but as soon as he regained consciousness, the source core in his brain had inexplicably transformed and evolved. This was even more bizarre and strange than a mountain of gold falling from the sky and smashing into his head. If all of this was real, then the source of this was most likely related to the strange absent-mindedness he had experienced earlier. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian vaguely understood what had happened. Evidently, he had profited from a disaster. The bald monk's chant of Devanaga was indeed extraordinary, but it had an unimaginable effect on Yi Xian. The chanting had affected his mind power, causing it to suddenly erupt under pressure. In the end, it had caused his source core to transform and evolve. Of course, whether or not this was the real reason wasn't important. For Yi Xian, the most important thing was the actual benefits he had reaped this time. His source core had evolved to level 7, so the first and most direct benefit was that Yi Xian's mind power level had increased. The unexpected surprise was that all the mind power skills and secret techniques he had mastered had increased as a result of his source core's transformation. The slave seal secret technique had only been at the basic level before, but now that it had advanced to the intermediate level, the effects would be even better when he condensed another slave seal. Besides, the Annihilation Spear and the Destructive Vortex, as well as the two defensive secret techniques, the Absolute Concussion and the Perfect Concussion, had also been at the basic level before, but now they had all advanced to the intermediate level. The Mind Lightning technique had also been at the basic level before, but now it had reached the intermediate level. As for the Mind Crush and Mind Charm, they had both been at the intermediate level before, but now they had finally reached the advanced level. These were all the mind power skills and secret techniques Yi Xian had mastered before. Although there were offensive and defensive techniques, as well as secret techniques that used mind power to launch mid-range attacks like the Mind Lightning technique, none of them had reached the divine ability level. When his Mind Source Core had evolved to level 6, Yi Xian had hoped to obtain a divine ability level mind power skill, but he had been disappointed in the end. This time, however, he had finally gotten what he wanted. He had obtained the first mind power skill that could be considered a divine ability. Although it was only at the basic level because he had just obtained it, based on the name of the skill, Mind Reversal, the power of this mind power ability had to be extremely extraordinary. Based on the general introduction of the system notification, Yi Xian had a basic understanding of the power of this mind reversal ability. If he was not mistaken, its effect should be similar to the Void Ladle Reverend Spatial Law ability, the Revolving Star Passage technique. The names of the two divine abilities, Stellar Transposition and Beating Cows Through the Mountain, were given by Yi Xian for the Void Ladle. They were both spatial secret techniques that involved the laws of the void of the universe, and should belong to the bloodline ability of the Void Ladle clan. When Yi Xian saw the Void Ladle Senior use it, his eyes were filled with envy. He never thought that he would actually obtain a spiritual power ability that had an effect similar to the Stellar Transposition today. He couldn't wait to test out its might, and now was the best time. All of this took a long time to describe, but it flashed through Yi Xian's mind like a flash of lightning. Almost at the moment his consciousness suddenly woke up, an invisible mind power surged out of his mind and blasted toward the golden arrow that was shooting toward him. Squeak! A sharp sound that made one's teeth ache suddenly rang out. Then, the golden arrow seemed to have been moved in another direction. It was originally aimed at Yi Xian's left chest, and it was less than 30 feet away. But at this moment, as the ear-piercing squeak sounded, the golden arrow that had turned into a golden brilliance strangely stopped. After a quick flash of golden light, it turned around and shot toward the green-robed man in the distance. The change was so fast that it was like a flash of lightning, and it was more like the revolving star passage technique. There was no trace of it. Whoosh! Boom! The sound of breaking through the air faded away. The green-robed man, who had just shot the golden arrow in mid-air, was caught off guard. His expression changed drastically, and he even forgot to dodge. Chapter 33:27. The Buddha's light protecting my body in vain. Puff! The green-robed man opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Due to his heavy injuries, he lost his consciousness and fell into a coma. Just like half of his arm that had already left his body but was still holding the golden bow, he fell down. At the same time, a dozen exclamations filled with horror sounded instantly. This scene was too sudden. The group of geniuses behind the green-robed man were shocked and could not accept it. Oh my God, what happened? Am I seeing things? The golden arrow was about to pierce his left chest, but it suddenly turned around at the last moment. What a joke. How did he do it? This ability is too terrifying. It's terrifying. The green-robed man used his treasure, the golden bow, but he died inexplicably. What should we do? Before figuring out the strangeness, can we still make a move? Even the bald monk who was chanting was shocked. The chanting in his mouth stopped abruptly, but his mouth was still open. He subconsciously glanced at the green-robed man who was falling down with a dull expression on his face. After a full breath, he came back to his senses with a shock. His face flushed. He turned his head and stared at the group of guys who were exclaiming in midair behind him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and save him. Before his voice fell, he had turned his head again and looked at Yi Xian with a dignified face. He said coldly, "Sure enough, you deserve to be called a peerless monster. Although it is a bit exaggerated, you still have some ability. This little monk misjudged you before. Unfortunately, this doesn't change anything. No matter how you did it just now, this little monk can be sure of one thing. Today, you can't escape death." OM. In the next moment, as Wu Qinzi raised his hand and pointed at his glabella, a purple gold light shot out from it. It expanded with the wind and finally turned into a purple gold bowl the size of a baby's head. It hung above Wu Chenzi's head and poured out endless purple gold light, flowing endlessly on his Buddhist robe. Like the Buddha's light, it had completely enveloped his body. For a moment, even his figure became somewhat hazy and blurry under the purple gold light screen. This treasure is called the Purple Gold Alms Bowl, a defensive treasure of my Buddhist sect. Although it is not a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure, it is still a starry sky epic grade Buddhist treasure. In the hazy purple gold Buddha's light, Wu Chenzi seemed to be calm, but his words were clearly filled with arrogance. He said, "Don't be fooled by this layer of Buddha's light that is hazy and thin, but its defensive effect is very terrifying. Just like the golden arrow ray that almost killed the green-robed monk, even if I didn't dodge it and let it touch my body, it would only tickle me." Do you feel despair? Wu Chenzi was clearly mocking and ridiculing Yi Xian with his last sentence. He was incomparably confident, as if he was toying with Yi Xian like a mouse, and he was the big cat that only wanted to suppress the big mouse. Yi Xian smiled because he suddenly felt that this bald monk in front of him was really very considerate. He had already tested the power of the psychic ability he had just obtained this time. At this moment, Yi Xian was thinking about how to test the power of the psychic abilities and secret techniques he had long mastered, but had upgraded at the same time this time. Unexpectedly, before he could decide which one to test first, this considerate monk had already prepared for it. Since the other party had taken the initiative to ask to be a human target, then it would be impolite to refuse. Yi Xian grinned and instantly decided which psychic secret technique to use. In this situation, the Annihilation Spear was the best choice. This technique was a psychic secret technique that used a special method to compress a large amount of psychic origin energy to the extreme, making it infinitely dense and transforming it into a formless psychic spear that could be used to attack. Back then, when he was only at the elementary level, he had helped Yi Xian shatter the restrictive shield of the altar in the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave under the Devil Mountain Star, allowing him to obtain the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn that had later been used for many miraculous feats. At that time, Yi Xian's psychic power was only at the 4th level. Now, Yi Xian's psychic power had reached the 7th level, and the Annihilation Spear had also been upgraded from the elementary level to the intermediate level, so its power was bound to be even more terrifying. At least in Yi Xian's opinion, it should be no problem at all to shatter this bald monk's protective Buddhist light. Run my ass! Did this young master say something like that? After rolling his eyes and retorting, Yi Xian grinned and said something that confused everyone. But since you're so considerate, this young master won't argue with you. Also, thank you. At the same time, he had already activated the psychic power in his Sea of Consciousness with all his might. In the next instant, the psychic power source core that was suspended in the air above his Sea of Consciousness suddenly started to rotate faster and faster, pouring out a large amount of psychic power that rapidly converged and compressed above Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness. In the short span of a breath, the level 7 psychic power pouring out from the psychic power source core had reached a terrifying level. This meant that Yi Xian's psychic power source core had already evolved to the 7th level, and the total amount of psychic power had skyrocketed several times compared to before. Otherwise, this level of consumption would have been a huge burden for him. In the blink of an eye, a small psychic bundle formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of psychic origin energy had already formed. Without any delay, it instantly shot out from his Sea of Consciousness like an infinitely dense and heavy strand of hair toward Wu Chenzi, who was suspended in midair in front of him. Sizzle! This annihilation, which was condensed from a large amount of level 7 psychic power, was too thin. It was concentrated like a strand of hair, and its density was so great that it made one's hair stand on end. However, its diameter was so small that it was negligible. At this moment, the source core in Yi Xian's brain was urged to shoot out with all its might. Because its speed was too fast, although it made a sharp sound as it tore through the air, it didn't last long because it had already arrived in front of Wu Chenzi in the blink of an eye and hit its target. Whoosh! A soft sound like mercury spilling over the ground was heard. The hazy layer of protective purple gold Buddhist light on the surface of Wu Chenzi's body collapsed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The purple gold bowl that was suspended above his head was obviously affected as well. Its brilliance immediately dimmed, and its energy field seemed to have been thrown into disorder and was no longer under control. It directly fell down and smashed into Wu Chenzi's shiny head with a bang. An extremely eye-catching bulge quickly rose up. This head was really hard. The sound of the purple gold bowl smashing down was actually like the sound of metal clashing. Even Yi Xian was a little surprised. He stared at the big bulge on Wu Chenzi's head for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. Could it be that your Buddhist sect's ancestor's head is full of bulges? Could it be that this is how it came to be? I have to say, the Buddhist sect is indeed the Buddhist sect. Not to mention other things for the time being. This melon is really not an ordinary porcelain head. TSK. It's passed down from one generation to another. No wonder, no wonder. Pfft. Just as Yi Xian's voice sounded, Wu Chenzi, whose body's protective Buddhist light had collapsed, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The annihilation spear was condensed from a large amount of pure level 7 psychic power. Other than the slight sound of it breaking through the air when it was shot out, there were no traces to be found. He simply couldn't dodge it. Chapter 3328. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation OAOAO. At this moment, a bloody hole that was much thinner than a toothpick appeared in the middle of Wu Chenzi's chest. It was bright from the front to the back. This was the result of the annihilation spear piercing through his body. Although the hole was so small that it almost didn't exist, more than half of the huge spiritual power contained in it quickly spread after entering the body. It was eroding Wu Chenzi's body completely, making him on the verge of collapse. The feeling of the whole body being wantonly stirred by an invisible force was really not a normal kind of pain. It made him temporarily lose his combat power. He had no time to think about it, but he couldn't. What kind of power is this? It's not the power of a cultivator's cultivation, nor the power of divine sense, nor the power of the body's qi and blood. It's more like spiritual power? Forcibly enduring the invisible force raging in his body like a violent hurricane, Wu Chenzi was in so much pain that his face twitched. His shiny forehead with a big bump was covered with fine beads of sweat. He stared fiercely at Yi Xian and gritted his teeth. At the end of his words, his eyes burst with light as if he finally understood. He gasped and suddenly exclaimed, "Yes, it's definitely spiritual power. Ling Huchong, you're not a human." No matter how one listened to it, it was incomparably awkward. Wu Chen's original intention was to say that Yi Xian wasn't a human, but a devil cultivator. However, the shock in his heart was too strong. It came so suddenly that he didn't even care about the measures of his words. "You're not a human. You're a damn bald thief." Yi Xian understood what he meant, but he was still angry in his heart. He immediately made a decision and cursed back loudly. At this time, the more than 20 young geniuses behind Wu Chenzi finally realized what had happened. Their bodies shook violently, and they exclaimed again. "I seem to have missed something. Wu Chenzi's state is a bit strange. Why did that layer of hazy purple gold protective Buddha's light suddenly collapse? It's not just the protective Buddha's light collapsing. Could it be that you are cross-eyed?" Even the purple gold Buddhist alms bowl that was hovering above his head was controlled and fell to the ground. What's on top of Wu Chenzi's head? It's like an egg, shiny and shiny. It was actually smashed by its own Buddhist treasure. This is too strange. Who is that Ling Huchong? He attacked twice in a row. First, he made the golden dagger radiance of green robe turn around and devour him. Then, he shattered Wu Chenzi's protective Buddhist light. The big bump on his forehead was smashed out. The most important thing is that we don't know how he did it at all. Everything happened right in front of us, but we couldn't find any trace of it. Ling Huchong clearly stood in the void on the other side and didn't move at all. He defeated the two great geniuses with ease. His methods are too mysterious and creepy. Look, he's finally moved. He's waving his giant fist and smashing it towards Wu Chenzi. My God, is Wu Chenzi stupid? He didn't even try to resist and was smashed into the dust by his fist. Too savage. This is simply a mecha god of death. Even Wu Chenzi was shocked by this murderous aura. I don't even have the desire to fight back. Run, the mecha-killing god is coming this way. Not far in the front, after rolling his eyes and replying to Wu Chenzi, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. His figure flashed, and the mecha giant that was 10 feet tall swept in front of Wu Chenzi in the blink of an eye. Without saying a word, the terrifying giant fist that was not much smaller than a water tank smashed towards Wu Chenzi's face. Boom. Ow. A heavy sound that made one's scalp tingle was heard, followed by a long and mournful wolf howl from Wu Chenzi's throat. In the face of this terrifying giant fist that was several times thicker than his body, Wu Chenzi couldn't resist it at all without the protection of the Buddhist light. With one punch, 50 to 60% of the bones in his body were broken, and a large number of bloody wounds burst out of his body. Blood mist splashed out, and his whole body almost exploded. In the midst of the miserable howl, his body also quickly fell to the ground below, following in the footsteps of the man in green robe before him. Before the appearance of the fallen devil's son and the witch dust maiden, Wu Chenzi, who was known as one of the cultivation camp's top 10 prodigies, should not have been so weak and couldn't even withstand a single blow. The key was that the purple gold alms bowl that he was extremely confident in, which he had always relied on as a protective treasure, was too disappointing this time. Not only did the protective Buddhist light that poured out collapse in an instant, but it also directly landed on his head, smashing a big bump. For Wu Chenzi, who had always been proud and liked to show off even though he was a disciple of a Buddhist disciple, this was already bad enough. In addition, at this moment, the 7th-level spiritual power was still raging and surging in his body, mercilessly torturing every inch of his flesh and blood cells. At this moment, he was completely out of shape and had never been so weak before. Therefore, he was so easily knocked down by Yi Xian's punch. He howled and fell to the ground below with his eyes rolled back. So it's a wild wolf wearing a kasaya. He usually pretends to be a human, but when he's beaten up, he howls and reveals everything. This is really a Buddhist misfortune. Ha! After knocking Wu Chenzi down to the ground with one punch, Yi Xian was very satisfied. He raised his head and laughed, then turned his head to look at the void slightly further away. In his line of sight, the 20 or so heavens prides from various sects who had been following behind Wu Chenzi and the green-robed man had turned deathly pale and scattered like birds and beasts with a loud rumble. This group of people was scared out of their wits. Wu Chenzi and the green-robed man were the strongest existences in their group, and their skills were even more extraordinary. Unexpectedly, they were knocked down to the ground by their opponents in a single blow. The key was how they did all this, and they still did not understand until now. This kind of strangeness was terrifying. At this moment, these 20 or so prodigies of the cultivation camp had already lost their fighting spirit. The only thought in their minds was to leave this area as soon as possible. Their opponents were too ferocious, too abnormal, simply inhuman. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Weren't all of you majestic and boundless just now? Yi Xian's figure flashed, and he directly chased after them. His hearty laughter sounded again. Don't worry. This young master has always convinced people with virtue, so I won't do anything to you. At least I can guarantee that I will definitely not beat the shit out of you. Ha ha! Boom! Ayo! Before the loud laughter fell, Yi Xian had already caught up with one of them. His giant fist casually blasted out, and the other party instantly spat out blood. When his body fell, the familiar wolf howl also sounded at the right time. Facing all of this, the 8 fellows that Yi Xian had captured earlier looked at each other from afar. They looked at each other in shock. The thought of escaping that had always existed in their hearts finally dissipated at this moment. This guy is too ferocious. He's simply a god of death. The key is that he's so shameless. He's already so violent, but he still hoots about using virtue to convince people with a straight face. Seeing the pitiful fellows in the distance who were fleeing like birds and beasts, and in the blink of an eye, a second one was blasted to the ground and let out the same mournful wolf howl without suspense. One of the 8 people's faces turned pale as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He weakly said to the other 7 brothers in the same boat, "We really can't afford to offend this kind of ferocious and shameless guy. It's better to obediently stay here. If we don't escape and get caught again, we'll most likely break our throats from crying."